Championship Thursday? Championship Thursday. That's where we find ourselves. It's myself, Hayes, and the NA lads, Mark and Vincent, and we're going to take you through the two semi-finals today to set up for that grand final later on this evening. Fellas, welcome. I mean, we've been a part of Series 1 all the way up until this point, the first South American series, Vincent, and we're on Championship Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I think some big surprises that we have been met with in those quarterfinals. Basically, nobody but Red Canids gets out of it unscathed, and the fact that we come in here and see a semifinal crowd with these names, it's incredibly exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'd say that significant favorites for Red Canids. I mean, they've kind of had like the red carpet rolled out for them here in this semi, playing against 2-game Mark. Of course, we have the Argentinian derby later on today between Bestia and Crew, which I'm also looking forward to. Let's bring up the schedule here, production. We can just show everybody what they're in store for. Mark, you got a pick of the semis here for everybody?
Yeah, it's going to be really easy for me. I think this first one's really exciting, but I mean, just for the opportunity, we're getting this back, Hayes. I mean, for the Argentinian region, this is going to be really cool for them. It's obviously been a rough month and a half, you know, by the major all the way out. So, you know, to get, I believe it is 7 out of 10 Argentinian players in the server here for one of our semifinals, I think is going to be really special. But I think for the energy surrounding this match, we don't know who is going to come out of that victorious.
Yeah, it could be anybody's day, really. I mean, it's not like there's one team that's basically guaranteed to win the entire tournament from here. I'd say Red Canids and Bestia, the two I expect to make it to the grand finals, Vincent.
Yeah, that's definitely the expectation, but to be honest with you, I think more set for Red Canids. Bestia has been looking a little bit shaky. Crew looking the best that I've ever seen them in this tournament. So it's like, definitely that seems like the expectation, but I've been wrong so many times about this Crew team. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong again.
Okay, fair enough. We'll find out a little bit later. Let's zero in our focus on our first semi-final of the day, 2-game against Red Canids. We can bring up let's bring up the 2-game roster first, please, production. I know that Mark is waiting with bated breath to get into the conversation here. These guys have had a really good run so far. We were saying before we went live that the fact they're in the semis would already be regarded as a success. But when you're coming into the semis, Mark, you're not focused on, well, it's been a good run, lads. You're thinking, maybe we can go one step further. Grand final on the cards, perhaps?
I mean, potentially here. I think if you play your absolute best today, because with the 3-0 and going, I mean, through a round of 16 and through a quarterfinal, it hasn't been easy. For every single series that 2-game has played in Series 1, it's gone 3 maps here. So taking also a forfeit win to move along 3-0 will put an asterisk on that. But for a team that is going to absolutely love being in this spot, Hayes, they're playing with house money against the Red Canids today. But absolutely for that, I mean, you're gonna have to see the best from Hardzao. I got to see these guys stepping on my very first day of the Swiss stage on my second best of 3 versus the Game Hunters, and I mean, I'm pleased to see them here on the final day of competition. I just have to wonder if they're going to take one step further against probably who's been the cleanest team in this tournament.
I think it's hard, man. I think this team is kind of at the top of where I could expect them to perform at, and that's, you know, understanding that I like Hardzao. I think that Hardzao is very strong individually. I've always been excited to watch Detroit. I mean, it's been like years now that I've been watching Detroit play, and I think he has developed incredibly well from a player that had these flashes of brilliance that you could see, like, this guy is good, but was struggling to find a level of consistency that would be reasonable to get picked up, to then getting picked up by some of those bigger opportunities, in fact, and now again coming back and with a 2-game roster, like, showing that, hey, I can be a star. I am one of the stars of the show. For me, I think the hard part is that is kind of the end of it, right? Hardzao and Detroit, they have to be the stars of the show for me, and I think that in general, if that doesn't happen, this 2-game roster is in some big trouble.
Yeah, they absolutely both have to pitch up today. I'm also going to be watching Lucas quite close. I think he might get exposed today against Red Canids. Zariba seemed like a pretty decent A-side anchor. He's been quite stable. So, yeah, but you're right, Mark. I like what you say. Them playing with house money at the moment means they can come into this without any pressure on their shoulders and just kind of show us what they're capable of. Quite a lot we could still go on about with this team, but I think let's just move things forward. And if we have more time to fill, then we can come back to the conversation. Let's jump into Red Canids here, and we can break them down a little bit now. My question here is, is this the Red Canids roster? Because there's been a lot of chopping and changing. I mean, a lot of people thought they'd qualify for the major, and they didn't. Didn't really look very convincing there either. coldzera just ever evolving like a Pokemon from Star Rifle up into IGL, now AWPing as well. Venom Zero playing some great Counter-Strike at the moment. They've got the experience of Drop added into the mix. Cowes wasn't having a great time towards the end of Pain, but seems to have revitalized himself here on Red Canids. And Vincent, I know you have quite a bit to say, so we can just go to you first here with Red Canids. Where are you at with this team?
Yeah, I think that for me, it's kind of hard because I don't know necessarily that this is the roster that will start to like fight in an international sense. But I think that this is a really strong roster that can consistently be contending within South America in general. I've yet to see if they can take that next step forward to convince me about like their international prowess. That being said, you take on Drop and Cowes, like those are both upgrades on an individual level and in an experienced position as well. I think that Ponter looks like a different beast than he was when we last saw him back in he had a couple of free agent teams that he was playing with, but like even back on Audic. And I think that for me the bigger question was about coldzera, who like moves into the opping, and I mean I was talking about it yesterday. I was not convinced, maybe a little bit still not convinced, but I tell you what, the performance that coldzera put on yesterday on the op was incredibly convincing. I mean, he was hitting every shot. He was looking like he was comfortable in the primary op role in a way that I hadn't seen him before. Those are all encouraging signs. And the fact that you added firepower, that Venom Zero's on form, that you bring in Cowes, all of these things build that narrative that you posted up, Hayes, that this is the team that is the favorites to win this event. And I think that that stays true and becomes even more true after their quarterfinal showing yesterday.
Yeah, I just think that, do we know, is coldzera still calling? Because Drop was actually calling at the end of his days in Furia before they brought...
My understanding is Drop is calling.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
That would make sense.
That's kind of the way the reporting on it made it sound. So unless they change things after the fact, I understand that Drop is calling, and I think that that's the best case scenario.
All right. How do you feel about that, Mark? coldzera being relinquished of his duties as an IGL, now going into the sole AWP role, kind of like backwards from what we're seeing at the top level of the game, where lots of people are now foregoing the AWP so that they can kind of take on the rougher roles with the rifle and then bring in some sort of a stud on the AWP. So what are your thoughts of those changes within Red Canids?
Look, obviously, for the namesake of a guy like that, used to be, former #1 back-to-back player of the years, and even made the top 10 right after that. I mean, yesterday we saw not exactly, that player exactly stretching up. I think that would be asking for a lot, but I mean, coldzera did not look like even a day off of the AWP. It was so damn natural to him and absolutely played out of his mind last night. It was really, really impressive. And so I think even from that performance, and we came into that game questioning exactly how it was going for this team, who were putting up 2-0 after 2-0 and, saw into the Game Hunters first, Hayes, which isn't really too big of a convincing win for me. But I think for the changes that Red Canids did make during the offseason, it was bringing in former 9Z coach TGE, which to me, I think brings in a whole new kind of vibe to this roster. And I think that it shows in the results, in just that they're staying steady. And especially with how they dealt out yesterday, it was so clean versus the Bounty Hunters. And with Bounty Hunters probably being the most dangerous team in this tournament next to Crew, if they are going to be able to take down the heat from teams like that, no matter who comes out of our next semifinal, I think Red Canids are destined to make this grand final. I think they're going to be fine for whoever passes through.
Yeah, I like the point that you highlight there with the coach, and I feel like we are seeing a period of stability from Red Canids that we haven't really seen out of them for a while. So that is certainly a good sign as we do get a look at the veto. Now, obviously, the glaring sort of question mark here is, why has Inferno not been picked in the first phase of the veto instead of Mirage, Vincent? I mean, I know Red Canids for a long time have enjoyed Mirage, but surely you just go for Inferno, which is a map that 2Game have only played once. We saw it yesterday, and it wasn't convincing at all.
Yeah, and a game that, I mean, we were talking in the green room, like 2Game won, but didn't even look like they won. Like, if you looked
they
at
were down 11-3 at one point, yeah.
Yeah, and, impressive to call it a comeback, but I wouldn't call that something that you could rely on. I actually don't know. I don't know why they haven't gone for that. The only thing I can kind of lean in on is the fact that Mirage looked so damn good for them yesterday. Venom Zero was playing out of his mind. We saw a lot of positive signs from Red Canids on that map against Bounty Hunters. And, you know, beyond that, it's not as if this is a, you know, bad pick. 2Game,
Sure.
they play it, but they don't do it very well. So it's not like I can be super critical of like going to Mirage. This is like, Inferno was right there. Like, that's one of your go-tos. Usually you're interested in that. That's a high pick rate for you when you get the opportunity. You didn't. But you know what? I think that for me, my takeaway is that, listen, Red Canids feel like they don't even need that. They don't even need to go to one of those. They can get some more reps on something like a Mirage that they'll already look comfortable on. I'm not too worried, especially with Nuke as our decider.
What I will say is I do like the approach as the favorites to not think like, okay, well, what's 2Game's weakness? Okay, they don't really play Inferno. We do like Inferno. Let's try and find a weakness in their map. No, we're the favorites, man. Like you said, we have a Mirage that's on fire at the moment. Let's just back our strengths here, Mark. Maybe that's kind of the line of thinking.
Yeah, 100%. Yesterday, this was on the margins all the way in our quarterfinal, and it was where Venom Zero just took over. It was really ridiculous, the series that he put up. I mean, I'll straight up compare him to highlights that we saw where, you know, Cold Zero was, you know, tearing it up on the rifle back in the day. The 20-year-old was absolutely disgusting. I know that's ridiculous praise, but like if he's able to, you know, put that up and get hot on this championship Thursday, like we're prompting up, then I think it's been really cool to see him alongside Cold Zero and Drop survive some of these moves and continue to thrive. I think that his stock should be the one we're focusing on seeing to rise, but particularly where this is laid out, I think they need to stay hot on this. It's the same back end of the series that we did see yesterday of a Mirage. We didn't get to see that Nuke. It was a bit quick versus Bounty Hunters, but with this Anubis that's been a little bit questionable for 2Game, Hayes, I wonder where exactly their head's at. Detroit better have a big day.
Well, I'm kind of looking at this and thinking, I love miracles, but I think the miracle run ends here for 2Game. I'm thinking it's going to be too easy for Red Canids, 2-0. Either way, we're going to be jumping into the first map, and I'll see you fellas afterwards.
Let's get into this thing, man. Mark, we're going to have a good time. 2Game, I'm in agreement with you. It's going to have to be a big type of performance from Detroit, from Hardzal for sure as well. We'll see what that looks like. Red Canids, though, start on the T side, preferable here on Anubis. And a little bit of a stack up for 2Game towards mid, but they see nothing quite yet.
Definitely the preferable situation, being that it was the later game last night that they had out versus the Bounty Hunters, remember? So this is a quick turnaround in air quotes for Red Canids. So if they're going to stay hot, it's right here to carry the rock on this T side. Going to get pretty simple here, just with one smoke on Ponder. They hold actually pretty good to accordance here. Excited to see PKL give this one a good shot with the rest of his squad. Detroit long range, and he spars well. That's Kawas and Ponter out of the business to begin. Drop is going to try and corroborate this all the way with Cold Zera, but how are they still going to commit this crime? Got to do it on another bomb site altogether. Cold is going to sneak into B, and Drop knows he's just got to keep them here by all kinds of time, and he unfortunately sees himself into the ground.
Step heard, step made. Gonna have some information about this Temple player, but does he know about Street? Yes is the answer, but can't connect the shot. So Hardzal will overwhelm. It's that bait setup in mid, though, for 2Game that's so successful. You have Detroit at the tip of the spear. PKL prepped with the flashbangs, and there was additional firepower behind that Detroit didn't necessarily need support with. Those flashes, perfection, and it goes well from that point forward when 2Game have the advantage. So a nice little setup that nets them a victory on this pistol round. Big value when you're talking about pistol rounds. I think this one's one of the most important, or at least it can be, CT side of Anubis.
Absolutely is. And where, I mean, it's this Anubis that they did go 1-1 in the Swiss. I think that you can see into, I mean, Game Hunters actually do really love themselves, some Anubis, if we're to, you know, praise the Game Hunters on this broadcast. I feel like we've given them a little bit of the cold shoulder in some of those descriptors. Mello & Co. actually had a pretty good run all the way 3-1 to the Swiss. Some would say that maybe even for the resume, it was a little bit more impressive than 2Game, right? 2-3 map victories and a forfeit win, but you got to beat who's in front of you, Vinny.
Yeah, I can't really change anything like that. You can't take anything away from 2Game either with regard to how they approached that Swiss stage. Looked untouchable.
Excuse me, I'll correct myself. They lost both of them. on that Mirage as well was ugly for them. Hardzal gonna dip back and forth in between. Oh my god, instant double Glock, magnetic on those shots, but it's just the Glock ding. He'll be sprinted away, nade pull, no! You know you're close to NACS when that is the case. Detroit will pull in, but Lucas has got that on the pistol, and it's Lucas who is doing some great work. Talked about how he could be a point of a bit of a hole to this 2-game squad, one of their younger and less experienced members. He gets a good couple of ecos right there.
Yeah, I think for me, like, Lucas had, had some moments on that Vikings KR roster, but like, he was the one sort of left out when changes were made as well. The group that kind of went on, where that core didn't feel the need to kind of carry him over. So glad to see him have another opportunity. I like that double setup here for 2-game. Get Detroit, and you have Lucas's rifle in case things go wrong. Didn't need it. Still, talking about a hot Detroit, 5-1 now, and an opening pick to provide in the first gun round.
22-11 against Selva up in that last Anubis ready to go right at the beginning of our playoffs. Zoreba gets that back on the MP9 and are currently wounding the Red Candids quite well up this route. PKL patiently awaiting in middle, can potentially stack another body on top of this one. It actually goes back his direction. Hardzal, long range, got that onto Ponter, and it's all left onto Cowes, left alone at 11 HP.
Yeah, seems to be fully aware as Detroit that Cowes is low. And I know it's early days here, Mark, but I'm going to be honest. Red Canid seem a little bit asleep at the wheel right this moment.
I would tend to agree with you. I'd say start waxing them back. We get to 6 or 7, then you can start laying that down. But honestly, I feel like put that lease on life is, almost kind of probably a little bit disrespectful. I think this T side of Anubis is kind of on a, quicker timer than most opportunities, Vincent. If you would come to, I think, combat that, this is where you need to swallow up an Anubis and kind of set the tone.
I think you do need to, and I don't see that yet. Though, as you highlight, it is early days, and that's fair. We'll get another half-buy pistol round type investment before the guns come out once more. 4-1 at the moment is the setup, looking towards B for Red Canids. They have the requisite utility for, the basics on a B hit. Like that's where they're going to end up here momentarily. Cold Zero prepping the flashes. But there is a stiff resistance posted here. Detroit's worried about the mid gap, though, so maybe that's a little bit of an inkling.
Can be quick against Venom Zera. Here goes a smoke that's just a bit deeper. These Tech 9s are going to at least get their hands on a bomb plant, which, Cold Zero's crew literally on Mirage did that for the first 7 rounds. This is their first up here on this Anubis. If there's, I guess, any metric to show the bit of struggle, it may be that. Detroit hammering back in on its op counterpart. PKL and co remain patient, and we'll send this one in properly. The only thing you have to be worried about is his key that Ponter will turn, and only for one. Let him Sarah to go dipping in, but the Tech 9 cannot land the jab. It will be 2-game that land themselves 4 rounds here at the beginning of Anubis.
Yeah, and I guess good when you're talking about the bomb plant and a little bit of economic damage there done by Red Canids. But, I want to highlight Detroit, who I said, I feel like I watched for a long time. I feel like I basically watched his whole career and the lead up that he's had some, opportunities to kind of look strong, and he's improved a lot over that time. I think that's a good moment of highlighting that, where, instead younger Detroit might have just been interested in posting up and just holding that close angle. He just falls back, plays for the numbers game, waits for himself to have a little bit more support, and I think good decision making from him on the AWP.
Big nade into the lap of PKL. Started this thing to go. Red Candids, it's time to start coughing that round up here in the first 6. At a certain point, you got to drop that beat. Feel the rhythm, Vincent. This is the semifinal.
Yeah, the firepower that we kind of talked about on the desk, not yet really showing in the way that we would anticipate.
Big kill by Cowes. That's the second time he's found that on the PKL. We're going to be investigating. Right, and that's a huge kill that Ponter finds. Not going to survive for long, but I think good to get that scratch eventually. There's a little bit of contention put back at E-Box with 2 games sitting at a man disadvantage. This should be prime position for Red Canids.
Yeah, Detroit can hold this this off angle for a little while, but he can't afford to do that forever. Already starting to feel the pressure of that empty main area right behind him. He tosses the smoke. This is a critical fight. Lucas is calling in support. Zariba going to take first contact. Missed shot from Cold Zero, but Cowes, he's got it handled. Don't you worry about a thing, because he is a one-man wrecking crew up at mid this round. A site open, bomb to go down, and Detroit likely to save, though he is stepping forward for maybe an exit or two.
It'd have to be. Ooh, what do we got here? I mean, what's actually the point to this? What's actually the point to this? Detroit J walks behind a player.
I mean, if he gets the kill on
He's gonna
site,
be sneaky peeky into the bomb site. Oh no! There's no way. There's no way Detroit is actually gonna attempt this. Drop may stick around. Drop has got to stick around. Does this happen in the semifinal? Right here to turn the tables. Drop is just too close. This should be all good. And there is the op sacrificed. Maybe in vain. An attempted ninja defuse is going to be denied.
Yeah,
He's got plenty of cash though.
He does have cash to follow that up. I'm thinking, you know, it's something that might be worth a go when you have such a strong economy. Normally, I would be in agreement that that's a little bit silly from Detroit.
He did it for the culture, Benny.
And yeah, certainly doesn't have the outcome he was hoping for. Great
I
work
watched
from Drop.
Steel get a 1v5 ninja defuse. American Steel. I have to, put that asterisk down here in a tier 2 tournament in North America. I think like in November. It's like the last time I've seen that personally. It was quite a roster. He's playing with Skadoodle. You're going. Is this 2014?
I remember this clip actually. Little E-Box fight brewing here. Drop is going to be at the forefront of it. But it's a nice little bait and switch right there. You know, Lucas takes the contact and then Hards out's a pizza, ready to fight. Unexpected angle. Drop is then tasked with dealing with. It's the outcome they were hoping.
Zero walking about. I see that correctly. Even the color on his keyboard is red. He's committed fully to the bit. I'm loving this.
It's true.
In the region, the vibe is set. The mood is set. All to go here on this B site. They got help close. It's PKL that is going to be right within swiping distance, and now this is going to be the full throttle execute. But oh no! That is the Molotov that goes right back in their face. It is placed so perfectly. Quite a timing for 2 games to hold on to this, and now Red Candids, they got to go onto the gas. But here goes Hards out, throwing it right back in their face. Oh, it's Cold Zero at close range, can't land it, go! And it is Hards out and Lucas that cannot be stopped, run into the wall, and it will be Red Candids pushed back.
Yeah, a little bit of struggles there to get everything into place in a timely fashion for Red Canids, and that Molotov certainly not going to be ideal. Timed to perfection, comes down the pike and ruins their chances. Hardzal with a massive hold and 4 kills. We talked about him as a critical piece. I mean, has to show up big time for 2 game for them to have chances here tonight. And I mean, the answer is both he, Detroit, and Luke is all showing up in a big way already for 2 game.
Praise TGE for a good bit of our segment talking about the Candids on the way out. He's going to get on the mic for the very first time here in Anubis, and through the first 6, it is not the Red Candids I was expecting to be sitting with 1.
No, certainly not the expectations that we were kind of talking about on that death segment. And I think it's important to mention, man, I mean, talking about like just firepower, that was something that we discussed, might just be like better to the point where this is not a conversation. Well, it's the Red Canids firepower that just isn't showing up to play right now. Had some big moments from Cowes, but that's the only guy that you can even discuss right now that's making a statement for the Canids.
Venom Zero, where you at? Where's the lethal protector, man? Venom needs to wake up. Poke the symbiote, do something. 1 in 5 ain't gonna cut it. Zera been so damn hot yesterday. Started off a great couple of fights on that AWP, but like, I mean, you even saw it. This is a very easy shot there inside of E-Box if we're gonna, you know, start to nitpick the little things and see what they can tell us. PKL is going to be far away here from middle, is going to be hearing just the poking and prodding of the Red Canids.
He talked about how he's been exposed a couple of times by Kawa, so maybe a little bit less interested in that fight, but he turns the corner, gets vision, and I can't believe he commits to another swing off that after getting that information. Drop will tell him why that's a problem and why that was a mistake. New game going to work from a 4-on-5 once more.
There's Venom Zera. It's a really big kill onto Lucas. It was Hards Out that gave them this entire problem last time. So tucks right into the stage. That fire will push him right to get into the limelight, but it's one and then done. This should be the cage shut on this round, and Red Candids can go ahead and wrestle for a second.
Yeah, critical kill by Venom Zera. But even beyond that, Drop getting the most important frag of the round, handling PKL, but then further confirming on the Hards Out, getting the trade frag. Confirms Red Canids a victory. And what feels like the first, real round victory. I know, they had one previous, but this one, statement made. It's been only success, really, for Red Canids has been through mid-control. And I have to say, mostly because PKL has been basically nothing at all in that area. Not been able to hold out too much. And if he's going to take those fights, he needs to be winning them a little bit more often. That's certainly a little bit of a weakness that I think Red Canids can currently take advantage of.
Yeah, certainly so. You can cut your losses here, and, it may just take you a little bit to get in order. I think that's, a good symptom to, actually get the temperature measure of early, right? I mean, it's this Anubis that is going to be, particularly, I think, just actually a bit of a curveball beginning of this one. I think where this has gone, it's been some questionable threats here by Red Canids. But look, an entry like that, pacing like that, this is new energy. This tells me that they are starting to step up in this confidence department. Zerba is going to have to go back and try and tuck tail, because this is the A site that's going to be crunched. And right here at Heaven, you're now dropping to the back of King. You are about to be lit up like a candle. It is about to go down on this site. Am I wrong? Is Zebra trying to put this back in the way? It is just one before Zerba goes down, and a site put on lock.
Maybe a little bit of a recovery. Lucas comes back in, and he's got Hards Out for some support. A little bit more utility gathered up from PKL's body. They know where Detroit's located. Red Canids know, but Cold Zera's got the look and the frag onto the re-entry through camera. That might be enough to ward them off. Bomb halfway ticked, but they still look to move forward. A little late for this, in my opinion, without a kit.
Certainly.
I think that they've just realized that is the case. A brilliant effort by Zariba, but it just doesn't work out so well. There's too many angles to deal with far too much information that Red Canids had.
I think they're back on, Vincent. Red Canids get a third, and I think in that fashion, they're going to start to find a little bit of their swagger back, so to speak. Through these 8 rounds, they are popping off a struggle bus. I think I start to see into a quick timeout. PKL and co, who are, as Hayes said, they don't want the Cinderella story to end. This has been their run, and currently playing with the house money. It's Danny Ocean on the other side that's trying to see what's in that vault.
I do think that they really need to handle this PKL issue at mid. This is a constant problem right now, and that's the thing that's kind of holding me back from calling this a recovery for Red Canids right now. Because for me, they found one thing that works, and it's not that it's working so well. It's that 2Game are weak in this area. So I want to see a reaction from 2Game in the next gun round. But for now, they're just going to keep what they've got. These saved weapons. To be fair, it's probably on the best 2 individuals to wield them. Let's see where Detroit can go. It looks like he's towards B. Might be another E-box swing. but it's actually looking like Main. Smoke stalls him out. He's going to sit at pizza for now.
I mean, 2-game with the players that they do have. I'm staring at the minimap, wondering if they're about to flash through B. The bird's eye view I have, that's exactly what information you would want them to find out right now. There's nobody within motion. They're actually going on this investigation quite slowly. It's going to be a little bit of help pulled back to A. Right here, it's going to have to be all on the shoulders of the 2 waiting members, and just one of them has a rifle. Thankfully, Hardzao has been the sharpest member of 2-game today. But, oh, he's getting tempted right by the smoke. What can he see above it? And if he can stand, oh my gosh, that is just disgusting out of drop, outplayed. And there is the premium rifle dropped into this bomb site. I mean, Detroit J is back for this to cause a problem. It has gotten Cowas out of this. Detroit J continues to shake the tree. And there you get a couple of more peaches down. Vincent, this is going to be a bit of an issue if he can beat them back to the bomb site.
Well, it's not he who's beat them, but recovery. These 2 pistols, the USPs, have arrived on the scene. Detroit coming in later, but they're not going to expect Luke as a second guy? No way, surely not. And Lucas stays alive. Now Detroit arrives. Coldzera needs a 1v3. He's already taken the first, but the bomb, it's a recovery mission that he has just completed.
Get this down. How can he finish this mission to go? Stays on the Glock. Wants to go to the Golden Eye. He's doubting himself right now. Switches to the AK. This is more like it. Throwing it back. Has to go very, very close. Go this to the cold 0 days before. Let's see a close quarters clutch on the site. That feels good. He's got it down to a 1v1 now, and Marcelo David could potentially light the match here for Red Candids. He does. It's a 1v2, won by the Opper, and he even recovers his crown jewel.
Yeah, missed shot from Detroit there. He makes that round possible, but unfortunately is the one that he needs to convert the round that misses the mark.
See that smile on his face? You see that?
He's
loving
loving it.
See that.
It's beautiful times, and it's Coldzera who yesterday won on both map 1 and map 2, Train and in Mirage, won some crucial clutches to keep Red Canids in the winning column to continue. This time, it's to bounce back. They make that victory sing in their favor. Unfortunately for Detroit, there's no big green on the other side. Coldzera might have recovered his, but there's no recovery, no cash to reinvest for 2-game.
A couple of steps they need to take inside of A main, and look at how they just get put in their place. It's Venom Zera that absolutely melts them. PKL runs in, but what can you actually do to prevent this? Venom Zera is going to be quite low. Drop right beside him. Thankfully, there is a bit of a rhythm to this that is finally stopped up. Right now, there's a flat track out here for 2-game to pick up the beat, and they stay so quiet. Hardzao gets a really big kill, and Lucas goes again. Can Lucas get a second? Has done his job necessary to drop low HP, but Ponter connects and predicts the swing out of Broken. 2-game's chances in this round are the same.
Yeah, heroic attempt there by Lucas, who, is hoping that PKL can swing off of his contact. The problem is that there's good utility. The Molotov refreshed at Broken Wall means that PKL is in no position to do that. And even though he commits to the swing, he doesn't want to let his teammate die for free. It doesn't matter. If he wasn't going to go down to the bullets flying at him, it would have been the fire underneath him moments later. It's bad news for 2-game as Red Canids. It's a clear recovery. I said I wasn't ready a couple of rounds ago. Well, are absolutely back in business. It's the individuals, right, that are starting to actually have these big impact moments. The way that they're working that, it's a dynamic duo. We saw that yesterday with the entry prowess as well. Think about Mirage, where Cole's been throwing those flashes to get Venom Zera into good positions and taking map control. He gets a double in that case towards main. That's just how incredible they've been together as a little bit of a duo. Red Canids, a slow start, but a recovery already here.
It just took the first 10 rounds, I think, of this first half to sort of, I think break the spirit of 2Game. This is the energy that they pushed all the way to this semifinal that, I mean, if they're going to win it, it's likely going to take another 3-mapper. And then they're going to have to go to a grand finals after that. Is there enough in the tank for 2Game in general? I think that's what Red Canids have going for them as well, is a clean process that it's gone to maneuver in 2 in a row for Venom Zera. It is A main, his wheelhouse at the moment, and he's on this damn T side.
I mean, look at it again, man. It's the same setup. It's the same situation. A little bit of waiting, a little bit of patience there for Red Canids. They wait for, I think, slight contact, maybe an audio cue, and then it's Cold Zera tossing the flashbang. Venom Zera in for the double kill because of it. Both of those guys blinded as they're trying to make a move into A main. It's brutal, but it's a repeat. You look at it the same way both rounds. Red Canids making 2Game look silly. I think realistically, you might hope to hang on to Kevlar at the very least. That's easier said than done, though. Already a big investigation. Cal is holding the escape path Detroit's currently on.
Essentially how things were meant to be. How they should go today. How the expectations were met. 5-1 start turned into a 6-5 going into round 12, Vinny. I think the wind is blowing in a certain direction. Unfortunately, 2Game are going the other way.
One last chance to make this a little bit closer. To be fair to 2Game, this CT side's already good. But it's the fashion in which it has fizzled out that gives more credit over to Red Canids than to 2Game themselves. Been talking about this in the context of, you know, how Red Canids have been playing more so than what 2Game have been doing, and that should tell you all you need to know, Mark.
Should. It's a call out here from Drop and the boys. Big
Nice
nade
nade.
onto the feet of Hardzal. Not so cold anymore, hopefully. When pushed back is a good smoke that at a minute mark is going to cloak the vision out here from the rest of E-Box. Venom Zera plays dodgeball outside of A as well. Rather, that's Detroit. Fonter outside of this, they're trying to probe. And for here, it's, I mean, back to the A site. In a last stabbed grab, I was ready for them to prompt up through a probably majority E-Box go, fade after the smoke, and then just pop in. This might be one of the harder sets about this, but it just goes to the timing which 2Game go. Detroit is so close, and you have both players here on this row, a smoke that's going to refresh, and they have to ignore this. They can't give it the respect that it probably deserves. They have to make this happen. They're ready for it. Their timing is better than 2Games. Right back on it. But that timing, it may expire. Cold Zera misses an op shot, and now PKL gets to go picking. There it goes back. It's Raba's back in his face and dropping the immediate kill, but he gets put back into his own grave. Gotta wait to all the way go. It's through camera, and right now Cold Zera looking through the lens has an easy shot onto Lucas, and it's gotta come from somewhere else. What are we waiting for? Oh, so long. It's Detroit J that's literally gonna have to reach to the bottom of the bin, and that's not happening today. Cards out. He's gonna speed it up right here to go, Vincent, but even in his greatest imaginations, can he even get this done? He's played with, he's denied. It's Cold Zera that will put up a 7-5.
Man, it's low-key some unlucky timing there for 2Game, because what happens is at the 45-second mark, they do what they've been doing a little later than they had previously. It's PKL and Zariba who are trying to re-clear a main that are just getting some information in that area of the map. They drop a smoke, and so then they look to re-clear mid and take a fight towards mid. The issue is that that's right when Red Canids are starting to scale, and it's really quiet. They just play out the smoke fade. They don't really throw any scaling utility. There's no flashes to give them an inclination. And so Detroit, rather than seeing nothing mid and then looking towards A, instead, they don't have any information at B. So he's looking to lean B instead of leaning towards A. And that's ultimately what puts 2Game off kilter and makes Red Canids attack just that little bit more effective. A really insane recovery, all things considered. In 2Game, it might have started well, but Red Canids, they finished strong.
Got to barely play on that offense of Train yesterday. Had it all on the CT side. And with that to go, I think they are going to be oh so confident working these pistols. Yesterday, it was Venom Zera that literally had 9 frags in those pistol rounds. Well, here goes Drop. Today may be his day. He's got those dualies in hand, and he's picked up those first in the middle, trying to give him trouble. Flash that he's going to avoid. He's perfect for this, and it's going to be a long labored spray. Tough to go.
Sometimes the dualies just get away from you. That's one of those moments for Drop. Still, he does his job, gets the openers. Cold Zero is so deep. He's in the rug right now. Zariba's kind of looking for this. They definitely know that this is possible, but knowing and stopping it and having the understanding that he's going to be so deep, those are all different things. Missed the timing, though, has called, unless they go back. Hold on a moment. Go back, they do, and Cold Zera dinked but hits the shot. Now, he just has to survive. Look, time is still ticking. Cold Zera, if he can buy more time, this is also valuable.
It's crazy. Imagine clearing that deep into T-spawn at 35 seconds to go, and practically just holding their hands and laughing right back at you. Ponter is going to sprint back in this direction. All he's got to play is keep away, fading away. He's got a great shot. Why not just go for the flashy play? Flashed himself in, and PKL sprints right to his death. It is Red Canids who go into the second half sprinting.
You might be asking the question, well, Cold Zero, he's so deep, like, why he's so alone? Why is he there? What value does that bring? Well, the answer is that Red Canids can now be anywhere on the map. After they finally killed Cold Zero, who got his one, by the way, they have no information, no map control. The rest of Red Canids could have been anywhere else on that map, and you could see they just had to commit to a sprint up mid, hope and pray that there's no one there. Well, the problem is there was, and well, Red Canids take full advantage. Ponter with the closer. And a clean one at that. Maybe you can give me an inkling, Mark. Yeah, I haven't gotten to see too many of these 2-game
I inkling myself, yes. I have many inklings.
Games. Are they normally a full save team?
Yeah, they are. They're kind of
Alrighty.
the opposite, where we were seeing the energy from
Crew.
go yesterday. And I gotta ask you, Vinny, you know, I don't know if it's check the air quality with Zywoo. Are we expecting to reversive to come out? Like, is the moon full for the werewolf to go on his rampage like he did in his series versus PL all the way down? Or
I'm
is it a different kind of day? LP, excuse me.
I'm done making any sort of statements
Make a
about
prediction
Crew.
right now.
No.
Do it.
You can't make me.
You know who always forces me to make predictions and I love him for it? CMD.
This is true.
Hopefully they're watching. Oh, Cold Zero, you dirty dog.
Oh, little goofball.
Whoopsie-daisy.
Lost the gun.
Whoops.
A little oopsie. All good.
Yeah, Zola and CMD love themselves a prediction.
It's
And
true.
honestly, And I like hope that Hayes is having the same experience right now with us just like having a blast. I love working with them and being the analyst. It's one of the funniest duos I've worked with.
A bunch of goofs that are having a good time. We're having a good time here as well. Some may describe us as that.
I just like put the gun to Hayes' head right now. I'm like, are you having a good time? He's like, yes, I am.
Yes, don't hurt me, please. A little slower round here for 2Game. It's the first gun round for them of this half, so let's take some time to talk about it. This is something that I think that they're pretty good at, right? This is where I think your praises towards PKL are somewhat justified. I think they have a pretty good default, and that is El Clasico on a map like this. But it's going to be tough with Red Canids playing so hot now. They've certainly warmed up into this game.
Disappointed they got nobody out here to frag.
Oh, that B information's perfectly timed.
Yeah, that's all the better notion for them. Venom Zera going to be up and knowing what's to come. If there's any person that is not to tussle with inside of this game main, it is Venom Zera, and for damn good reason, but it has to go from somewhere. It is engineered by Drop on the CT side, and unfortunately, you're going to be without him within this post plant, within the retake now. It is Cold Zera that remains to fade, and right now sticks out like a sore thumb. It is Lucas that will just batten the hatches. Ponter will stay away and play the exits, while Kawa saves the prime rifle. 2Game, they got a bit of push here on this T side.
You know, I think that for me, Red Canids did everything right up until the point where they're flashing into A main. You know that they're A. You don't have any mid control, but you know they damn well aren't B, and that they're not in they're not in Canal. So I think that, you know, Red Canids, I don't think they had really any utility to like stall that, but if they could have played hard to get rather than taking a fight, that would have slowed 2Game down, allowed for the rotations to get into position as opposed to them speeding things up, because they were in position. 2Game push that to the limit as soon as Red Canids take the initiative. Red Canids, who take the tack off the back of that, they led the charge here in the second half, but the bad news is that their money doesn't tell that same story. A couple of saves, but honestly and truthfully, I don't really know they're going to be all that great. They'll get a buy, but it's going to be lacking a lot of the pieces that you would have hoped to see, namely in the utility belt.
Hey, Vincent.
Hey, Mark.
9-6, gun to your head. Which way is this going? We think 2Game can continue to roll?
No, I think Red Canids gonna have this one.
Oh, you're no fun. Oh, you're no fun. Drop running it out. I love the energy of this. If this is going to be the exciting start that we are looking for, Detroit J can't finish the job. This has multiple parts to this. Barrel sticking out, but the FAMAS has bite. PKL and Hardzao gotta find the energy that they mustered up at the start of this Anubis. Specifically, this one man, he can't see an elbow, and he is denied everything.
A half-hearted clear will give you basically nothing there. Lots of little layers to this Red Canids attack. Missed the mark, I think, on a molly. I presume it was supposed to be there for basket, but either way, the flashbang's very good. Supportive utility, not just from A, but from also middle. Hold on a moment. PKL is on 3 HP. He does have the bomb, and he does have a bit of utility. Talking about the layers of Red Canids' crunch towards Canal might not be so relevant if they don't win the round. Scary spot for Cold Zero to be as well. I mean, this is a strong position, but because of that, it's usually going to be like hard cleared.
20 seconds left. He can't just be staring into the corner. He's going to be able to check it and go. Almost in a scary seat. But as we saw earlier on this B site, when it comes to cold, close range, on those angles, he is going to bring that temperature down in a beautiful manner. Red Candids, they sit comfortably in any climate. They have 10 rounds.
Yeah, it's a massive round to win because it's such a frustrating reset moment for 2Game. They won that last round, but then they lose the next one. They're going to force Detroit into an AK, but everyone else's pistols, armor really not there either, except on the hard zone. I'm not so loving this slower approach on a round like this one. Presumably, just going to group to mid and try to use the one flashbang that they have to overwhelm the mid player, split towards A. It's kind of the vibe that I was getting. Problem is there's now 2 mid players, Mark.
Better than one. Especially against these pistols, and now they're going to get to go. Brought right to coldzera, and he is going to share them between drop. Hey, you ever hear the old saying, when mom's happy, is everybody happy? Got to keep the IGL fed, and we're going to keep getting those good calls, Vinny.
Fair enough. Got to be something to that.
When production's happy, everybody's happy. When my analyst is happy, everybody's happy. When Vincent is happy, everyone's happy. Oh? No funny business here. No funny business here. Get that MP9 in a place it shouldn't go. Pontor gets that done, and he even rubs a little bit of salt in the wound. Red Canids, they are going to be trotting along. It's 11 rounds that they have here on this Anubis, and I think we've been following the script for some time now. This is how we really expected this one to go. I think in that full sale, the energy for 2Game hasn't been there for a while.
No, it certainly hasn't. And to be honest, that round really just, its sole purpose was a AK delivery service. That's the only thing that really came to pass because of it. This is where they maybe speed things up. Back to B, it seems. Flash to get Hardzao into an early fight that needs not as juicy as I thought it would be. In fact, the other direction's even better. B doesn't work out so well. Maybe go towards mid. That's the plan. coldzera low HP. On a nice angle, but Hardzao susses it out.
Venom back right where he needs to be, behind this pillar with this AK locked and loaded. Spoke about this was his wheelhouse on the T side. Getting warmed up for a route like this, and warmed too high. Up on the charts. It's Cowes that will get this down. Hardzao will continue to roll. Smoke 2 members right out of their bounds. It is 2Game that will continue to go and thrive right back at the Red Candids. They have 7 still on this T side.
Yeah, a little something here, a little something there, and the recovery, too, from a 3-on-4 mid, or rather the B attack that they started off that round with doesn't go very well. They do some big damage, though, to coldzera, and it pays off as they try and claw back mid control. Great Molotov in Detroit, trades himself out from the grave to put Hardzao into the 1v2, the clutch that he's comfy in, it seems. Red Canids take their final tack, actually. Talking about getting the coach on the mic, well, that's the final time until overtime. They will get that chance. And the money is a little bit complex here for them. 3 rifles, but coldzera lacking, drop the same. The belts of utility even more limited than they have been in some of the previous rounds.
Up next is that Mirage, which I think for Red Candids is about as guaranteed as anything to go right here. A 13-7 they had just last night over Bounty Hunters. It makes that their second win in a row on Mirage in the playoffs, and I think they would like to sign up for a third here, but got to put the finishing details on this Anubis. Just saw Hardzal, get his first big round, I think, since literally the first 5. I don't know if that's too big of a concern, but hey, just takes one to get this going.
I think the real concern here is that all of the win conditions for 2-game are actually being filled in right now, and they're still losing this map. That's the real concern. So we need to see a little bit more mid protocols being filled right now. 2-game. I'm gonna toss utility to press into mid even further. This is all going to go to B, though. Maybe a little bit of surprise, actually. It's a nasty smoke at 30 seconds, but it also means that the CTs aren't going to be able to clear it.
They're crunching right down on this bomb site. This is going to be devious. Here to take the eyes away. It's Ponter that will now just see into it. This 5-7 is going to have to deadlift everything coming out of this side, and it is going to be an 8th thrown up by Detroit & Co. This is a great end around. The highest rated player out of their win on Anubis previously, Detroit J, has a great timing around with Lucas and the rest of the business. They've got 8 rounds here, Vincent, at a point where it is Red Candidates to kind of, hit the bottom of the barrel economically.
I really think that this is a great call from PKL. I think he deserves a lot of credit in this round, Marky. It's about understanding rather that the buy is probably not ideal for Red Canids. In addition to that, when they don't meet any resistance at mid, nobody's checking for information, nobody's looking for anything, they kind of recognize that, hey, we could go for something a little bit cheekier. That B wrap is not something that is always going to be effective, but it is effective when the CTs don't have utility to fight for space, and they are also really passive on the B side. So I think it was a great call from PKL. It's something that 2-game pull out there that doesn't really rely on any individual prowess either, which is, good news, I think. Them, they start to close the distance a little bit more. Still 3 rounds the deficit, but knock on wood, this one should be one of the easier.
Oh boy.
That flash does nothing but blind Venom 0. That was the team flash, just by the way.
Agent Flash Thompson, Venom would have dodged that, I hear.
Yeah.
Does happen to move around like that. It'll be a 9th as easily drawn up by PKL and the boys. Easy bomb plant and, a great line to stand on. Win or lose right now for 2-game is that Lucas is activated, and that was a big question coming into this. He's a big part of the reason why this is been, rubbing back and forth for so long, and B is the reason, alongside Hardzal's clutch, why there's so much energy in this trio of fraggers right now.
Yeah, Detroit really lights out at the very beginning of this map, has cooled off significantly, but Hardzal heating up as you go, and it's Lucas. It's been these big moments, right? When 2-game are winning rounds, it's because Lucas is getting like a double kill, not really because it's like these crazy triple kills or anything like that. He's not taking over the game, but he is a critical piece to every round victory, it seems, for 2-game. Kittens might need to start getting not worried, but concerned. This gap's closing and fast. It's been a while since we've seen an AWP in anyone's hands, Detroit included, which I think is problematic. It's part of the reason he's cooled off. It's fast towards B. What a ballsy call from PKL, and it's working out wonderfully. Hardzal and Detroit both get entries and call it off, wrap it up, because this is Red Canids that's looking to save.
You know what that hit tells me? You know what it says straight up? This is our house right now. We're not going to let you absolutely push us out of it. 2 games map pick is going to continue to age like fine wine right now. They get double digits and are just one away from pulling alongside the Red Candids on this route and driving alongside till somebody gets pushed off this road.
You think they're playing like Flow Rida in the 2-game
Yes,
facility?
I do actually.
Okay. I mean, banger song to be fair. So I understand. This is indeed their house.
I know you're gonna name drop like that.
Of course. It isn't my usual though. I'll give you that. You got to keep you on your toes. And just 2 saves, even with the loss bonus, they're gonna buy, but it's not the ideal amount of saved weapons. They still do very well, considering that fact. And get pretty much everything except for that op that they could want. Ooh, a little traffic jam there in middle. Miscommunication. Things getting tighter, and the longer we go, the more off kilter Red Canids are on the CT side. But I don't really want to take anything away from 2-game. I think they've called a really good T side in general. It started off a little bit slow, but these last 5 rounds I've been very impressed with. I think it's important, Mark. I think that 2-game need to win this Anubis if they're going to have any chance in the series. So,
yeah, that Mirage is as guaranteed as it will go. And the only question here is, why they're picking into Nuke instead of Inferno. And even, that Inferno beginning of the series where, I mean, it's a Mirage that's automatic. I think the way that they're playing, yesterday would suggest that. I mean, that's going to be exactly a layup for them. So, see how exactly they finish at the net right now. That's going to be going a bit deeper in middle, Vincent, and I think this is just a tease.
About to say, look at how much space Red Canids are giving, but I like this reaction. As soon as they see utility, they flood into the same area, and they look to retake it. I love this protocol. This is really nice stuff. A great adjustment for Red Canids off the back of that 2-game round where they were able to wrap towards B. That's lovely.
Double entry on the menu, and it is ordered right to the table. Hardzow gets that done on the SMG, and Red Canids, they just can't help themselves. They go right close to the smoke. Cold Zera has got to make the hard call. As you said yesterday, to praise him during the clutch, Vincent, praise for his decision-making. This better be the right one, and it is. To get these 3 rifles out, that's the first step into the positive. Here 2-game, they got to get on their camouflage and get on the hunt right now. This could be valuable time to get the rifles out of the Red Canids' hands. They're on the way.
I don't even know why we're sticking around to fight that at all, really. I think more because there's nowhere to go. But like you said, Red Canids are under fire, under pressure. Tough setup, but Hardzow picks one out. Detroit grabs another. Every single one of those lost weapons is valuable. 2-game could afford any amount of losses. Red Canids truly could not afford any.
$23 rounds, 11-11. The better wish may come from PKL, because with that house money and everything being shaken down, that was the theme coming in on one side of the ring here and out of their corner. I mean, this might as well be round 5 of our title fight. The way this map has gone, been put all the way to the end, might not be belt holder at the moment. Red Canids to hold on to this 12th. They look so irritated right now. Can't decide where this next halt is going to come from. And 2-game get to play with exactly where they want the rock to go.
Game have all the pieces you would like in position, and with Hardzow getting that kill onto B, it's going to cause at least 1 rotation. That's the mid presence gone. Going to press on to A.
And this is just with the individuals. This is saying go fish outside A main, and they have pulled a great white. It's a 12th that here falls into the hands of 2-game. coldzera gets to find the bug outside of B. Listening on the mic, tapping on the wire. They had this one figured out. The Troy J, he is going to put in the digits, and there is two game finding map point on their selection.
Flurry of snowballs thrown at this game, and it might be hot on the map, but look at the back and forth. 2-game rocket ship of a start they get off to on the CT side, and Red Canids bounce back with near 7 straight. And they continue that into the second half, bounce up to 11 rounds. This 2-game struggling to find anything back-to-back.
Ooh, coldzera gets a good couple on the hunt, but this is paying off, even if they get 1 kill. Yeah, maybe boost the HLTV rating. That will bring a bit more joy to your face. I like that. This is a free-falling spirit that is falling out of this first map. Red Canids have every reason to feel this one pressed up all the way to the wall. Physically, you're here now, but I think you were feeling this at the back of your throat for a while. The choke is now on. This could be 2-game finishing quick, but look, man, there is plenty of time for a Heimlich in this series. If you can't finish the first map, it is Mirage that is home turf for Red Canids, and that Nuke has been so kind to them in Series 1.
Detroit, guess what he's got? First time that he's had it up, I think, basically all T-side, actually. Hanging, waiting for Drop to continue to press onto this aggression into A main. A lot of utility being put into place just to ward this back, and now a flash to help Zariba.
Ooh.
Deadly shot.
Huge. I mean, that's venomzera in essence clearing out A main, except Shu on the other foot now. You get both on the path at this moment. PKL, we talk about him with so much experience and same coordination as coldzera. This man has not gone as far on the international stage, but has made it. Qualified for majors with pain. Here with enough experience to make the hard call. This is 24 rounds and where it's the toughest. So has his team been. 3 maps it's taken every single series to qualify for a semifinal. 2-game don't like it easy. And here it feels like this A main wrap is too much. In through the camera, venomzera has been so automatic in this series, but it is too far gone. Responsible for the engineering of this round is PKL, and he's the reason why they have the entries down. But on this other side, they are waiting for it like a tripwire. Red Canids have fallen over themselves. 2-game has gotten the first map in this series. It better be the best on Mirage and Nuke back-to-back if Red Canids to go to a final. Because right now, it looks like their order has been spoiled. Cowes pulling out a miracle. Can this come further out of the hat? It will be denied. 13-11, 2-game complete, their map pick.
And a 13-11 comeback, man. What an incredible performance from 2-game. The calling was sublime, and PKL been showing up in a big way. A big moment for them. But you know what? I think we got Hayes to talk things over about how 2-game were able to pull this thing off.
Well, I must say I'm just massively impressed by the comeback ability of this 2-game roster, because I was hosting / analyzing their game yesterday against LP. They were down 9-0 on Inferno, and they were down 3-11 at one point on that map. They came back and they won that map 13-11. Here they were down, they lost 9 rounds in a row, down 9-6 or down 9-5 at that point, down 10-6 afterwards, 11-6 even I think it was. And they still just maintain that belief. They never give up. They never throw in the towel. They stick to their systems and the protocols. And again, they're able to make a ridiculous comeback happen, despite coldzera winning a sick clutch, despite how good Red Canids were for such a big portion of the game. So let's try and draw this one back to the beginning, and we can work our way through to the end of the map and kind of how we got to this ridiculous comeback. So 2Game came out the gate swinging. It was a good, strong start for them on their CT side. And I was thinking, damn, are they just going to run away with the game? The issue is that they kept doing the same things that were working for them off the back of that strong 4-0, 5-1 start. They never really reinvented themselves and brought anything fresh to the table. Red Cannons were able to figure out 2Game are just playing the extremities of the map. They're just trying to fight E-box, B main, and A main. There was only one player middle in all these rounds for the CT side, and he was always really far back. It was PKL. Now, the 3 rounds Red Cannons win to open up their accounts on the T side are off the back of them fragging PKL in middle. He was the opening death in all 3 rounds of the first 3 rounds that Red Cannons won. So that was a huge issue that Red Cannons were just exploiting 2Game in middle. And that's how they really kickstarted their engine, was just by pushing their way into middle, finding that kill, and then working the map with the numerical advantage from there. And 2Game never really got ahead of that. They didn't really adapt and adjust too much in the first half. So Red Cannons kind of just figured out where that weakness and deficiency was, and then they just started to exploit it handsomely. And then they just started to get the ball rolling. It's a really well-rounded performance from Red Cannons in the first half here with the comeback as well. It's just everybody who's contributing, everybody that's chiming in, making it happen. Yeah, there was some mistakes there from 2Game as well that kind of cost them in the first half. They felt like the wheels were kind of coming off at this point. 7 rounds in a row for Red, 6 rounds in a row for Red Cannons at that point. Now going into the second half, win a convincing pistol round, and they're really just surging ahead at this point. And it's looking like they're kind of just on course to finish off the job, go up 1-0 on their opponent's map pick. But I guess that LP were thinking the same thing against 2Game yesterday when they were up 9-0 and 11-3, but this 2Game team just has a never say die attitude. So this is where the game really starts to kind of turn around, and we start to see 2Game coming back into the matchup. It was really good calling from PKL, I must say. I was really impressed by the decision-making from PKL. They were happy to just take their time, kind of default out the start of the round, and the way they were working, they were quite happy to make late decisions in terms of pivoting away from bomb sites. They were quite malleable in that regard. Not like they were hard set on committing to the plan from spawn. They were able to shift and shape themselves kind of depending on what opportunities presented themselves. So I think they made some really good decision-making without any hesitation. That was key on the T side. There were some really nice pace changes factored into it. This was actually one of the rounds where they're down 11-7, vital gun round. Lose that round, probably just lose the map, but they still have the confidence to go for that fast-paced play into the B bomb side. And then you could see Red Cannons start to get scared. They start to sweat bullets. I mean, to their credit, they do still kind of try and play on the front foot, but they felt like they were always going to lose to the comeback here. I don't know, man. 2Game just looked really convincing, just really strong in these gunfights as well. I mean, I was questioning Lucas and saying, I think he might be the one to be exploited here on 2Game, and he completely shut me up in this map. He had such important rounds, really consistent, impactful frags coming through from Lucas of utmost importance. And then you have a look at players like Venom Zero and Ponta. I mean, Venom Zero, we just couldn't stop singing his praises in the pregame. Him and Ponta just absolutely disappeared in the second half, guys. I think they got like 4 or 5 kills between the two of them throughout the rest of that second half. So just not good enough, I'm afraid. And Red Cannons, well, they're on the brink of just losing the series now. I mean, I know we go to their map pick next, and we're expecting good things from them on Mirage. I know 2Game aren't really proficient on the map, so I mean, I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but just really not a great look at all for Red Cannons with the way that they fall apart there on Anubis as the favorites after having been up as convincingly as they were after we've been saying it's their tournament to lose here at this point. Now, if they lose this next map, they're eliminated. Maybe the miracle run will continue. Who knows? We're going to take a short break here, guys. When we come back, we'll jump into Mirage, and we'll wait and see if Red Cannons can fight back. Well, honestly, I thought it would be the three of us here to break down the success from Red Cannons on Anubis and talk about how they're perfectly lined up for the 2-0 now going into their pick of Mirage. But 2Game have done it again. I don't know how many rabbits are inside of this hat. It's like a bottomless pit of rabbits. They just keep pulling these rabbits out, Vincent. They've done it again with the crazy comeback, and they're one map away from the grand final.
Yeah, and listen, man, I think that you certainly gotta give some praise over to how they made that happen, because there is two sides to every coin, and I do think that there was a big drop off. You were highlighting, some individuals like Ponter and Venom Zera who were entirely missing on the second half. But man, I was such a big fan of what PKL was calling. I think that on an individual level, we like all of the big pieces that were required were there. And dude, it was Detroit even on the rifle that was like very good, was getting openings even towards that B side. I was very impressed. That being said, I think the series is not over, and I think that we're likely going to see a nuke, because 2Game on Mirage not been great. They lost it both times they played it here, and in addition to that, they did lose it against Red Canids in a game just this past May. So I think that this is likely to be a Red Canids Mirage.
Yeah, we got to kind of like temper expectations, because it's all good and well saying, damn, 2Game, one map away from the finals, but they have to play Mirage and then Nuke, which are two still very good maps for Red Canids. Mark, I mean, professionals are very good at kind of resetting between maps, and obviously it sucks with the way they fell apart, but they will be focused up now going into their map pick. They know they've got Nuke kind of as that insurance policy as a third, so how realistic is the win here for 2Game, even with them being up 1-0?
In 2-0 fashion, I don't think it's very likely. I think that it's going to be, the same for them in terms of the consistency, which I actually think is better for them. If all these series are to, have to go to a third map for them, then potentially the energy of where we go and exit this Mirage is, kind of all depending, I think, for me, as to where we're going to point in this third to go. Because even PKL, I feel like with the calling on the back end of that Anubis, I feel like really, like Vincent mentioned, deserve the praise that we gave it. That could potentially be a place that Nuke T-side for him to step up. But like, I'm already looking an entire map in the future, right? I feel like for me to like push past this Mirage for, that to not even be a concern. I think, like you're saying, professionals can't go ahead and reset between these maps, but I don't know if it's the professionals in those 2Games jerseys here. I feel like coldzera and co could be ripping so hot into this Mirage that coming out of it, there may not just be a full chance for that third map.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering how much what happened on Anubis is going to bleed into Mirage here for this Red Canids team. I mean, they've obviously made some recent roster changes as well, so, maybe they don't kind of have that unification that they need to put that behind them and focus up once again. But we're not going to have to wait much longer to find out exactly what Mirage has in store for us. We're going to jump into that second map of the semi and see what is going to go down.
Yeah, let's get things moving. And you know what, Mark? Listen, talking about Red Canids and whether or not they can bounce back, I don't think that's a question for me, man. Like, you have coldzera, Drop, Kawaz, and Ponter, all incredibly experienced individuals. Ponter maybe slightly less so, but...
And we can see their faces now. I like that. Got him up, down, into the site. Venom Zera, gonna need him on these pistols. He's been taken out straight away. Here goes Hardzal to be trickling in a rotation, and the only man that can stop them, Red Canids. This is poetic in this pistol for the energy of our expectations to go in this second map. Hardzal is going to have to skate uphill right now. Just not going to happen against Ponter. Red Canids breeze by this pistol and put one in their pocket.
Yeah, it seems pretty simple when you put it out like that. Good flashbangs that were very effective at getting them into that site. And there it is. We got through the entire first map without one of these. We were sort of due, weren't we?
We were.
Long time
South
CCT.
American shenanigans. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Nobody's DC'd, though. And the beat has just gone off. We are back into this thing.
That's good stuff. Those are the tech pauses I'm down for.
Oh, yeah.
No, I do think there was a conversation about, like, the consistency of this 2-game roster, and those are certainly valid. Man, I was impressed with how they handled themselves on Anubis. Got a force buy in 2-game. You were saying this is maybe a little bit more of a rare sight.
I think so. And I think even I prefer the attempt more on Mirage than anything else. And I think it's just for the matter of trying to, pick up this second round and, sort of steal a bit of the mojo at the beginning of this Mirage from the Canids. These Galils are investigating into the apartments right here. And look, I am going to fret. I mean, they're not going to be seeing in a MAC-10 to investigate, but they're not exactly going to be walking into the stack on B either. It's just where you take that to go. Big dink that comes back to Cowes. 2 games still sit without a casualty.
A slow pace. We just passed the 1 minute mark. Red Canids investigative towards middle, but now they regroup. Leave just Cowes there. Drop, excuse me.
Oof. Hearts out. May just slip this gap perfectly. Spam to try and get that back on to the bench. Drop will be occupied here. May not actually have to finish these fights. 5-7 going to attempt to turn them into mincemeat, but they pass right by the blade. It is Detroit J to sprint in. He's the next hand. And to the empty pillar, he will stand. We'll see if this actually gets to go right now. Nobody within a shouting distance. This is just Detroit J who's gotten this first. It's going to have to be so potent on these pistols, and it is. 2 immediately to begin. And coldzera and Venom will just watch out. PKL remains alone. A decent amount to bite back on this pistol. But it's 2 bodies, and put together, it'll be an okay result for 2 game, but ultimately a loss, and one that Red Canids will be fine putting out 2 casualties for.
Yeah, a truly valiant effort when you're talking about Detroit there on the back of empty, though.
Yeah.
2 kills with the 570 buys so much time for the return. The problem is that Drop is doing his job very efficiently with handling any mid presence and making it impossible for the rest of 2 game to scale back towards the catwalk. That's exactly his role within this round. PKL looks like he'll keep this MP9.
Terrorists win.
I guess that's a little something to play with. Over to the next round. Otherwise, though, I think it's going to be near full save for the 2 game side of the equation. Red Canids, careful and methodical. Round 2 leads them to a second victory.
Not exactly the force, but the half buy to 2K. Half of what they can go ahead and deal out. Maybe just a upgrade pistol or 2. Not too far down the tally than they currently were just standing. Poncer gives this the look into the bomb site. And it's slow and steady. Red Canids are just trying to turn this along. And there goes that Molotov out of the bomb holder's hands. There's 3 players to join him there on B.
Yeah, it's only 1 man in defense, and Thuriba's already burning. Still gets 1. Surprising.
Yeah, finally traded. But enough time that he has waited. Hearts out with his CZ. He's going to try and do it himself. Not helping the CZ crew with that one. He goes down with nothing. 5-7 gang will continue to win. These Deagles, though, are in a class of their own. We know that damn well. Luke is going to try and hike this about out of the door and just has to hammer in onto Cowes. Drop doesn't quite have the angle for this immediately, but I don't think anybody's panicking. Not quite yet. Nothing has been quite tapped onto that bomb. BKL and coldzera might just walk past each other. Oh, yeah. Going to get this kill. Maybe wanted to consider a bit of the embarrassment along the way. That would have been a good way to go. Lucas and Drop to go down with this bomb. The anchor goes with Drop, a good captain to get alongside, how he leads his crew to a 3-0 spot.
I really love how 2 game got the most out of that round, to be honest. They, Lucas keeps 1 man there so that at the very least, another full repurchase being forced. It's a free kill into coldzera for PKL. He gets an AK upgrade and the $600 extra. That's massive victories considering what was bought into it. 2 game. Should be happy with that. But round 4, this is the big one. Detroit's got the op, and there's all the rifles to work with. Or Hardzal can get activated. Alrighty, mid control in the hands of Red Canids and some spam battles at the bottom of connector, but nobody makes the connections yet.
First route run with these guns. PKL making a cut up towards Palace. Bond out. Monster trips him right down. 2 game. Now going to be down a member operating out their full strength on likely what is to be this prolonged B hit. It's been engineered to go to, I mean, some of these sites where it's just been a single individual to hold actually in the heart. That's why Hardzao, all the way at ladder, is going to have to be so self-sufficient. It's traded out by the bomb planner. That was such an important kill for Coldzera, but Coldzera is going to have to wait up for the bomb site to actually just get subdued by these apartment players. Time here ticking. So even with this trade to get down, Zerba in range, and Detroit J to just throw one up for either of these players. Enough time on this rich watch to see it ticking. That alarm bell not ringing yet, but now the head of Cow is certainly going to be ringing. That op shop pruparating through it. It's 2 game that pull up with their first on Mirage.
Yeah, I tell you, that's why you want Detroit on the up as often as possible. That's why I was so surprised to see him on the AK for so much of that comeback on the T side of Anubis, but made it work. Now back with the weapon of choice. Detroit picks up the double that really slams the door in the face, and a fantastic hold for Zariba, who has had some, struggles early on towards that B side, but only with pistols. Now, given the courtesy of a real rifle, he looks a lot better. The big frag in defense buys time for the rotation to come in. 2 game taking advantage. Their first gun round. And look at Red Canid's money. They take attack timeout, but they aren't really buying this round. It's a half buy at best, and probably not even that. All of that is because of the damage and the impact the 2 game had in their round 3, excuse me. Eco that saved MP9. Basically nothing to work with. It's some raw deagles. 3 Glocks. I'd even a flashbang to facilitate this move for Red Canids. It looks like it would be towards B, but they could pivot back. Pretty easy pickings. 2 game squad. I gotta be careful. Don't want to lose anything, but they lose nothing. Nothing at all against the Glocks and a couple of Deagles that were invested there. Red Canids. This is the big one.
This is certainly the large one. And I did realize I was muted there, Vincent. My apologies. But I did spout out during my spiel, man. Look, I mean, Detroit having, this type of renowned start, I think is, something to keep in track of with, how we had the 3-headed snake, these riflers really, including, Detroit J on that rifle in that Anubis. So there's just a Mirage, Vincent. And pulling alongside right now, it's Red Canids that are going to try and just get up on the tally with one more poignant pop out of this Halls, and now they're going to go right to just bend in. Drake has got 2 out from Sandwich, and he's got a 3rd right down. Ponter gets that trade all the way out. A cold cut Ponter has to find, and he can't get a second. Just a lazy-eyed on that drop. Falling asleep at the wheel. It'll be that very man drop right in the helm, and for where he engineered this one to go. And with the $50 he's got in his pocket, Vincent, he ain't going to spend that at the slots. He's going home.
I mean, been talking about it. I think maybe under talked about piece of this 2-game roster is Zariba, but might have been Hayes who highlighted some good anchoring that he's been able to do in the past. Seen that before, and that's a little bit of that right there. A huge triple kill in defense of the A side. He's normally towards B, but Detroit, it was a B setup with the AWP, if I'm not mistaken. So why he's posted over on A. Nice bait setup with PKL, who goes down with nothing, but Zariba makes up for that with 3 of his own. Triggers, as you mentioned, save for drop. $50, though, not going to be enough to purchase any further utility for drop next round. So maybe he should have hit the casino on that one. Could have gambled that up to a few hundred and afforded a flashbang or two. Just going to keep that. AK, nothing more.
Gets the look that he wants. Luke is in an aggressive stance. Right here on that line, only one hand down. Detroit to follow it up. Luke is his automatic. Venom Zera turned out of this thing. Bomb is going to be sneaking into the apartments. They want to try and sneak this out. See if they can squeeze it across the bar. Cards out. He'll remain all the way in this smoke, and he even flicks down where the timing may escape him, trying to recycle out that rifle. Coldzera reaching for something. Can't find anything. It is a 1 versus 5, and Detroit J is going to stare you down, almost tears off your leg, but way too close for comfort. Bonter is to this AWP, walks back, and faces the music from Luke is spinning the tracks. It is 2-game who are on one right now.
That's another perfect round. Roll the tapes back. It's the eco that was perfect for 2-game. Only lose 2 players in that A-pop where Zariba gets a triple, and now it's 5 surviving once again, building a massive nest egg or 2-game. As Red Canids reach back in early days, they spoke with TGE back on Anubis. Well, it's the same situation again as Red Canids use their tactical timeout, the second of the 3 they're allotted here for Mirage. Yeah, I was just about to say, I think there needs to be some sort of response to Detroit. And one of the first times, maybe the first time that Cold has picked up the op. See what this adjustment looks like. TG, big input last time. Oh, crazy there. Coldzera set for that fight, and Lucas just rips his head off.
Hardzal got it pretty early out from under. Thankfully, they're winning on the other extremities, though. PKL goes to Sparta Ponter, and this time he actually comes out successfully. Previously won by that Palace Anchor. It all gets down outside of A, so the remaining candids try and bottle up exactly what the rest of the play is. Zariba's so far in apartments.
Oh, and for that reason, they're stacking towards A 2-game. I was going to say if they just push Zariba, then, maybe they can have an open avenue. Unfortunately, Red Canids pick otherwise. They group back towards the A site instead. But 2-game has spread back out themselves. The big problem is that they got to contend with Detroit. Good news, though. Red Canids, they do have utility, but all 3 path into Palace, meaning they aren't going to be able to use it.
All the timing for PKL. This is actually a better look, I think, if they, get to hop out on the bomb site and feel like They are secure. Loving this and clearing a ramp. This is BKL that can't get it back. It's Detroit J that is going to have to be the damn guardian and angel right now. Listening to the devil on his shoulder. He is not leaving a soul on this bomb site. Not if he has something to say about it. A triple out here for Detroit J and wants to be the damn reason why his team is headed to a grand final.
I really don't like that pathing for Red Canids. It's one where, you know, they don't want to contend with any potential ramp push at all, and they know that PKL had also won the fight into Palace, so they want to make sure that that area is clear. There's like reasoning behind this, but the fact that they have so much utility and they can't use almost any of it because all 3 players are in Palace, that to me is a big mistake, and it's something that Detroit takes full advantage of. Can't take advantage of the jump though. Missing the mark on that one. All good.
I think I agree with your criticism. I think it's more of the focus. You know, yesterday we had that Mirage that we were seeing in this very series by the Candids, and there was a call that, you know, we did come to criticize, and it was actually by the bounty hunters who went for that full execute on those Tech 9s. That time, I think it's literally not just throwing your all of your bodies and sprinting them at the Opera. I mean, that's literally what's got to happen there. And being the time that you point out, it's the spacing that he gets to pick one by one. This is kind of saying a lot about the Red Canids and kind of where they are headed to go here on this pistol, rather here on this eco on to B. I think they should be able to focus their energy a bit better right into the op, and they are going to get checked out, swiped by Detroit J. That's a great look that they give back, and it's so intimidating, only with 2 players given.
2Game just so prepared for this. They've got 3 players here, and Detroit, you know, on the one hand, if you didn't have so much support, then you could probably isolate him and find some victories, but that's just not the case. He's got 2 riflers, 1 on site and 1 on cat, or in this case it was deep cat and close cat on the pillar, but it's pretty much over from there. Detroit plays hard to get and lets Hards out activate. 2Game with an increasingly strong CT side. Canids struggling in a pretty big way right now.
Yeah, this is really concerning. I mean, I really felt, you know, awkward about that first map, and an interesting feeling where I think that Red Candids were the better team for the majority of that game. It's just that 2Game put on an absolute masterclass of calling at the end, and we're able to just squeeze it out. But sometimes that can be a feeling of, okay, now we just got to extend this series, get our energy back ready to go. I think that's what we all kind of, you know, said was our concise expectations on the desk. Here, 2Game are clearly the better team.
Making the right calls, gambling, and Zariba getting away with this again, by the way. This finally should be tested. I say that, but it looks like maybe not so much. Big opening pick, though. Got to keep that in mind for Red Canids. They take the fight out to middle, and Kawez serves up a healthy helping of death over to Hardzel. So much information. This push for Zariba is perfectly timed. Now Detroit can just worry about mid control. A forward face for PKL on A. Everything in position here. 2Game are at a disadvantage, but this is so winnable.
Holding that down on the AONS. Gets that into an even scale once again. But it's not the weight they're going to have to be worried about. It's how they push it. And here Detroit is going to be in between either of these aligned spots and is now going to duck back and forth just like PKL does between these 2 players. But how long can you do-si-do? Your time expired. So now it's Detroit that's going to try and just sprint to the dance floor. Gonna flash himself up. Goldzera puts this bomb down. And are the heroics still left in this man to go ahead and grab a 7th? Would have had a strike up there at Apex. But it is too much. 4 pulled at the perfect time for the Canids. There are not many chances in this game to get back into it, but this is one of them, and the Red Canids are not going to let it go.
Yeah, it's 2 critical moments from drop to make the difference in this round. I talked about how 2Game were at a disadvantage. Well, Zariba pulls that back, and then the 4-on-4 drop he hits the perfect timing. Detroit doesn't see him getting up into connector. That gives him the first fight, and then it's the crunch on the PKL at ramp that basically seals the deal. So, you know, maybe Detroit could have recovered that if he gets to CT and wins that duel against Goldzera on Apex, but no, that doesn't happen. And so the outcome doesn't change. Red Canids, 1 more round, But even the best case scenario here, which would be a 6 score line at both sides, I don't think is all that great for Red Canids. It's fine, but it's not the dominant Red Canids we were anticipating here.
And I think that round is good as any, but it's not the, release of relief that they need in this first half to go on track and to actually be able to pull this thing into a good headspace. I think is, more what matters than, at any point where you are physically on this Anubis, this Mirage, on this Nuke, any point in the series, it's the energy that was engineered perfectly on map number 1, right? And there were big points to do that. A big Coldzera clutch that sort of, got that off and, turned the tides there after a 5-1 start for 2 game. It's a big round there, but I'm not sure it is the absolute stunner we think it is. 2 games sit here at a 5v5 late in this to go, and they're about to find out a whole lot. Detroit J still far in middle with Lucas, who was doing too much, sticking around, and now Detroit will have to. Needs to pick up a second frag here, but now it's under pressure for multiple points.
Yeah, the B site sort of clear right now, but he can't afford to give up that much space. Wonderful flick from him on Akawaz, and there's more to be had. Drop has the bomb, as PKL has the other side. He still wants to fight. A beautiful flash. That's from Zariba, who's back in spawn. That's nasty, and this will clean things up. Detroit is at the forefront once again.
Beaming when the time is right. Said that was the storyline of Red Candids today. They are peaking at the right moment. Scratch that. Pull the page out of the book, and Detroit J is sprinting away with that notion. This is a man that's 14-4, and here as one of the more youthful points of a squad like this, the 24-year-old is doing his damnedest to try and get his point, get his team into a grand finals for a team that went through the Swiss stage. That would be the absolute dream.
It really would. An incredible performance from him, no doubt. And, it is him out ahead by a large margin, but it's not as if everyone else isn't providing. I think that the way that it was put is more along lines of, individuals stepping up when necessary, but a team effort for sure. Now for 2 game. It's not the most incredible lead yet, but they could have 8 rounds here on the CT side. Game basically give Red Canids mid control this round. Let them have it. We don't need it.
So much around this. Lucas remains out front. Blow open this smoke. Turn that handle before you're ready to go. The doorman turns away from this A site. Gotta worry about who's up on the balcony. Up top, gotta get this down, and the former Red Candid is gonna try and make his name known towards the end of the half. I don't think he's the most important part here, though he will be the loudest. Everybody's going to be worried about Hearts Out in this smoke, but what relies further in the safe site? Contact comes from CT. Detroit J is found. That's the biggest name to this, and there's the largest one that has done the most. PKL has engineered his team to this point. The Red Candids, they have a couple sentences back, and Zebra is going to try and serve them right now. 10 kills he has so far, Vincent, but a time to clutch with 2 players red.
Problem being, he doesn't know where anybody's at. He's got some supportive utility. Smoke gonna go down on top of the bomb. That nade is pretty darn well placed, and now it's add another to the more red tally. Only a few bullets each, but he's got to isolate all 3. A tap to first. Find a little bit of information, and it's there on the Coldzera that he confirms, but now it's his health that's starting to go down. Probably going to require a stick here soon. He doesn't get on it in time, and no, he gets all the kills. Zariba falls flat. Red Canids with 5 rounds at the end of the half.
And great to get that cloak down. Zareba has 13 frags coming out of that half, but it's Red Candids. I want to burn into this nuke. They got more to give in Series 1. But right here, I mean, with two teams that, I mean, life on the line, this is where they are having the opportunity within Series 1, right? I mean, there's no Imperial in this tournament. There are invite selections here. There are opportunities to push it across. There have been upsets that have made this path possible. And now versus 2 game and Red Candids, I don't know if a lot of people expected this to be one of our semifinals. But damn, it is, I mean, giving you more than the price of admission, even if it does end in 2-0 fashion.
Well, hold your horses on that one. He's coming in with the stat lines here. 26% win rate for the T side of 2 game on Mirage. Does not paint a pretty picture, as much as you and I are looking at a strong CT half with lots of positives to take away. Don't know that that is going to continue on the T side for 2 game.
Have we lost Ponter? I don't see him. Hey, he's
back.
I
found him. I found him.
Welcome back.
Right there. The 7-5. A good scoreline, no doubt, but Red Candids with a little bit of a recovery. That probably is enough, considering the history. 5 straight losses for 2 game on Mirage. 1 of those to Red Candids back in the Odyssey Cup. 3 of those to Bounty Hunters, and they got more where that came from. The Red Candids have been putting on clinic after clinic here. I want to remind you, though you don't need a reminder, Mark, that it was the Red Canid CT side that was particularly dominant yesterday.
I thought you were about to tell me to hydrate, as Ponter was just glugging down a good swig before this half starts.
It's
one of my favorite things about playoffs. It's probably my favorite thing is the player cams. I get a view into their world.
I'd like to remember to hydrate.
Oh, man. It was actually yesterday, I believe Reversive and I pointed out at the same water bottle. So hopefully he's ready to go watching this alongside. He's going to have to call one hell of a game like PKL did at the end of Anubis if he is to go against his Argentinian brethren. But that's up next on our program. Got these pistols doctored outside. You got a grand finals all today, so clear your schedule.
We got a little bit more of this semi as well. Red Canids look poised, to be honest with you. I don't think they're ready to give this one up. Here it comes.
Sharp as Ponter has been, he dips back, and oh, what a look. He gets that instant gush, but Lucas and Hearts Out, they are washing him out of this B site, rinsing him straight up. And PKL, he has 2 words for you. It is T-sided pistol. And you get this dash through. Venom Zera was the MVP of Mirage's pistols yesterday. But right here, I think the sound is too much for the symbiote. I don't even think they're going to see into this again. Gowez with those dualies will cower, and it will be a pistol round to 2 game.
It's those flashes, man. 2 game had placed them very perfectly, and I love how committed they were to that play. It's so hard sometimes to like get the gumption to just jump out and commit so hard to that type of play, but on a pistol round that means so much to 2 game, PKL rallies the troops and sends them out. It's Heat, Lucas, and Hearts Out to hit the critical shots. PKL make sure that Red Canids can't come back in, and those nasty entries from Harnsell and Lucas are very much what you'd love to see. 2 game. Not done just yet. We talked about some struggles on T sides. Well, I don't know. Looks like this T side gonna run into troubles early with this force.
I think that mystery famous philosopher you brought up yesterday also said that.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
You didn't do the research? You didn't look it up?
Nope.
All right.
Lcaster.
I'm down to keep it mysterious.
W lore though. W mystery.
You know, that's something that people don't understand. Sometimes less is more. If you know all the details, and it's not interesting anymore.
Exactly. Well, you got to stay off TikTok. You can't be seeing all those TV show clips.
Oh my goodness.
For all you kiddos out there.
That's rotting the brain.
I know. We're going to get into the pet peeves before we fully get down into it. I'm sure 2Game has, honestly, a couple things to be, tracking alongside. This is a tedious one to go up against the Pistols of Doubt, and it can be very much one that is hard to keep track of. A little irritating that they're not finding anything because, as you suggested, it's just that mystery they're going to continue to unwind. Here is one scene hand fading away into jungle. Hardzao has Kawez. Cold Zero plucked out. This is an easy ninth, I think, that's about to be served up.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it feels like it's a bad situation initially. I feel like it's actually pretty good for 2Game when they get this much space. That being said, Drop's got a kill. Poncer scaled for it.
Oh no. Poncer down below is the most dangerous member. CT Molly right placed up into apartments. Unfortunately, it's not going to scare this Crow. And, damn, you see him in the field. You are not even going to want to reach the 16 frags that you are going to have on this end. Detroit J also following up a great performance on Anubis. 2Game will take the cards necessary. Remember Ragi yesterday, right? With like 33 frags or something crazy.
Yeah.
Had to get that done for Crew today. Here it is a shared flavor across the board. And isn't it better when you can get that down with the rest of your crew?
We talked about the win conditions, and to be honest, talking about like what Hayes was setting up, and I was in full agreement there, right? It's Hardzao, Detroit J required to show up, and then +1 to that, right? Zariba or Lucas, we put a lot of pressure onto Lucas, who had a phenomenal map number 1, and it's been Zariba, who is so funny, right? He is the anchor in so many of these situations, but his information gathering and how he was able to push on good timings in the first half was crucial to 2Game winning that half 7-5. So it's a trio, and it's a taking of turns in some ways for 2Game, but a little damage onto PKL. A little bit more. How about 100 damage?
Love me a good Juan Deek in the morning. Even though it is 2 p.m. in Brazil.
They are going into B, and there's 4 players here, Mark. Is this
not
bad?
Loving this. Not loving this. Could be where exactly it is coming to go. Where is the sacrificial MAC-10 to be thrown into the blades? Here they're going to try and just look straight at the fan. Hit this down and Taunter below, and it takes a bit of style out here from Zareba. Got that down on the AK, and it should be the worries in the 10th put up here for 2Game.
Yeah, a little scared, but no bother for somebody like Zariba, apparently. And they clean it up. They limit the losses. It's still something for the Canids, but it's not too worrying on the 2Game side. A significant lead. 5 rounds in the good here for 2Game.
And I don't mean to, call this pitch before it is thrown, Vincent, but for a guy that I know, talking to you, throughout the season 2, last time this go around, and, where we step back on the board for Season 3 in South America, is this not a headache for the Red Candidates fans who are really familiar with a feeling like this of, frankly, being disappointed?
No, it's got to be a frustration, but maybe this is the time to turn it around. Cold Zero on the first stop of the CT side. Going to meet much resistance first and foremost. That true for 2Game over in mid. A little bit of a similar type of round that 2Game ran on their CT side in the final of the half. Now they look interested. Red Canids change things up as they hear Hardzao and drop a nade on his feet, but it doesn't do much damage. Don't go to panic stations just yet, Mark. Red Canids still have a chance here. Oh, they don't have a chance here.
How the tides will turn. You hate to see it. Walking it right back down. Ponter jiggles back and forth. PKL and Hardzao. They sound in. How is just dipping back and forth. Hardzao gets that all the way. Gone. It is washed. It is 2Game that get that all the way sauced out. and this should be covering the entire peel to go. It's 11 here, and I think peeling off in one direction, headed to that grand finals.
Yeah, Hayes has just typed in our chat, it's time to panic. And he's absolutely right. He actually just stole the words right out of my mouth because I was saying, no need for panic stations. Hold on a second. Wait a moment. But then Coldzera missed that shot. It was a sitter. They weren't even looking at you, man. And I don't want to put too fine a point on that. Everybody's missed a shot there, but like that is honestly a good example about how that round went as a whole for Red Canids. And it looks like they might just be out of here. This might just be over in 2, but not for who you thought. Not for Red Canids, but for 2 game. The first time that they have been in position to close one of these playoff games in dominant fashion.
The first 2-0 of the tally. Here, washing it along the way. Rob might be seen over the top of that smoke. It's Red Canids that can't believe what they are seeing today. It is going to be such a sour feeling. And for these players to be tracking along the way they are, TGE is going to have to give one hell of a speech after this, man. But just honestly, to get this reminder, I mean, you know, it's not going to all be like these fairy tales every time, Vincent. You know, with how many South American CCT competitions, we know that there's opportunities to come here within the tier 2. You know, maybe it doesn't have to go the first time, but for Red Canids, would like to see the encouragement and have gotten a lot. But I feel like a result like this will honestly cancel out a lot of that joy. Here goes Cowas to just try and bound this one back. Bound, it feels like R2 game in a round like this. There's 20 seconds left, and they're headed into this bomb site. But with the bomb that could potentially, oh, it's just being teased on the fake. Detroit J has it in the hands, and they're headed towards CT. Got to turn this corner. But Lucas got to turn up like he has the whole series, and he's got to go down. It's a 2 versus 3. Got to do the heavy lifting. The bar has been raised so damn far in the entire Mirage that it is too damn high for 2 game to reach. They hold on, and they need one more chin up to get this to match and series point. Dreba all the way here. Donned at the Tetris. Wants to put down that next block, and it is on his head. Dropped directly from the nade, and you will have a 10-second defuse. 6 rounds for the Canids.
Yeah, a little bit of a questionable performance there from 2 game. I'm not sure like why they necessarily waited so long. They needed to get into some post-plan positions, but they were unsure of connector, and so they waited a little bit more than they really had the business to. But the Red Canids, man, Cowas has been the probably only and most consistent factor for me for him for this team on this series, and he stays true to that fashion. He's got a double kill there on Catwalk that changes the tides. Rolled back on a knot. And he talked about whether or not they could get some input from TGE. They used all their tactical timeouts in the first half. They don't have any left, so this is all on drop to call them out of this ditch that they have been pulled into.
Coldzera opening frag. And now Harzal sits with a cold 50 in his pocket. Here to look to anything to be drawn right down, hold on to strands, and try and yank them out. It is Harzal, a keen eye to go ahead and poke so far. And through a minute, it is Red Canids that are continuing to try and engineer this one back. PKL, what's the call? Trying to serve this up. There were so many late window routes down before. You hear this scope, and now you refresh onto the smoke, and that delays 2 game for another 10 in mid.
That's actually a brutal block to put into place. Detroit's going to try and snipe over the top of it, but I think they're going to just walk through. They do, and it's right into Drop's crosshair. Coldzera provides an opening. Drop might be the closer.
Sneaking through, and this is deadly. It would take a 2v4 here to potentially seed this out, and now even more magic. Talked about how deep that hat went before. We may be reaching the top. 7 rounds for Canids, and now we're starting to tap our foot. How much longer does this Mirage stand?
Well, it is the start of a pretty clear-cut type of comeback story for me, right? Red Canids, there's like a very clear line for them to walk. They need two things, right? They need Venom's era from yesterday to start to come back. We don't need that level of performance, but we just need him to join Callus and Ponter, that trio that we've been talking about for 2 game. It needs to be there for Red Canids, and I need coldzera to play the game a little bit on the AWP. Be honest, my criticisms of him entirely unfair after his performance yesterday. This is what I had seen previously. It's this type of performance that needs to not happen. It's a little bit of an on-ramp for this Marquee. 2 game on an eco. Sans Zariba's saved AK. Red Canids should, at least on paper, maybe get a little bit of an easier start to this comeback trail.
Zera gets it back into middle. Scope on his back. AK is going to be separated from what he had on the other end of that leash. Lucas stays. It may be up to the next level for Zariba, who's ready for it. Cowes, what a kill. And it is so much impact out of that cat position right now. What he had at ladder last round, coldzera just going to be fanning this right back down. Has another kill. I think this ace should come really easily, but it's against the pistols, and it's starting to turn up these notches. Energized are the Red Canids now. They got a new pair of batteries in this Mirage. You can tell they're fresh.
Well, I just got done talking about how coldzera needed to step up. The up needed to be an important part of the CT defense, and well, that against an eco, sure, but it's the type of round that builds back confidence. You and I both know that when you're upping and you're struggling, that's the hardest time to build back into a little bit of flair. That's the round that coldzera finds it. Sets him up for the gun round. Zariba doesn't have one of those because he had saved his AK and he got no money. He joins with a deagle where everyone else has rifles. Not exactly a stunning amount of utility either for 2 game left in the tank. After they use some of their initial smokes for mid and the flashes to follow that. This is very basic, but takes some mid-control. Hopefully the timing is right, that when they look to hit B, that's when Red Canids are re-clearing mid. That's the plan.
May not be so typical. With the Red Canids, they have to get scrappy. They have to grapple with 2 game on the mats. They hold exactly where they want him, by the fence. Here to go. And it's going to be a desperate attempt into B.
Yeah,
How is so far. Ponter, he can just make this contact. Has to run back. Knew there was somebody peppering in the shots right here, but you are gone. That's Cowes that gets to get through. This is a nightmare for 2 game, and they just can't wake up. It is being drawn back their direction, and there's nothing they can do about it unless it is out of this one crosshair, and it is not. Red Canids, they have a date with a tied game, and they are staring it down.
Looking to make that happen, but still a little bit of time before that's the case. 2 games building up loss bonus means that their half-lives, their ecos are going to be more effective as time goes on. That's what this round is. Everyone but Detroit getting a pretty big upgrade. It's Tech 9s, it's armor. A little bit of utility to try and facilitate this. Looks like maybe we're going to see sort of half fake towards mid. Bomb still looking to be a lit up connector more likely than not.
Changing up the flow. Into a new set of these bars is 2 game. Let's see how they can pick up the mic and go. It's Magnetic out of PKL. Right here, it is a turn of the tone from the rest of this unit. And they can't get it down on a new rock. Step by step, beat by beat, Red Candidates will bring themselves up by their bootstraps to double digits on this Mirage.
Colt's got him covered. A nasty flick. I mean, he's starting to bring it back. I've been talking about it basically all map, all series long about, you know, what this looks like. It's been hot and cold, as we've seen, but now it's hot, and it's hot at the right time. One round defines the difference between 2Game and Red Canids. Not long ago, this was 10-5, favoring 2Game. Now 10-11, 2Game with the tight lead. Here's where the rubber meets the road. More about mid-control. This round 2Game. Previous round, it was all smoke and mirrors. There wasn't too much behind it. It was everyone threw lower. Instead, they look to force a fight. They try and activate Detroit. He's locked in on Cowes' position right now.
Back in the connector. Checked off a cat. Cowes will think twice about picking on that now. As Detroit stands where he does. Right in these steps. The chair tides to go. But where is this tide? Where is this knotted? Here on A, they will go. There is a certain bit of a lurker in one of the best, the brightest, inside of Palace at this very moment. And the leader of the Canids, the man that has engineered the energy of this comeback alongside coldzera where it's provided. It's nowhere to be found. Venom Zera was the MVP of this A site last night. Let's see if he can go do-si-do, back and forth with the hand now to drop. There are just too many targets. Somebody should have this to go. And Cowes, already softened up, is going to have to do the most. But all into Detroit J, the burning bright star of 2Game, who can't land this second quickscope and now has to face the facts. Where this is all dawned, where this all comes from is the big brain of PKL, but can he think up a clutch? The largest in this tournament for him so far. He can put his team onto serious point here and just stun his countrymen, but it will be Poncer to continue to deliver that tough pill to swallow. It's 11-11, and Red Candids have wished their way through this comeback, and it's Sam working.
Yeah, listen, man, it's a tragedy of 5 bullets in the op right there, to be honest, for Detroit. He's out of bullets. He can't shoot when he doesn't have anything in the chamber. There's nothing in the magazine. And it's that seals his fate, seals his deal. He maybe could have been a little bit more passive, forced Red Canids to fight into him. But honestly, a phenomenal hold for Venom Zera. Doesn't get the big multi-frag, but he does what he's supposed to do. Between he and Cowes, massive victory. Lost bonus bomb plant. You know what that means? A force buy. And it's AKs. But with lacking utility that 2Game are going to have to come back into. Red Canids could serve 2Game the exact same situation that they were given, that they had to swallow back on Anubis, 13-11.
All aboard the red roller coaster. The Candids don't know where this is going to finish, so you stay strapped in right there. Arms within the car. Draver got a great shot onto drop, and that is what they needed. A gimme. Couldn't quite finish it onto Cowes. It was just the leg last time. They seem to be interested in anything coming back out of Palace. They gave it a good look. This is going to be the exact same round as it was before. This is simple stuff. And they just want to execute it well. It's going to be the split into A right here, but it is the red carpet going to be laid out here. It will be by coldzera. They're intimidated by this. They put up a smoke for their little bit of defense, Vincent, but they're still waiting for this. There's so many cogs to turn in the machine right now, and Venom Zera stands up at the top of the charts. Cowes in between. It is beautiful work between this duo right now. It is Red Candids that dial all the way up, and we're ringing into 12 rounds. Venom Zera will pick up these crumbs as he hears them outside of Palace, most likely to go, but it is so bold here by the A defense. We're getting to the highest point of this Red Candids roller coaster, Vincent.
They were doing everything possible to catch Venom Zera off guard. There was this tight timing where maybe Zariba could hit that trade, but Venom Zera is like 180 degrees away, flicks and hits him dead, nails the shot. A struggling Venom Zera all map long, but big when it matters on that A-site defense. We talked about his ability again and again in the pre-show, the lead up, the talk about Mirage was surrounding him and his performance yesterday. 2 game, left with nada. It's just their loss bonus, no additions. They flash out A, they send it with the utility that they do have. A plant certain, but around anything but.
Deep in this bomb site. Just give us another go, they say, into overtime, or do they want this to keep going the way that it is, because it's headed down south for the 2-game squad, and they can feel it. They just need to accept it. Mac 10 to rein in once more. Venom Zera to get down on Detroit J, and he is just reaching through the box. Can't get the satisfying answer that he wants, and he just keeps going. Venom Zera starting to wake up, and you do not want to turn on the lethal protector. 2 kills at a CT right now, and PKL, he is gonna have to spar as bold, and he's got a great jab up. The timing here for Lucas, they're both gonna be coming out of this engagement. 2 for 2, Lucas needs to hit right here, and Ponter on 3 HP has a glass to just carry, and will stay solid, will not shatter. The Red Canids continue to march in South American Series 1.
Multiple clutches from Ponter that lead them to this, and a victory that makes this 3 maps necessary. Hayes has got this all to break down.
Shocked, genuinely shocked that I'm here alone right now, and we haven't gone to the 3-cam segment to break down a 2-0 upset for 2 game. Man, I am honestly at a bit of a loss for words for the fact that we've now seen it in back-to-back maps. I mean, think about on Anubis, 2 game were up 11-6. Okay, excuse me. Red Canids were up 11-6 on Anubis, and they lose the map 13-11. We then go to Mirage, 2 game in control throughout the entirety of the map. They go up 11-5. They had even more of an advantage than Red Canids when they slipped up on Anubis, and they lost the map here as well. They lose 8 rounds in a row after having dropped 5 out of 16 preceding that. So it's just an incredible fall off, and a disastrous one there for 2 game as well. I mean, you've got to look at that and say, now we're going to Nuke, and their heads are going to be in their hands, and they have to find a way to try and pick themselves up off the ground and regather themselves now, just try and remedy the series and still find a way to get to the grand final. But Red Canids absolutely the favorites to get the job done again here from now. I'm not sure if we're going to throw this into some replays, or I'll just break it down for you guys here. All right, we can get some up on the screen while I do just go over what we've kind of witnessed here throughout the map. Now, I really like the approach on the CT side here from 2 game. I think they were playing quite an active CT side. They were quite keen to kind of make moves in the mid round as well. They weren't just sitting static, idle, letting Red Canids to come to them. There was plays being made through apartments. Zariba looking to take the space there. We saw PKL in 1 round also looking to search into Palace. They were keen to fight middle in the middle of the round as well. So I thought that was good from 2 game, kind of just disrupting Red Canids T side throughout this first half. You can tell that the team has clearly got quite a lot of leeway in terms of what plays can be made here. But Zariba was just the boss of the map for 2 game. It's so unfortunate that he puts that... I mean, I was thinking of calling it like a lifer performance just because it's a playoff game. He's probably had better games than that, but I mean, obviously this is a really important game for his team, and it's not enough to get the job done. It should have been enough. On most days, it would have been enough. In this first half, he was so incredible and just kind of winning rounds for his teams where they didn't have much going for them, right? He would just get a multi-kill out of nowhere. He was always good for a frag to bring it back into an even numbers game. I mean, he was just Mr. Reliable, the A anchor, and then he was even finding himself on the B bomb site in some rounds as well, so he's got that flexibility to float around the map and find impact wherever he's required. So this is the end of the half. Red Canids do manage to make it 7-5, and then we slide on into the second half, 2 game on the T side, like the lad said. Historically, the T side is where 2 game tend to struggle the most. I mean, they had like a 26% win rate coming into the half. And I'm thinking, okay, Red Canids, yeah, not a great showing in the first half, but they should be able to finish it off on the CT side. 2 games just come out all guns blazing on their T side. They're just playing with so much confidence and conviction and fire. You can see how they have that explosivity about them. which doesn't mean they're playing fast-pacey kind of strike, but it means when the time is right, they have that ability to just flick the switch and they'll be all over their opponents. And I thought that was kind of working out for them well, and then it stopped working. Red Canids, they win an eco round, guys. At 11-5, this round here, you can see they've saved their money. I mean, they bought up what they could afford, so there was like upgraded pistols, there was no utility, there was Kevlar, but no head armor. And that was 2 games opportunity to wrap it up, or at least make it 12-5 and then have 7 map and series points. Surely you trip over the finish line from there, right? With the scoreboard pressure on Red Canids, I feel like it actually would have gone differently. And that's where they dropped the ball, and they didn't win another round after that point where they lost to the eco, sort of like light investment quasi-buy. And that's just where the wheels start to come off. We don't see any adaptation coming through from 2Game. It's still just this like slow, grindy style on the T side where they're taking control methodically and patiently, and then they get control, and then it's time to come into a bomb site, and Red Cannon's like, well, this is what we've been waiting for the entire time. We've been prioritizing shutting you down in the transition from mid control into a bomb site. How often was Cold Zero connected with the Yorp just finding highly impactful frags? Venom Zero playing off Cold Zero, the double zero duo there, just playing off of each other brilliantly on the say bomb site, man, with the way they would just exchange contact off one another, trade when necessary, just double up. I mean, Venom Zero, this round here is just disgusting. I'm so glad we get to see it from his POV, because in the game when we were live, we saw it from Lucas, and Venom Zero frags one connector, just immediately turns up to Palace and gets the frag there as well. So fantastic work. It was actually Zaribi he killed in Palace, if I'm not mistaken, but doesn't really matter. Then eventually we see a bit of a change up from 2Game where they do decide to just try and bring that brute force approach into the A bomb side. I didn't really like the hesitation on the plant there initially, and it comes really close. In fact, I thought Lucas was about to force us into overtime in dramatic fashion. He's got a massive health advantage here, but Ponta just confidently steps out, gets the kill, and really seals the deal for his team. I mean, 2Game, I've been singing their praises in terms of their comeback ability throughout the games I've seen recently. Did it yesterday against Bounty Hunters. They did it in the first map here against Red Canids, but they've proven that they're also fallible to the comeback, as they were up 11-5, 2 rounds away from the grand final. I mean, that might be the closest they come to a grand final through the rest of like the South American season 3, like through any series that we play here. Like that might genuinely be the closest they come to a grand final, and they crumble in brutal fashion. So yeah, shockingly, we're going to require a third map here between these 2 teams. So with that in mind, just going to throw us across to a short little break, and when we come back, we'll break down that third and final map. Man, the 11-round curse, fellas. The 11-round curse is in full effect right now. We've seen it on both maps played out in the semi-final so far. We had Red Canids up 11-6 on Anubis, couldn't win a round from there. We had 2-game up 11-5 against the half-buyer Mirage. They could not win it from there. And that means, Vincent, that we need a third and final map. It's going to be Nuke. And surely, at this point, Red Canids just have to be looked at as the team to get the job done.
You would think that. And normally I'd be with you, but Red Canids have not been convincing, to be honest with you. Like, generally speaking, they've struggled, and the fact that they brought that back, I mean, it's a huge step up, and I think I was impressed with the fact that they made that happen. That being said, bro, last time they played, they lost this map. They lost Nuke, despite this being a home map against this 2-game team. So I don't know what to think. I don't know what's real, what's not. I don't know what is up, what is down. There's nothing that I can hold sacred.
Yeah, Mark, you want to jump in there, mate?
Yeah, look, I don't know, man. If we're kind of writing off of, you know, where this is, if we're gonna kind of go with like the cliche, it's a playoff. It doesn't matter. It's the energy that kind of, you know, I think does point to it. I think we might as well be back on track. I think it is kind of Red Canids that have to overcome themselves in this Nuke, and you know, figuratively, obviously, with, you know, the result that we just cited, but also with what was dragging them down the beginning of that Mirage. I think the fact that they were able to really take into account how you were able to, you know, get that over individually, with Detroit having as good of a game as he just did. I mean, I gotta wonder if there is another individual that is, you know, other than where we had these rifles on the back end, to step up on that plate for 2-game. You're going to really have to see PKL call a wonderful one right here. I honestly hope that they get that T-side start, so we're able to get that question answered, Hayes, because to be honest with you, I think coldzera and co, as long as they stay on this tail and don't get in front of themselves, they should be on their way to a grand final.
Yeah, I seem to have the same sentiments. I mean, they've also got the experience now where it is this game where there's a lot on the line and it's going to be very tense, and want to make sure everybody's focus is exactly where it needs to be. On the side of 2-game, you could imagine that you get that, you're so close to the finish line, you start to just get overwhelmed by the might of the occasion. You know, you start to get blinded by the lights, really, and yeah, before you know it, the map is over, and now we're going to a decider. We just like wipe that entire slate clean. I just want to have a look at some individuals here. We haven't really had anybody popping off like crazy in the series so far. I mean, Zariba 34 and 26 top fragger for 2-game. As for Red Canids, lots of just like middle of the pack kind of subpar performances. Venom Zero 24 kills. We've played 48 rounds of Counter-Strike, guys. Like, he's just having a pretty tough day in the office, Vincent. And I mean, you look at guys like that, we spoke them up coming into this matchup, haven't really delivered, but hey, we just need one big map from somebody here potentially.
Yeah, I think the storyline that I would go with is it's just been like on and off, right? Like in general, I would call it a struggle for Venom Zera, honestly for coldzera too, like in general. But like turning it on when it's necessary, that's what they've been able to do. And I think the other side of that argument too is, listen, I think that both Hardzal and Detroit have been on for 2 maps straight. And for me, the biggest win condition, we talked about it in the pregame, is for both of those guys to be on +1, right? It was initially, we saw some big moments across the board there on Anubis, but it was Lucas to kind of take the cake on Anubis. Yes. And then Zariba had this overperformance that, again, like, you know, he deserves a lot of credit for, but I have 2 concerns, right, going into Nuke for 2-game. First and foremost, I don't know if that can continue. Detroit and Hardzal, I think that they've been on all day, and to ask a 3rd map straight for them both to be at that highest level, I think that's required. They got to do that, and who's going to join them? That's the question mark for me.
All right, well, you have a question mark, and it's not going to be long before we have an answer, because we're jumping into the 3rd and final map of this first semi-final. Nuke is waiting to take center stage. Fellas, take it away. We'll figure out our first grand finalist soon.
Doesn't he serve that up so perfectly, Vincent? What a great way we have had in this series. I would love for it to essentially come down to a best of 1, and it has. We have to see the best of 2-game on this CT side. You suggest you need the heart of this team to step up and beat together. You're gonna have to see the best of this. coldzera going out hunting on this P250. Well, he has just been turned into the prey. Detroit J, he has got that all the way sparred up in Hardzao. Well, he has just been turned into dust. He's getting a little bit of help on the back way in. It's Lucas that will just call him, actually. It's a 4v4, and it's a not 2 game, getting too aggressive too quickly.
Look at this lovely reaction from 2 game. They don't want to fight anymore. Calls in Lucas, you said, but they both, Detroit and Lucas and Zariba, all clear back into the lobby area. That way, Red Canids, they know that they're not there, so they can focus back up towards the lower and towards the A site. This is a lovely type of performance from 2 game for them to gather that information so immediately.
Venom Zera has such a unique protocol to go here. It's not an easy shot. He's heading to land onto Detroit J, but there is another layer to this. Lurking in the site is Rebra, and he just gets taken down. Lucas in a 1 versus 3, and the Red Canids, they get the start they desire on this T side. Lucas to go ahead and not have an impossible clutch in front of him, but one that is larger than life, and goes back to potentially see this to the door, but on 100 health, this Kevlar will want to just keep his apron clean. He sees out of this one and results a first round to the Red Canids. And at a point at which they've been consistent through their inconsistencies, Vincent and these pistols, they have been great.
You know, I really wish that I could have seen that from Zariba's point of view. I feel like Venom Zera might have been visible, but I don't know that Zariba was like actually looking for that, or maybe he was slightly too tucked. Regardless of what the reasoning, the thought process was, Venom Zera gets away with so much more than I think he has any business doing there up in heaven. That was a near perfect setup on A site. With one missed moment, Venom Zera has it all come tumbling down on the 2 game's head, knocks him out. And every big moment matters twice as much in a game like this one, in a map like this one for 2 game. Before you use the terminology that they were playing with house money, they really were when they had a map up in this series. Well, now they're the ones facing elimination.
You say the house always wins. Red Canids make sure they're not walking out of the casino. The big bags today. Gonna take the rest Ocean 11's crew to get this done. And here goes Kawaz to go ahead and spar again. Lucas, he is gone out of the business. And right now a Molotov to go a little bit deeper. This is where old Zera's crew gets to play ahead. Play with a little bit of lead with a man advantage.
I've been talking about these funny casino comparisons and metaphors. Well, you know, for Red Canids, it's very much been like a slot machine, this roster and all the moves.
How many casino movies can you name off the top of your head?
Oh, I'm not very good at that.
All right, I got 3 of them. Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12, Ocean's 13. Casino, directed by Martin Scorsese.
All right.
Got any for me?
No, you stole mine.
Ooh, The Godfather 2.
Like, Casino Royale doesn't even count. It's not even really like a casino movie.
Better cash out on this. Take another spin to go, and Ponter will just lay down on the Deagle. Detroit J, how does he land that on the face of Ponter? Smoke to give him a little bit of respect, but hell no, that is not the plan from 2 game. Not from Detroit J. That's been the opposite of his motto today. 2 game, they pull alongside when you least expect it.
I'll tell you what, that spin, it came up all for 2 game, man. Straight up coins across the board. Love to see that. And a ridiculous finisher there for Detroit, who... Okay, Ponder, you won't swing me? All good, man. I'll just shoot through the box. I don't need to see. I got you locked in.
I got one more.
All right.
The Hangover.
All right. Now we're getting silly. That is true.
Probably the best casino movie, though, to be honest with you.
That's absurd. Somebody needs to get this guy out of here. Drag him out.
The most funny.
Oh, maybe on that one. Tell you what, though. Red Canids, they chug through these tech timeouts, man. They just call one. This one's a tech. Not allowed to be yapping too much in this one.
I always cringe when they, I feel like maybe accidentally call up that tech before if it's an issue, you know? We may sit here for a moment. Hopefully it's Not too large of a problem, obviously. I mean, this is the semifinal day. One of these teams is going to have to play in a grand final. Would hate for one of them to, run into a larger tech problem than we have had in previous affairs, Vincent. We have had a fun time in the Swiss.
Yeah, we've been held hostage. We got the cuffs slapped on us.
To be honest with you,
poor PC is struggling.
One thing that, we were kidding about this yesterday a bit, but, it's literally so true. Every single time, I think in South America, in really, I think most of the Tier 2 tournaments that I have, oh my god, that is cash money, baby. And really all the tournaments that I've covered in this region, every single time that, one team has a tech issue and, they're running out of their tech pause time, you see that it's always the opposite team that's like, you know what, man? We got 30 minutes of a tech pause or whatever. Go ahead and start our timer too. Sportsmanship maxing in South America.
This is true. I think that's a good point to bring up. Absolutely the case.
I wish that we had that type of respect in North America, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that definitely doesn't happen. In fact, maybe if I can knock that guy off his internet, we get a free win, huh? That's the internet mindset.
I was gonna make a joke about typing you in a pug, but yeah.
Sorry, I went too far. That's on me. Oh well.
Nobody called it inaccurate.
What's done is done. What's set is set. 2-game with a massive win. PKL doesn't so much get vision over the top of that smoke. Those are fast pop, by the way, on those cross smokes that they get off. Nobody's seeing it.
Oh, Ponter on that entry. Couple of titles being handed out here in Hards Out. He's the one that stays right in the vent. Continues to just right out, but I'm not loving coldzera's chances here. 1v1 and a bit of a spar that he would have to get out to Hards Out. Smoke that's put. You're trying to get that tap. It's just vision that you're trying to grasp. And now you get an audible cue, and coldzera will have a bomb plant to work with in a 1v2, Vincent. He sets up shop.
Dude, what's Zariba doing? He's taking so long to get back down there. Eventually, he's going to join up. But yeah, 43 HP is just not a lot to work with. Zariba actually has a smoke as well. No kit, either of these 2-game individuals. So they do have to pick up the pace.
Text that. Oh, it should have been an easy fight for coldzera to win. Shoulder turned and absolutely trucked by Hards Out. The triple that he gets down, and a second that check signed for 2-game. This is one that will remain in that good motion. For as much as the belief is we want to say that, Red Candids will be able to even overcome, either of their personal doubts, their previous results and the struggles on Nuke, on either side they're dealing with that coin. I think really as you trade the blows here, I think it's really good. I know I suggested that I want to see PKL and co on this T side first. I mean, honestly, I feel like that would have been them in the limelight having to answer our questions right away. If they can put up a really good half in the defense, getting their confidence back below them, you're not necessarily not having to, call it that T side, but engineering a really good defense here, I think would put them in a really good place mentally. Looks like Red Canids right now are just going to be taking this pistol slowly. A French timeout is going across the sea and below the equator.
Where's Venozera? They keep losing guns over there on the Red Canid side. Well, Zera started this round without one. Oh, but you got to give it to him. What a nade, but what a shot.
Right, Jay will have that back and fade away. His AWP. He's hungry for a couple of eco. Ooh, what is going on? Oh, to this end of this deagle. Do not peek it. Do not peek it. It is the one. And Zera gonna walk back out of his cousin's hands into his not legally cousins. They just share a funny name. He's gonna carry on the Zera legacy with that eagle.
I might be spreading misinformation here, but I don't think Zera means anything directly in Portuguese is what I heard one time.
Oh, you heard that, huh?
I did. Correct me if you think if that's wrong, but
I mean, if the grapevine told you that, I'm not gonna disagree necessarily.
But basically, like, it was absolutely just coldzera that like made it popular.
Well, it's like obviously the 2K, right? I mean, Techno has talked about how he put the 4K on there. I mean, inspired by Stewie, and obviously, very nice shots. The front end of his name, and I thought somebody lied to me when they told me this, that the beginning of his name is actually named after the unfortunately passed away Minecraft YouTuber Technoblade. He's confirmed that in an interview this weekend. Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
I think
nice
we all
stuff.
have a Minecraft arc in our lives.
Of course. I mean, especially those of us around, you know, mid 20s. And if you're younger, well then it's like a guarantee, huh? You get
Jason got no business on me in Bed Wars.
That's what you think, pal.
Oh,
Kawaz thinks PKL could probably use a haircut, and he serves it right up. Unfortunately for Kawaz, hard down there for the trade pretty quickly. Now down, crossed into lower or red Canids. 2Game, none the wiser, at least not technically, but surely they know that there was a gap there.
Yeah, there had to have been a slip up of some sort. Next eye you're going to be actually keeping on keen is towards ramp. Pontor's gotten here, no way. This is such a gross timing that he gets away with. All he sees is red, and all he sees is a head that he is going to take off. It is Detroit J, and now next on the margin is Lucas, who lives. But he is going to have to stay busy before that decision is made. Pulled out for it. I don't think there's going to be that chance back. You're fighting in front of T-Spawn, and I think that tells you a lot. It is going to be that second pulled up by the Canids.
Yeah, it's actually, you know, I talked about like that 2Game probably needed to recognize that there was a chance for a cross there. For me, it's the fact that they don't react to that. They maybe weren't so aware of that fact or possibility, even though, you know, on paper with the Kawaz kill and everything, they should have known that. Seems like they didn't react in the same way that I would have anticipated. And so as they come back to ramp side, Pontor catches him off, catches a easy frag onto Detroit, and the Lucas trades. It's still not enough to bring 2Game back. Red Canids getting big value out of those B hits, forcing 2Game to save. But they will continue to buy. Lucas recovering the AWP as well.
Martel may be the one here to take that responsibility.
He's never been
get
here.
That open.
Red Canids have never been so lobby-centric in the openings to their rounds. It's always been about yard control, even on those ecos. There's no 1 yard right now, Mark.
They look scrambled. It's just, I mean, for the utility they have, they need more nuance to this A hit. It's going to be bare bones, vanilla feeling. Ray J is pulled back. Fortunate side to this is, I mean, when the die is rolled, they could come up with a really good number. A great refresh onto door. That's out of keen time. And now it is going to be just darned and pulled. It is that Molotov that is going to whiff on Hardzow for a moment. How unpredictable it is. And Pontor, seen, sprayed. And now Venom Zera, he is going to join him. It is Hardzow that holds on Mouse 1. He's got 4. It's a quad kill from Hardzow. You are not going to get past this young man. This A-side bulletproof, and he's the reason why.
It's Hardzow with a stone cold hold on A, man. Deadly. And to be honest with you, kind of hate this call from Red Canids.
I really agree.
If they had changed the pace of this, I would have been singing a different tune. Talked about, you know, there in the middle of that round, how Red Canids have been constant about their yard pressure. And to be honest, it's been very successful. 2Game mostly giving them the space to work with in that area. So I don't really necessarily know why they go away from it. But okay, fair enough. Seeing something I'm not seeing. The fact that they have no map control, wait like 55 seconds to pull the trigger on that, and then to be completely blunt, Mark, not a good execute. Like, straight up not good. I really have a lot of questions.
Two game are getting too hot on this defense to start. Talked about Hards out potentially being the one at 10 and just one. Hard to argue with anything else. Where's he off to? Being tricked, being poked and pulled back to B, and this is where Red Canadians have to go. Out on A right now. This is where they are going to send it, and how long can you just release the temptation? PKL, he buys time, a whole lot of it, for Hards out to be pulled right back up the vent, but it's going to be the attention necessary elsewhere. It's Detroit J, and he never stops swinging on this screen. Finally connects, and he hits a damn good drive, but right now they're going to be in below on B, and Drop is yet to frag. He's going to need to do way more right now than just plant the bomb and give coldzera a chance. It's a 2v4. He's got to do his part of the project, and this is a great way how. A poking clear. He gets that down, and he's got to juke Detroit J, just giving him an opportunity to get this bomb into the cusp. You show your shoulder, it's going to get ripped off of your body. That is the type of game that Detroit J is having right now. Vincent, you talked about multiple members needed to pick up. That was a huge multi-kill in the A site by PKL that pushed them back. Detroit J finishes the job, and that was all prompted by the 4K from Hardzao just last round.
Yeah, I mean, a clear setting for two game, and that they are going to provide whatever it takes. And honestly, big props to PKL for sticking around for as long as he did. Kind of lucked in on coldzera much more than I would have anticipated, considering Drop's positioning and the ramp gap and everything. Two game, I mean, as a whole, I've been kind of talking about this as a sort of a negative about how they don't particularly respect and aren't very quick to rotate down to the B site. That being said, you know, it has upside to it, you know, and that's PKL being very careful about all of that. And it gives Red Canids a lot of space on B, but it also means that two game are not going to get exposed by, you know, what are those late lobby lurks that coldzera was trying to pull off there. That was a force buy. This one's an eco. Deagles, yes, plenty of those, but nothing much more for Red Canids to sink their teeth into or with. This is an incredible start for two game. Just the fashion in which it's happened, not necessarily the scoreline.
KL up a nice look on the drop. I mean, it's just taunting his fellow caller in the server right now. He's been better in all aspects. And his team is turning along the energy, the vibe of a grand finalist. This is what you want to see rise up to the top of Nuke. At the top of Marshmallow right now, it is coldzera that wants to tote this Deagle like he did. And we'll see if he's able to stack up a couple of bodies. So far, there is not a casualty. And Detroit J swoops in. I don't know if it's going to be particularly super for Ponter either. Two game, rip right through. And it is all 5 alive. A full house for this CT side.
Really tough CT or T side calling too for Red Canids. I really think that they've gotten the information, at least in my mind, that they need in order to help to find solutions for two game. They don't need to play risky. What works right now? Two game, late to rotate down B. They have consistent success at ramp, even if it's like a even trade. I think Red Canids need to get somebody out into secret, play from there, and then just split towards B. I don't think it needs to be complicated, Mark.
That was the entire key that was really taken advantage of by two game when they were doing so well on that nuke, was keeping it simple, keeping it easy. I mean, how many times did they literally just go for a simple A wrap and take advantage of their individual prowess? Well, they slowed down eventually. Red Canids put them in this third map due to their own will. It was invincible to break. But right here, you may see it expire. It was a great kill out of Detroit J. And right now, there's still going to be a lot more attention outside. Look at how fast Detroit J is here. Back to the ramp. He's going to give this opening call. And now you're right into Lucas. Pick your poison. And he chooses right. That is the call to go. But now it's coldzera in another clutch. I don't think this one has the vibe of a coldzera classic play. It is 2Game that are putting that away. And they are playing some of their best Counter-Strike against one of their countrymen that inspired them to be here.
Hayes was really critical about 2K and their lack of adjustments, their lack of ability to make changes as the game goes on. Well, this is different. This is a whole different look. I just talked about what I think would be good for Red Canids 2Game. They're ahead of even Red Canids. That adjustment, the flash play for Detroit, they leave Hardzao in position. Even though it's not a frag, even though it's not a victory there, that rifle, the adjustment for Detroit to get back over to ramp is legendary. It's so fast, and 2Game ahead of the moves every time.
The dominant diabolical half, and now you run right into Zareba, and he's got 2 on it. Who gets that next look? It's Bonter that gets a good go, and this actually has a scent of something behind it. Bomb will go down, and the next scratch has got to be the deepest, and now right to the floor. Detroit J, that has to be the shot hit. It's so close. Swinging for the ceiling is Drop and coldzera. With venomZera, they are the trio, they are the core that has stayed with the Candids. They have seen through so many faults in Season 2. They want to push this to a grand final. They don't want to give this up. They get a 3rd, and they're trying to reach for the best case scenario of 5.
They are. Best case scenario, though, would be pretty strong. I honestly think Red Canids would be so happy if they were to pick that up. But that round looked like it could be a flash in the pan. I don't know if that's what we can come to expect from them in the future.
Cowes Ponter, 2 opening kills just like that. Lock this through. Here goes 2 players in mini to bite so hard back, and they can. venomZera has got it, and this is a punishment. This is one that is a statement to Detroit J that he needs to hold on to this. These are important scenes. Do not want to see away from these.
Detroit, you even want to go for this. If you look at the economy, it's in a bit of a shambolic state. The fact that the bomb not planted until just now probably would be the only indication of a want to move forward. But Detroit, he's tucked the back of ramp. He's given this plenty of room. And it's the same story as Anubis first half, where 2Game CT side started hot, started strong, looked untenable for Red Canids, but a slow burn as they get back into the position. Numerically, that's true, Marky, but to be honest with you, Red Canids look far and away worse than they did on that comeback from Anubis.
Terrorists win.
Red Canids almost look like they've oopsed their way into a little bit of a timing there on that one round. Fought back, courtesy of Drop and coldzera. Leading into a final round of the first half. I think 2Game would love an 8th round.
Yeah, you got to punctuate and put an exclamation point on the end of this half if you're 2Game. Keep this energy up. It's how it faded on that Mirage that was that slow burn, that consistent drip back from coldzera, getting active back in the game. Look, Red Candids are getting the rounds like that, but you really don't see there being that individual effort brewing. Right now, they're going to need to put on a new pot. Red Candids, they get a whole nother half in front of them.
Mark, for a team that
yes,
we have talked about as the firepower team, Red Canids look so far away from that. And that is
was
true
3 and 10
across the entirety of this series.
Fast for Detroit J. Got to take this opening fight, and he's not going to get it back at the door. But how far does he walk this? How far does he take the timing? Likely just far enough.
Oh, I love big.
Got something by him, and he's got Herds out to get Ponter. This means that's all outside.
And it's a preemptive rotation down into the B side as well. Detroit going to join. They have 2 down B. This is that weakness that I was talking about as a possibility. PKL from the back of Garage tags up and removes 2. Deadly shooting from the in-game leader of 2 game. Coldzera and Kawes. Not a great half, but they need 5 against their 2.
Certainly. And now it's Kawes that we just called out. And on this rifle needs to get active. Hardtal gonna try and thread this needle and does perfectly. And now he's gonna finish the job, punctuated perfectly, all 5 alive, and a statement made by 2 game at the end of this half. And it is all the pressure staring back at the Candids. This is their series faltering right back in front of them. Their Series 1 hopes here in South America about to fall right out of their hands. I mean, they fought hard. They may thought it may take another 3-mapper for 2 game. It's just how they like it, Vincent.
Well, Mark, I asked questions, right, about how and if 2 game, Hardzao and Detroit could continue to form from map 1 and map 2, because they've been the 2 most consistent players. And I think that it's hard to do that over 3 full maps. 13-11, 11-13. These are tight games. And they have an answer. They have clearly said, we can, we will, and we have. Detroit and Hardzao
tech boss
with PKL leading the secondary charge, asking where that 3rd star might align for 2 game. Truly impressive. But now they go to the hardest, most difficult position, the T side of Nuke.
(16-5) right now. An individual effort by Hardzao that is just insane. Troy J been so potent on that. It's the individual effort and making the calls necessary. It's only 4 rounds that Drop was able to engineer on this T side. PKL knows how important this is. He's been in spots like this, 30 years of age. There's been plenty of opportunities. Not the player you want to be losing. Let's play 4v5, they say.
Unpause. And right as soon as that happens,
DC
drops.
Reese.
Is that like a Reese's Pieces?
I could go for one of those at the moment. Be a little sweet treat for our remap affair here. We still got one more to go after this, Vinny.
That we do, man. Incredibly exciting. And you look at the...
Talk about that price fit mission, man. Whew.
Yeah, you look
happy.
at...
Better be happy.
Who is in these semifinals, too. And I think you might look at that and think maybe not that exciting, but that is just not true.
I mean, you look at the bracket here, and it's like... I mean, it is war-torn. I mean, what has happened...
What favorites?
Upsets, and... exactly. I mean... To be honest with you, if it's red Candids that limp into the final, and say you see them match up against Bestia, right? I mean, that may be one of the most questionable forms of both of those units moving into a grand finals tournament, where I think we are looking for, David to potentially come out in both of these affairs. I think for the Argentinian region, that would be absolutely a crazy little affair. But here it goes. It's already sent up to be a wild pace in this pistol. A place for the Candids that they have been comfortable to go ahead and find their identity. They're sitting here patiently. Venom Zera back of this bomb site, about to have their hands full. And just marking about, Luke is finally with that, and he has to just skate this down. Two game, they're scraping alongside, and Ponzer and Coldzera, they have to meet in the middle. Right here up to heaven, there's got to be another press and waiting for somewhere to come all the way down. Two players have got to be from heaven. There is a missing link, and he has just been found. Detroit J is trying to walk this line, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. It is going to be a guaranteed pistol for two game.
Yeah, Coldzera dink down, basically out. Doesn't want to fight any further than he has to. And if I find them all, to be honest with you, looks kind of likely, and it will be the case. You know what is the win condition for this round, Mark? It's all about Lucas. It's all about Lucas getting out and dropping onto Unbreakable without anybody knowing. Nobody has a damn clue on Red Canids. And he is up into heaven, getting a kill onto the heaven player at a minute 30. That's where that round is won and lost. At that point, the crunch comes in. PKL gets the entry onto Venom Zera, the back of sight, and it's over. As quick as you like.
Drop says, grab those pistols, boys. An SMG, whatever you can fray, Vincent. Here it's going to be online. Force and Cold. Zera is showing you why it was a bold gamble. Punter going to be just boosted in time. And just seen out of that press. It was obvious how that setup was going to be marked out. The nuance, no more. And even with that golden start, are going to have a very tall task. Doing a lot to just take control with what they know is around 5-7 Eagles. And right here, to be honest with you, the red candid should save these guns.
I was just about to say that. I'm in agreement. Oh, wait, drop. That's been heard. That flash hits him right in the jaw. Unfortunately, that gives a lot of this away. And, I mean, they want to stick in with this, but I think that's the wrong call. And there we go. The correct move, but is it too little too late, Mark? He keeps on moving, but they actually give it up. Two game allow them to escape. Only real success in this round is for Coldzera. And brother, he hit that shot through smoke. There was no vision.
Terrorists win.
Unfortunately, we'll be missing PKL. 4 HP, not enough to survive if you're Planet Astralis in the back of ramp, but good news, he just lost to Mac 10. Acceptable losses, if you will. Did they do it again? Surely not. Okay. Red Canids were to have bought right here, I would have called it cooked. Thankfully, they save.
Yeah, they need that 2K per player. They need it bad. I gotta say, this is not a great look. 3 rounds away. 2 game are from going ahead and booking themselves a spot in our grand finals. Took a long road for them to get here. 3-0 in the Swiss stage, and one of the most questionable routes. As this playoff has gone along, they have gotten better. And now as they...
everyone.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, even the teams that are a little bit questionable for, you know, a unit that has been thrown together last 3 months, this is a wondrous result for them, even if the canvas has been messy.
Return for some teammates on this squad with Detroit J and Zariba coming back together from Glories and PKL and Hardzal all the way back in 2019 when they were on Pain at the same time. That's a massive shot. Hold on a moment. They still have the utility to make this happen, but they've got to hurry. 2 game need to get this bomb down and start the ticking very quickly.
Toss that bomb to go. They'll take it right in-house. Kawas with that Mac 10. Sets back all the way up. It's a 2K that he has on that. And now drop. What a timing. He finds it. Detroit J have to just strap on the cape and try and go. Get this S on the chest and bring it to the best. Gonna have to drop up top. They're all coming to you. Staying for the fight. Staying for it boldly. It is Venom Zera that hops along and gets a 5th for the Canids.
out of nowhere, out of nothing, and it might be Venom Zera that takes the cake, the final credit, but it's Kawez with a multi, that 5-7, putting everything on blast, and Cold Zera with tags aplenty. He hit 3 and a frag to boot. That Scout, not have been nothing in round 2, but in round 3 of the second half, it comes to play. Cold goes to an op immediately. Gonna need that late Mirage form from him. The team's saddled with one more tactical timeout. Crucially for me as well, Red Canids hang on to one. Remember, Mark, it was a talking point that I brought up in Mirage that they used all their timeouts in the first half. So if things get rough in the second, they didn't have any input from TGE. Not the case here. 2 game. One in the tank as well.
This is a proper A hit they're cooking up. 30 seconds it took to be the architect of this. BKL gets a great entry, and you're staying alive for too long, so Hardzao has to get you on the fadeaway.
No.
That is going to be a taxing mistake. Trying to tap around this mini. And Red Candids, they are right outside. They want what is in that vault. And that bomb gonna go down here. Hardzao gonna need this to go a little bit too obvious where that flash is gonna lay. And it is going to be a beautiful day for 2 game. They are shining their brightest here on Nuke, but they've got to keep some away. They're 2 rounds away from a grand finals, Vincent. And right now it is a bold decision the Red Candids have to make with the money that remains. And they take their final timeout.
They do. But you know what's got to be living on the shoulders of 2 game right now? It's the same scoreline. It's exactly where they were. It's Mirage all over again. 5 rounds for Red Canids, 11-2 game. And it was 7 straight victories for Red Canids. Then they force it over the line and take it before 2 game can find 12. That's what it was. But that was the past. This is now for 2 game. What a game that PKL is calling up. That target was phenomenal, and maybe a little bit of a hesitation, a little bit of an error with the Molotov, but PKL getting the entry onto the A bomb site for 2 game. It's the same situation, Mark. It's a half buy, but you got Colds off, and you have Kawez on a rifle. Drop the same.
Trying to pick right on this branch. The Canids are gonna try and mix this with the ingredients that is available to them. One of the best here is stashed at the back of ramp. Sponsor between Cold Zera on this AWP. 2 game are not going to be letting up an early kill. They are going to be really adamant about the passivity of this default, Vincent. They aren't reaching too far in any margin.
How is this making a
Farthest
play
they
right
are
now?
outside to Secret, to be honest with you. That's way further than I thought they were.
Hey, Kaw's just chilling inside of that smoke, and as they start to fade away, maybe gonna get vision return. Crossed with no audio cue. Drop sees nothing. Down to B. They know that this is a possibility, but Ponter, he's the worst man for the job because he's got the worst weapon at the moment. Ramp left untested.
A great headshot. Ponter pressing the buttons right now. It's a great production from up top. And he has just got to get this down. They observe to a different round. Ponter can try and just net a triple, but now it's dropped out from double. It is his time to shine in the limelight. One of the final chances he may have to in Series 1. Cleared out. Detroit J has got it down. Venom Zera, the MVP of Mirage yesterday, is still alive, still breathing, and now hands on the hardware, and it's declined. It is swiped by Detroit J every time. This line's on credit, and it's going to pay off in a grand final.
No money, absolutely nothing for Red Canids to work with. They had the op last time. It wasn't enough. It's Detroit Jays that puts them in the grave. 2-game. They had chances, but no map points over on Mirage. They've got 7 of them. Right here and now, Nuke is where it could be. Last time a 13-8 victory for 2-game against Red Canids. They could make it 13-5 right now. Never a better shot, said Hayes. Well, how about this? They've got it now.
Time for that killing blow. You're absolutely correct. No better time than the present to get this right down. It's just the measly MP9s. A Fury of 5 that's going to be thrown back with whatever turn they do tell. And Vincent, it's another slow look by 2-game.
Might change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oof. Great look from Drop there to open us up.
Yeah, it's the CTs that change. It's Drop that resets his position.
Is it too slow? Is that even a thing right now? I mean, Drop is a Molotov to deny them space for the next 7 seconds. In the little room, dwindle down. It's going to be bold. They're sprinting through it. That's the bomb. That's the bomb. Passive the play up until there's a Molotov right in front of you. They run into the fire. And it may be Red Canids free of around 18 because there's 23 to tick, and you may just stand still.
I think they might. I was saying there's a pivot back up to A for Hardzal, but I mean, losing the bomb in that moment, Hardzal asleep at the wheel. Galaz serves him up an SMG to his face. Detroit, Zariba, hoping they can hang with what they've got.
Counter-terrorist.
I tell you, money ain't great. The T side right now, even though saves are not going to be enough, have to buy around it, presumably. Double eco otherwise. Good healthy helping of utility still at the very least. And Hardzal, what a kind individual. He's 21 and 8 and he drops Lucas's AK.
You must see something that we do not. Into the future of this round 19. Lucky number 19. Let's see them box this up. It was always supposed to add up to 19, Vincent, but right now Hardzal is 21.
Yeah, I was just looking at Red Canids' economy. Not much better than what they had last round, which is a bit puzzling, to be honest with you. I didn't pay close enough attention. I was adding the cash for 2-game. All the survivors just focus on the utility as opposed to the riflery. That might come back to bite them, Mark.
Good. And it's about to be the final swing. 2-game, they posture for an A finish. They look right outside of this. They bug right to Unbreakable. And here they try and really get this matter into a good stint. It's not the A crawl, particularly into Mini. They throw themselves through that, they're going to be throwing themselves into the F trap. So they decide to wrap around and try and scramble this with 45 seconds to go. Well, there is the tail end of this thing. All the way back in ramp, they have no matter about this. It is 2-game. They're going to have to audible at the line right now. The Sheriff is currently walking right into J Hall. What's the play here, PK? Let's see how he can get this down. Turns the corner and is absolutely blasted. 3 players down here at this lower bomb site, and it's becoming desperate. 20 seconds to go. Not the time. You want to slip up your lines on the stage. Good look in, and they're going to get a very good amount of room. There's no way you're going for that plant right now. It is all the security that is bottled up. Detroit Jays versus the world in a 1 versus 4. It is not happening. Red Canids, they have not given up yet on this nuke. They've got more energy than we think.
Yeah, it's twice over that Ponter saved everything. A double kill on the Deagle. I said he was the worst man because of the weaponry previously, but from buttons, he pulled it off. He does it more in this one. 3 kills instead of the just 2 that he pulled last time around. Red Canids, they take 2 steps forward and it might be a third, because guess what? 2Game are broke. Out of cash, out of money. Maybe gonna need to swap things up. That slower approach, you asked, is it too slow? And I said no. It seems like they might have run out of rope on that specific tact. And this is where, to herald back to what Hayes was talking about, on the T side of Mirage, they struggled to make adjustments. I said on the CT side of this map, they look damn good at making preemptive changes and putting everything in the right place. Well, you know what, Mark, they're gonna need to do that again. They need to lean into what the CT side got right and not what the T side of Mirage got wrong.
Two things flowing through those veins right now. It's a bit of confidence, but it's a lot of adrenaline. Red Candidates, they want to find a point at which they can press and just take it one round at a time. It is the final timeout taken in this, and 2Game decide that this is going to be at which the point they take a breath for 30 to discuss how this is to go. PKL has had so much weight on his shoulders in this series, had to go deep into the bag on Anubis. Mirage brought him to his wits, but now at the end of Nuke, how does he call up the final go?
A lot of pressure that you're putting on him, but he's the man, the most experienced one. A long career that PKL has had here. And he continues on 2Game. He can take that pressure and he can make it into diamonds. At least that's what he's saying. That's what he's doing. He's calling that to rally the troops around him. No Detroit up. Gonna have to do it on the rifle. He was capable of that before. But Cowes, fantastic opener. PKL says hold the phone.
Only be on that dial for so long. So the track resets. 2Game have had 2 enemies in these last couple of rounds, and the most dangerous has not been the Candidates. It's been the clock, and I guess you can cite that as themselves. They have to be able to carry on along their itinerary while it's still feasible. They're out towards ramp right now at a minute 10. There's 2 players here. There's going to be more discussion to this. We'll see if you can actually corroborate this scenario, PKL, on 9 HP. There's a player down below, and there are players in J-Hall, and they decide to sit. They're just going to wait here and try and pull the strings, Vincent.
Where to go? That's the question. Big importance on Lucas right now. He's the only other side of this, and as per usual, Ponter under pressure. Coming from all angles.
Final finish on B. Not if Ponter is anything in hell to say about this. A double is all he's got. That's his 2 cents. PKL, we spoke about him as where this weak link could go on 9 health. But he is the one that has been under center and taken the snap every time, gotten his path here. But now it is a completion to Lucas. He's got 2 kills on this and all of the HP as he runs with the rock. What is Cold Zero waiting for? Lucas to overstep. PKL sits here in the depths of hell, right here at dark, as Drop has just taken so much distance. He's found nothing, and now a flash to get this down. It's all the way to the back of this bomb site in Astralis plant. They do find him. It's going to be a stick. It's going to be on top of the bomb. Drop has got to do it. The clip spammed in, and it's a spam to a grand final. Talked about the Red Candidates Panic at the Disco meets a murder of the dance floor of Nuke. 2Game kills their groove. 2Game 3-0 through the Swiss stage, Vincent, through a grand grind to be our first finalist.
And it's Lucas to take them over the line at the very last moment. 4 kills, a 1v2 to close that out as we bring Hayes back in. A killer close to map number 3 on Nuke. Hayes, absolutely stunning for a 2-game upset.
Oh man, just incredible work from 2Game. I mean, I was talking about how in post that second map after they kind of fell apart to Mirage, that might be the closest they get to a grand final throughout the rest of season 3 here for CCT. They say no siree. They get the job done on Nuke. I mean, what an incredible start from Hardzao if we can just dial it back to the start of the map. He was really the guy who just kick-started Nuke for 2Game. We were talking about how important experience was coming into the decider of a semi-final. We're talking about names like Cold Zero, obviously, Kawares, guys who've been playing at the highest level. Hardzao is that guy for 2-game, and what a way to just rally the troops with a start like that to the map. I mean, that crazy, it was like 10 for 1, that insane multi-kill on the A-bomb side. I feel like that just fired up the team, excuse me, and they just carry that on. They keep racking up rounds. Good start at the second half as well. Then I'm starting to get nervy, 10-5. They play against that weaker investment again, guys, and I'm thinking, not like this, fellas, not like this. Get the job done, 11-5. It's a 3v5 on that B-bomb side. I'm thinking, surely not again, but they've managed to get across the line. They get themselves up to 12, and it doesn't take much longer to finish off the job from there. Listen, we're already some 40 minutes behind schedule here, guys. I'm not even going to ask for your thoughts, because at this point, you've already been talking for 3.5 hours about the game, so I feel like we've covered most of our bases. It was a blast, though. Huge props to 2-game. I'm just really impressed that the run continues. I thought this is where it would end. Evidently not. And, well, they're all the way into the grand final. As for Red Canids, that is a brutal way for them to be eliminated from the tournament. A lot of question marks will continue to hang around them until we see some more consistency. Either way, like I said, we are going to move things along here, everybody. Bestia against Crew is the game waiting in the wings. Been waiting for about 40 minutes, so we're just going to throw this one into a break, and then we'll jump into that second semi-final. Championship Thursday continues into the second semi-final, and we have an Argentinian derby here lined up for the next game of the day. It is going to be Bestia taking on Crew. Now, this is a spicy matchup for many different reasons. Like I said, it's a semi-final, it's a derby. You know, we have Crew, who are certainly the underdogs, but Bestia, who aren't playing their best Counter-Strike at the moment. So they certainly are fallible. I'm looking forward to this. We've already had one underdog success story, 2-game overcoming Red Canids. They're into the grand final, and I'd say they'd back themselves against either Bestia or Crew. However, Vincent, coming into this one, I know you're quite high on Crew. I mean, you do recognize Bestia as the favorites, but it's not like this is a clear-cut game, right?
Yeah, I think let me take a moment, because
Okay.
I've been on a little journey here myself, right? Coming into the Swiss stage, I was pretty low on Crew, like quite low on Crew. Obviously, you know, expected better things with Buddha coming in, but in general, I think we've seen some real struggles. But an individual step up across the board from like your Opera and Ataraxia, but reversive as well, I think has been really important. So the fact that they have, you know, made it into playoffs to me was like a little bit of a surprise. Well, they've continued to surprise at every single turn, able to step up against everyone up that they're up against, and it's taken big performances, but the fact is they've been able to do it every time, Hayes. That's what's so impressive.
Can they do it again, though? Now against Bestia, that's the question. I mean, there's going to be a lot on the line here, but maybe kind of to take Mark's line, playing with house money, because they have already made such a deep run into the competition now, into the semi-finals. We'll bring up Bestia's roster first and break it down. Now, what we tend to do as casters and analysts is when we get a team on the screen, we just talk about like the most relevant and pertinent talking points around that team. And you just know for like the next 3 to 6 months, anytime someone casts a Bestia game, it's going to be like, the major drama, not getting the documentation in time. We saw how well Legacy did. That could have been Bestia. And I mean, at this point, Mark, they have to put that behind them, right? Like, that was just the biggest disaster for all these players who had accomplished and deserved that spot at the major, and the clerical era, you know, no fault of their own. They don't get to play at that tournament. They have to move on, right? They got to focus up here. There's still a job and a career ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here, you know, especially for, I think the region, it couldn't be sweeter, you know, to get this particular matchup here. 7 Argentinian players, I believe, in the server this afternoon. And I believe that, you know, with, I think the leadership of Noxy, I think that this was going to be a big break for him, you know, at 31 years of age, to finally make the major and go that close. You basically did make the major. Look, I mean, like, it's a great look for you. Obviously, everything you just stated, I think that I was really excited about this. I mean, I got to see right away on Velox when Timo had a couple officials with them. You know, we were kind of kidding around in the green room. It does always come back to Johnny Boy in this region. This is a guy that was playing with him just briefly, and at 20 years old, it's the only experience that he has seen alongside, and has joined this roster and been pretty dang effective. So I've been a fan of what this young man has brought. And also, Kaysen has been pretty pretty good, especially when I got to watch him versus Shinden in a very shaky one. See, that's
Yeah.
where I come to have the concern. And you know what? For everything that you have just prompted up, I think poetically, if Bestia were to overcome this, it would be a good stint. I want them to have a hard series here just for that point.
Yeah, just to make sure they get tested properly. I mean, the one thing I will say just about the composition of this team is that obviously Nocta recently forewent the AWP. He was the AWP IGL before. We've seen quite a few players kind of doing it around the scene, just giving up the AWP in favor of a younger, heavier hitting AWPer, and now he can focus as an IGL. And I'm happy they've made that decision, because I feel like that was one of the limiting factors on this Bestia roster before, was Nocta's AWP level. Anyway, you guys are welcome to just tag on that maybe throughout the cast or whatever. We can just move things along here. We're going to bring Crew up on our screen. You were talking about how you didn't really have a huge amount of value in their stock recently, Vincent, but that has rapidly risen since then. They had a great run in the group stage. They had a good win in the playoffs yesterday as they now come into the semi-finals. I mean, Buddha was kind of the discard from 9Z, and it's been a good revitalization for him. I always feel like this Crew team had something cooking before. Like, they were never just the whipping boys and would get banged out in all the series they played. I feel like Ataraxia's had some good moments on the AWP. You know, Riggy's been decent at the rifle. And now you add, although Buddha's probably not the oldest guy on the team, he's definitely the most experienced, and he can just help regiment this team. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do here today, Vincent.
Yeah, here's what's been good for Crew previously. I think the calling's been pretty darn good. I think Reversive as a caller has been strong, and Raihi definitely a big rifling presence. They just really lack that secondary. Cheshkin's not in the roles to like make that happen. If you're confused, previously went under the name Laser. Just to clear out any confusion there. But having a true star like Buddha come into the team and like be I'm gonna say a second piece, but like a primary piece alongside Raihi has been a huge addition. But it's not just that. I talked about Reverse's calling that I like. Bro, some of the times he had these games where, I mean, he was literally a non-factor in the fragging department. As an in-game leader, that's a problem. It's still not like he's blowing the server out of the water, but he's having these big impact moments in comparison to where they were at before. And I don't know what the change is to make that happen, but what I do know is that both he and Ataraxia had a level that was not good enough, not sustainable previously, and that has changed with Buddha's addition. And I'm so impressed with that fact specifically. That is what makes this team exciting.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point that you make there, is how he's kind of just now, there's a bit more slack for these players who don't contribute as much individually as you'd normally like, now that Buddha's kind of covering that ground, right? And he also has to somewhat reinvent himself. I do like seeing players do this, as we can bring up the veto just while I talk here. I like it when a player sort of ventures out of their region. I mean, I know he was playing still in South America, but he kind of broke out of Argentina. It didn't work out in that team in 9Z, and he's had to take a step back down again. And he certainly raises Crew's level, and it's a chance for him to just remind everybody what he's capable of. Anyway, let's just talk about the veto here briefly before we jump into the game, fellas. I mean, Bestia, they looked unbeatable on Mirage at one point until they were beaten on this map yesterday by Flamengo. Now, they were leading something ridiculous. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was 11-3 as well, and they ended up losing to Flamengo 13-11. So hopefully that's just going to be like a once-off for this Bestia team as they pick Mirage again here. They generally have deficiencies in Dust 2 and Inferno, two of the maps that they kind of have to float because Train's their permaban. So good decision here for Crew to pick that. And then Nuke, 100% win rate for Bestia. Again, was a very reliable map for them in their qualification for the major, beating Sharks in a really important game there. So, I mean, surely with Mirage and Nuke featuring, you could make a case for that being their best two maps mark. Sets them up really well in the semi-final.
Yeah, this is going to be a very clean route, I believe. Even for this Dust 2 that just was won at the end of the series yesterday versus 9Z, it really took a great power-up from Raigi in a performance to be proud of. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, Vincent and I were, even just kind of hinting to it before. He went 32-15. It's going to take something like that, Hayes, and probably more in a three-mapper if it would go to Crew.
Okay, well, apparently the game is live and we're going to be jumping into the first map of the second semi-final, the Argentinian Derby. Bestia the favorites, Crew, the nippy underdogs looking to try and find a way into the grand final. I'll see you boys after the map.
Thank you so much, Hayes. Lovely stuff, man. And you know what? This has so much extra, I'm going to say aura to it. Because the whole time, right? Bestia are that Argentinian team that you want to be, right? These crews, these Dusty Roots, these other Argentinian squads that are trying to make their way there. They're all chasing Bestia. Now Crew gets to find a chance to maybe reach out and overcome them. That's what is on the line here.
Look, but this may not end like every fairy tale should. For any team that's trying to move it up, Crew have been the most questionable. They've been a team that likely shouldn't be here. Had to power up versus 9Z in great fashion. Here's Bestia breaking out into the bomb site, showing why they're one of the best in the region. Haha.
Bestia in the region.
Yep, low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
In the first round.
All right. Yeah, listen, we had to get those out of the way.
Yep.
You know, just contractually obligated, if you will. Ataraxia, right?
I've read about this.
They're going to give this a go.
This is crazy. Yeah,
There's
this
a
is
big
very
chance.
doable. Jacked on the way over, but Raigi's got one word for you.
Ooh.
Here's a second up top. Case in point down below. They're going to hop on this bomb. Ataraxia with just enough on the kick.
Yeah, actually plenty of time considering they had the kit. That's, I mean, shout out why you buy the kit to begin with. A little bit of craziness. I felt like Timo was in a position where basically could have made this, you know, nothing at all. It was a good position that he was in, takes a step forward and just gets rocked. And then it's Rai continuing where he left off. Just 2 shots, 2 kills. It's deadly. And Bestia taken out. That one, their bomb plant, though, going to mean they want to force buy in. We were kind of talking about some differences in the way that the Crew like to approach this. Bestia, another team that likes to play aggressively. That bomb plant basically makes the decision for them, though. Not really a question mark there.
MP9er. Right, close. Oh boy. No, not like this. Reversive. See, back to your first stage in the Swiss. We want to see that type of performance that you had versus LP. We want to see great performance out of this man. Kind of all kidding aside, Ataraxia was really kind of a weak link in that last series. Go for that shot right down.
How'd bro get there? I was too worried about the A play. How did Rai get so deep? Did he just sprint up mid? I think he sprinted up mid. I was fully not paying attention, but that is very funny. Bestia rocked in round 2. They're forced by basically nothing out of that either. I think it's important to kind of note, you would have preferred to see a little bit of damage done. Basically 0 there on the Crew. So they get to build into their economy a little bit more. In addition to that, I think that maybe to tug on a strand that Hayes was kind of opening up, I would agree with him in describing that, you know, Noxie's opping was maybe a little bit of a limitation for this Bestia team. I also think it made him call in a more aggressive style and a riskier style than he does on a rifle. So I think it's all things considered been a good change. So the fact that, you know, I think that he keeps his head on a little bit straighter.
Oh no.
Bad news.
Oh no. Yeah, something happening here on B. 2 Deagles to stir the pot. And I don't know if they are going to stop yet. Crew giving them the respect because they damn well deserve them. Waiting
Smoke's
patiently.
nasty.
Yeah, this is, you know, a great pickup for them. Every single member, though, of Crew have a kit, so they've just got to hit the necessary shots. And Ataraxia already on a 6-0 spree. Now it is... How does Timo find that shot? Great on the MP9, got to finish it off. So, hopping on the bomb, Thomason, Deagle, bold, and just trying to play bodyguard, reverse it, doesn't get it done, has to pull the blade. It's just not going to happen like that. Knife to a gunfight, Vincent, you know how that goes.
Mark, how's this happen, man? I find myself feeling like this when I watch Bestia pretty often. We go from the force buy with like good guns and like three Galils, and it's like 0 kills, nothing even started, to the pistol round with Deagles, and Bestia have like a 1v2 with a bomb plant. I don't get it. I don't understand.
A little crazy. A little bit wild. There's a nade opened up, and they've got another serving for you. Noxie, great kill. And he's gonna really get his hands dirty. Try and get this down. into connector, makes contact all the way on. It's a scope that's in the hands of Ataraxia now on a 7-0 start on that rifle. I want to see who goes on the hot hand.
BESTIA claim mid control, and it's at the cost for crew of right. That's ridiculous. I just realized Cheshkin all the way through B. Oh my goodness. Ridiculous. He is actually getting flanked right now. This could be a problem.
What a great find inside of ladder. Gonna try and take that next step. But to which side? It is the bomb on the back of Luchov right now, and just a step too early. Luchov all alone and crossed that line of scrimmage that was covered with the AWP, otherwise planted boldly and in a wide open space just on the other end of triple. Ataraxia just has to get the back down. An easy kill, an easy 4th round for the crew. And this is where BESTIA slip up in their first gun round.
Let me talk about some details here for crew. I think that the way they handle things on this first big round as well, it's very good because they go for this aggression into the apartments. They get Cheshkin in a forward position. He's often, left as a lurker, but he's super active in that. We talked about it in our first best of 3 of the day, how important it is. That was Zariba doing that. How important it is to have an active piece at the B side of the map who can, both hold it down more passively if needed, but also get up into the mix. That's the case there. Buddha with a multi in the middle of that round. And it's those critical moments that I talked about for Reversive, that one on Catwalk. That's what turns the tide. Ataraxia stays flawless as well. He's 8-0, Mark. This is a stunning start for crew.
No doubt about that. An investigation, Raigitect. Luchov wanting another chance at a clutch like that. This is the man to pay attention to. We didn't get quite to the head-to-head scenario in this matchup, but Luchov would have been the man on the tip of the spear rifle-wise. Here it goes. Noxy with another great find. This is going to be BESTIA finding their first round. They should save both of these guns.
They absolutely should. And I don't think BESTIA should really invest in trying to fight that. Here's something interesting to talk on. Thomasin, basically the standout player here for BESTIA when he first came into this team, but the fact that BESTIA have kind of made a bunch of these changes, right? They had initially brought in Leo for a little bit. That didn't last for, I think it lasted maybe 2 months total. But at the same time, that's when they brought in Case in. And then they took Timo up from that Velox team you were referring to, Johnny Boy on it. I think that, in as much in that transition, Thomasin's kind of struggled a little bit. Not bad, but certainly had a lot more of these games where he's struggling. And I think that's because Timo has been able to jump in and take some of the resources that had previously been going towards Thomasin. So I think it's important to kind of keep your eye on that as we continue forward. Right, Timo been looking very good. I've been very impressed with the young man from Uruguay, but I think that you have to make sure you're not doing that at the cost of Thomasin's performance and output.
Yeah, I really would have been wanting to see this bold Thomasin for a minute, and I didn't get to see that versus Shinden. You're going to take that type of performance if you want to be taking Series 1, so look for that to come in this series. Here goes Ataraxia with a great line, and one of the best that we've seen, let's be real, Vincent, in this entire tournament. An 8-0 start is a great look for this man, and Raigi keeps picking on this branch and reverses it with a great look. Raigi finally gonna get taxed, and it's another find from Ataraxia. He goes into window for the very first look into middle, and he's got that an easy pick, and we have the information. They are never letting go. It's a suffocating feeling on this Mirage, and BESTIA know it well.
Yeah, they get overwhelmed by Crew, right? Just fighting to take early duels rather, and it makes life very difficult. You know, you talk about like Buddha, and I think it was Hazen and I talking in the pre-show, actually before the pre-show in the green room about like Buddha and where he's at, like as an individual. You know, was previously a little bit more of that passive player. I think more aggressive on this Crew's team than he was with 9Z, but you know, as a dynamic duo, as like a tag team, Rai and Buddha are deadly because Rai has been so consistently good in those more forward fights. I love to see that, and that's what happens there. And you know, I just want another shout out for Reversive. It's how he understands like the timing that he's meant to take, and being able to win some of those mid-round fights to like put the finishing touches on a round, make sure that Bestia can't break out of what was already a two-man disadvantage. That's where Reversive is bringing big value for me. He did it on a catwalk before and on stairs in the last round.
Huge opening kill by Ataraxia. Through the first 6, he has not died. A long life he has lived. Veteran of this Mirage. Smoke to deny them back from upper. Bestia back to the drawing board in T-spawn.
That tight win against LP the last time they were on Mirage, Mark. Crew hadn't played it since then, but oh my, I think that very close to connecting Buddha, leveled by Luchov.
Chicken, right to go and bear this with Raigi. There's going to need to be some help here. All alone on this island, but actually doing well to go and getting everything he needs, which is the room to breathe. And here, I mean, buying time for this positioning for Ataraxia. Ataraxia being here for the push up cast. There's no way you're hitting that, Ataraxia. One of the fastest is in Argentina. Having that all the way up. There's 2 more players to follow it up the catwalk. Got to reload in that AWP. Are the best of the fireworks to come. Equipped on those dualies and now breaking the rules. Up close and personal. Has got it down. Got the reload off. And no! With the quick switch, will pay the price. Kaysen has got it in the 1v1 that will taunt a second round on the board for Bestia.
This is format Ataraxia I've not ever seen.
Me neither.
Shades of Guardian right there from Ataraxia. Truly incredible stuff that is not going to net them around victory. I'm so impressed that Bestia managed to pull that off. They hesitate just the right amount of time in order to pull them back, right? He did a great job of buying time. Cheshkin right before that. But still, Bestia prevailed. Actually, Noxie, who's taking the opening duel out in mid with the AWP. Behind the spawn. Doesn't see anything. There is an opposing op, but money's tight. Included in the weaponry department for Crew is MP9s and a Deagle for Buddha. Bestia really don't have a lot of map control. I know they've just regrouped towards B, Marky, but this is a little bit scary if Crew end up fighting for any information. If they hit B now, though, it should be free.
I think it's good. They're going to be taking these steps at the timing you suggest. And it should go ahead and be right of the way. This is their time to make the left turn. Noxie gets a double. And that MAC-10 connects. Reversive long range. This should be a time to go ahead and rest. But in a 3 versus 2, why not give it a test? It is that rotation in from catwalk. And just as that smoke lies down, Reversive, he is so good about these pre-fires. Crew getting back in. Here is the front door open. And Luchov, as I suggested, he's kicking himself for the previous 1v2 he fumbled, but now at the goal line, he's going to hang on to the rock, a 1v1, and he is seeing Ataraxia pop up like a clay pigeon. He's done about 90% of the work, and now Ataraxia, all he needs is one. Luchov, in that same vein, has now got another clutch on the board for Bestia. They are rolling on this T side now.
I hate to put a fine point on it like this, but Ataraxia had such an incredible start, but big missed opportunities, chances in those 1v1s that he doesn't pull over the edge. And as much as, you know, you look at that scoreline and you say, how could you level any sort of criticism at him? It's still a little bit of a missing piece right there at the end, despite greatness otherwise. And it's Luchov with that 1v2. He didn't have armor there either. That's the type of confidence that Ataraxia is playing with. No armor, glass cannon. I'm still that guy, but can't quite pull it over the line.
Walking back into the safe site. Going through the motions. Keshkin not safe right here. The rest of the crew is all the way around, and Luchov, he continues to farm. Hey, how about save some for me? I guess not the case. Give this man the ace.
Now, let me get all them ecos.
Ace.
Yummy ecos.
Dude, we had so many aces yesterday. I don't think we've had... did we have one in the other series?
Can't recall that we had one. Maybe. Thomason steals it away. His second kill, by the way. Got on the board on that B attack in the previous round when that almost clutch from Ataraxia comes down, but Luchov pulls it across the line. Crew to take their time out. Bestia close the distance. And we have a little bit of a moment to breathe, maybe, Mark, because Crew, hot start as it was, starting to level things out here. Bestia, I think their experience starting to show. They don't get flustered by Crew's explosiveness to begin.
Yeah, I got to see Keshkin starting to, you know, get those Friars revved, specifically with the consistency in the other Crew series that we've gotten to witness, Vincent. It's been pretty good. Watch them versus LP, watch them versus Shinden, watch them versus 9Z. And so here we are, series number 4, and we are missing a part to be told. Right now, read these lines. It's been overstepping. Ataraxia at 13-3, I think has been, you know, kind of been, you know, shook in a bit of a stance where you were criticizing. Unfortunate floms on that clutch. And here goes a flash up top. Kaysen has got that, and it's a dusted start for Ataraxia.
Yeah, Crew seeming to put some thought process into, like, let's put the hot hand up in front and try to enable Ataraxia. I don't dislike that at all, but Kaysen kind of sitting and waiting, looking for that exact move. It's received and dismissed with ease for Bestia. And it's ×2 with Reversive trying to react towards A. It's bested Teemo. How about a double? Not quite, but Raihi tagged low enough for Luchov to make that pretty easy. Quick and simple round for Bestia. They look to try and punish an overheating Crew, and I think they do that to a very strong degree. And maybe to touch on what you were mentioning there for Cheshkin, I don't even know that he's particularly in trouble right now. I think it's just a matter of how many times they've hit B. In doing a great job of buying time, but not necessarily getting the frag whenever they
I was finding
complete that there.
Even where there's really nobody to blame right now, this is
I'm playing defense.
That's good. That's good. I think your Crew are gonna need some pretty nice shots on these pistols if they're to find anything out of their defensive round 11.
Yeah, I think if we are looking for a scapegoat, you know, you might look towards Buddha, who had an incredible round or two at the very beginning, right in that 5-round stretch, but has really slowed things down. I think in small part, at the very least, to the amount of times he's just not had a real weapon. It's been like Deagle, MP9.
Bad or unlucky.
Get Launders on the case.
Exactly. Here goes a good flash up. Noxie. Great headshot. Buddha answering the call now. How long is this dial gonna be right here? I think it might be Bestia that are gonna have to press 1 because this thing has been thrown to the operator and it's concerning. Onto the pistols now. It's a low HP. They should be good. Breathe at home if you're a Bestia fan. Here goes Reversive. There should be a gun around here somewhere. No? No.
What happened? You go to Texas for 5 days and you
I
find
did.
a southern
I did.
accent, or
What, like, were we there for longer than that? 5 days?
6
5
days.
days. Well, we were there before, too.
I was longer than that because
Yeah, you and traveling.
I got out late.
Your luck will turn around. I'm sure it will.
Soon. Fingers
I had a
crossed.
bad travel spree in, like, the winter time, and it was unlucky, but, you
If Drew
know,
can turn this one around, man.
we all can. Summertime.
That's Thomasine.
Whew.
That's the guy we've been looking for. Sideline, the
away.
biggest fragger there for crew.
Ooh, Tom is in awe.
Oh, Bogdan Law.
Shout out. Uchov finds Raigi. And now only one last corner on this back for the B side. It is Ataraxia. Will backpedal all the way to that window. But what's the call here from Luchov and the boys? They've got this all the way down, 15-7. They're going to carry this forward. Noxie under center has had this thought in his head the whole time. It's a really good spot.
This could be a non-defining position if the bomb were here, but yeah, I like this call from Bestia. They have so much space on B. Honestly, don't know why they didn't go B to begin with, but maybe they knew Cheshkin.
This is tough. Luchov is going to be softened up as well. All the way at bench would just take one shot out of Keshkin. I was begging for a play out of this man before, and now he's in the proper position to do it. Can't finish. Full shot. Ataraxia winding this up, trying to pre-fire on a couple of these angles. Has this op back up in apartment. It's just going to stun the crew, waiting for this long, searching for a clue. It's Timo right on the bomb site. They've got to speed this up because there is no kid about this, and now it's impossible. It is going to be a 7-5 out Bestia. And Ataraxia showing his best in Series 1 by far. He's still going to have him down by 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's tough when you see, how low everyone was. I thought they would be fine. Clearly, Bestia feel the same way, but everyone used down and it doesn't matter. Wait, it's halftime.
It's a half, man.
Wait.
Yeah, I know. It's flying by, right? You said 3 maps.
I was
12
having
rounds.
too good a time.
Time flies when you are having fun.
Certainly does. What a recovery, though. I mean, just think about where that started. Ataraxia with a stunning type of, step out to begin with. Rai with some big moments. But it's 2 1v1s that go Bestia's way. And I guess if you're talking about Luchov, it was a 1v2, ended for a 1v1 twice over in Ataraxia's case. Crew 5 rounds to begin, and they can't find any more. That's painful.
It certainly is painful. Sitting at this stint, I don't know that I'm really satisfied with that first half performance, even if it is Bestia. I think finding their way to that lead. Like, I was pretty happy with the start from crew as well. I think it's their energy that's also still floating out there. An interesting Mirage that's the first step in this series, but for Bestia, I feel like that was so heavily favored on this. I feel like you could be happy to go. Crew into another pistol round here, Vincent. We'll see how they mix it up.
They might be happy, I think, but like the problem is that I don't think that's like something you can do again. You can't recreate that type of individual moment that was happening right there. So a little concerning there. What a shot from Timo. B hit's coming. Tom is in under pressure.
Here they're sprinting down the way. Trying to chase this all the way over. Timo with a great headshot just like that. Kaysen gets one complete. And Raigi is going to be right here in this business and now all alone. Try and keep the shop open yourself. And at some point, you got to clock out. And you're forced to today. Bestia, they have another pistol on this Mirage. That is how you provide a tone of solitude on this CT side. That is where you want to warm up. That is how you have to just put everything out of the worry camp in this point. That's why you take a couple of seconds to talk about it. I actually really like this move.
Yeah, I think that, listen, it's not a risk, but it's something where BESTIA might not be necessary, but it's a nice addition. It's them thinking about the future. It's them understanding and thinking about last half, right, where they basically had the pistol round closed up. And then Crew broke back in, found some ridiculous performances from Rai and Ataraxia. Time, hey, we got it. Now let's follow that up with a victory in the second. Speaking of, by the way, very rare moment to see Crew not force buy. No, they didn't get a bomb plant, but their MO all tournament long, Mark, has been to continue buying regardless. And maybe, you know, the only exception occasionally on the CT side, but I'm not disliking it. It is a little different, though.
Mikey with a great headshot. Not too hopeful about these pistols, but only 2 of them to put your hope into. It's not too large of a investment particularly. Even here in that stint. Noxie connects onto Keshkin. Now this continues to roll. The next stint is going to be out towards the middle, and there goes this MP9 to get its chance. Good shot out first. And now they're trying to patrol. Here's a nade to go deeper.
Rai's not done, buddy. He gets out onto A. He's got some space to work with. The problem, of course, La Bamba. Not there. Any more headshots, though? Those could still be valuable. No. Noxie puts that to bed quickly enough. Reverse has a deal of his own, but not going to help out. This amount of money that Kazin has just farmed up in the meantime. BESTIA. You know, we talked about how shaky they looked leading up to this best of 3 into this semifinal. And I think that's absolutely the case, that they have been very shaky. Well, a couple of rounds that make them look the opposite of that.
Walking out of the say ramp, it's Luchov to spray down. It's a good pull by Reversive, though. And this is how they carry it forward. Call it into a double press. Thomason sees it all. This is calmed well. You see how they avoid it on the mini-map to just have a safe rotation back to CT. They know they have not cleared into this full route, but at some point, this guy would have to swing, right? So this is going to be an easy headshot out for Thomason. And now it's headed back to the B site where it's telegraphed. This is going to be just pulled right into jail, but it's actually up to the missile pillar, and Timo has a great swing. And on this tally, next to go, on the T, he fades away, but Buddha is headhunting. He's got that even in the smoke when you're cloaked. Bomb to go down on default. Ataraxia needs to have a good bar about this. Now to be raised on the bomb site and shared between. Kaysen in a 1v2, have a kit on his back. But goodness, the way they're playing this, Vincent, I think it would have to be a hell of a first shot, and it would be. Buddha has a great bunch of impact in this round, and that could be his activation into this Mirage.
BESTIA really had some very tight windows to try and figure out what was happening. They were a little bit slow in the uptake that was going to be towards B. And Timo, I would have preferred to see him like set his stance and fight a little bit more. Too timid in that moment, trying to buy time, but nobody was arriving. Nobody was really in the... they didn't have the running shoes on to get back to B. So Timo was always alone that whole time, and he was buying time when he should have been buying frags. So a little bit of a question mark there. BESTIA lost, but certainly not out of the woods. Crew starts to bite back, and you know what? Might have a little bit more. Look at the purchase. It's not great. BESTIA didn't build as much as they would hope. We might be seeing Buddha start to wake up a little bit. 2 kills in the last round. The reversive opened with 2 of his own.
Buddha can just walk up here to get a headshot. Only denied. It's into the stack here. They do commit to this B bomb site, but there is, I mean, a fading smoke at the top of connector. We'd love to have this go a bit sooner. I think with already the statements made inside the bomb site, those pistols have been teeing off for a moment. You see that player in ladder tell the ship to turn around. Luchov gets a good shot into the bomb site. You got to get past this FAMAS, but Buddha has been activated. He's got 2 great shots out of that AK, and now it's still not a done deal. Luchov and his FAMAS is going to have to do the rest of the dirty work. Gets this back down, and Buddha has gone wild. There's your ace, Vincent. We were searching for it, and Buddha's got one. He wants to make this grand final. Not done with the first map for Crew.
Yeah, he found a form that was a little bit missing over on the CT side. And to be fair, I mentioned that, you know, I think Buddha does his best work on the T side for this Crew team. Been showing that off time and time again. Bestia, I know they weren't exactly perfect. They had Scout and, you know, some less than stellar weapons, but now they've got nothing. Buddha's going to need to farm up a little bit more. Well, pretty good spray control. Doesn't net him more than 2 frags. Jason could shepherd this AK away. I think that Bestia would live happy. I don't know if that'll be the case, though.
Feige confirms the kill. And it goes. Buddha, like, rolls into another double. And this is where trouble brews in this Mirage. I say we take a big T right here. Okay, I'm kind of like... I'm not exactly too wise, all right? I heard the clicking. I knew something was coming. It's a tech pause, unfortunately.
Yeah, not the tack that I think you were keeping in mind, but you know, it is a little bit of a slowdown because of this regardless. Talking about the impact, right, that you know, somebody like Buddha has for this Crew team on the T side. Well, Tom is in for me. It's the CT side that he can flourish on very often. You look across the stage and you see he may be the one to step up here for Bestia. Crew have only been limited by themselves, to be honest, in this tournament. Whatever they see in front of them, they've been able to overcome even big teams, big scouts like 9Z. Bestia needs to just be another one in the road to the final. That's what the mindset's got to be for Crew if they want to come away with a series like this.
He flashed in. He finds a good look. There's Noxie that we saw, at the beginning of the half. Getting those opening kills on the T side. Having a ton of impact. King Tom is in. And now Crew roll downhill into the B-bomb site. One player here, right below the cut. And Luchov is going to stand up and just try and get a double. One is now Noxie next to go. But now he's gone. And oh, so on par with where that wall bang could have gone. On point with more! And he hits that through the wall! What the hell is coming out of that AWP? And he still stands up! He literally trucks through a 50 caliber bullet to win that 1v1.
We talked about Cheshkin and the B site, his domain, so many times, and he's clutched for it too. A massive attempt right there for Kaysen, but not to be thanks to Cheshkin. Crew survive. They equalize. Bestia might have broken through. Got a little lead after halftime. No. Crew ain't done yet. Force Bestia onto another save. 2 rounds, man. the beginning of this half for Bestia. Since then, Crew woke up. Those 4 straight to get here at 9 apiece and likely to take back the lead.
Crew have come to play today. They're acting like they've been here before. This is their best opportunity to push a final. I mean, we spoke about that just in our previous series with 2Game, and they didn't fluff their chance. There goes an opportunity to get double digits and get it first. I would feel good. But that's arbitrary. Don't let that be the line that satisfies you. Go ahead and get the easy job done. So when that hard day comes next, it's round 20 that Bestia are going to go very much within the bag for. It's going to be a tough hill, Vincent. Now they decide to walk down it. Good shots out of Raigi.
Yeah, direct and to the point. Some damage done, but nothing converted. Not even Thomason can convert that into victory.
Got concerned with the time. But the way they just flushed that out, not a single casualty, Vincent. Bestia, I mean, I think they were going to take out this timeout regardless. But here, they can feel how important these next steps they take are.
This is a Crew team, Mark, that's never been past the round of 16 until now. They've made it there twice, out in group stages prior. But now they knock on the door to a grand final. Try and find a way to find the better of Bestia on a map that you and I both agreed probably no business in. The map that we've got 2 wins on the last 3 months. Now they take a lead, but they're about to roll up into a Bestia who's just taken the tack, looking to make changes.
Big start by Bestia. That's what they absolutely needed. Can't let it go. Big A-site crawl. And an aggressive look by Luchov. And he doesn't get it gone. This is another dampering down on the Crew confidence. And now you just stay hot on the press. Raigi and Ataraxia, unless they are handed a couple freebies, they stand still.
Call from Reversive is one of confidence. One where they're playing as if they are the best players in the server, and I have a lot of respect for that type of call. But Bestia bats him down, puts him on notice, and says, hey, you might be feeling that way, but even with a tight lead, it's not the same.
That goes further. Now Raigi steps up top. Here he goes and picks one out of CT. Sin just swings back and forth, and that's the form you want to see out of this Opper. Then the conversation to take the scope out of Noxie and recruited the previous main talent, and he is looking good swinging on that Dally. Right here, Vincent, it is 10-10. They bring us right back to a tie, and now they're breathing down the neck of Crew.
Yeah, Kaysen heating up into this series, and honestly heating up into Bestia generally. I think it was a slower start for him. This team, but bringing it back, putting them in the driver's seat once again. Missed shot that time. Araxia had one swing on the cross to stairs. Doesn't hit it either. What a crazy aggressive stance from Luchov, and he gets punished. Talking about Crew overheating on a round or two previously. I think Bestia, that's the same situation.
Flash up top. Timo just walks it back. It's 8. Great shot on Buddha. I mean, this is sensational stuff. Bestia 2 rounds in a row. And now Noxy hears it all. If he can't get the frags, he can dictate the rotations. And what a spoiling feeling they must be familiar with now. I mean, what good is this lurk coming at 50 seconds right out of this palace? 4 alive right in front of crew. It'll be 2 in a row that they throw up. And now this is amazing for a third. I mean, they might as well just win out the rest of Mirage. This is the most important part of it, as far as I'm concerned. Crew are going to be, I mean, at least need 30 seconds to talk about this right after we go, but Raigi should be just chilling up here with the 20 seconds he does have. What a time.
Clear-cut pickup that Timo has been for this Bestia team. Like I said, you know, certainly taking the stage a little bit from Thomasin, but that mid-round aggression, right, might not even survive. It would be devastating to go out after time. Well, don't take the shot unless you're going to convert. Thankfully, it doesn't get tested a second time. But yeah, that was a round, Mark, where crew were gifted on the silver platter a free Luchov. Pushed it up mid, got bested. It's just so free. And Timo hits the perfect timing, drops the bomb, goes up through lower, and back up into apartments where he catches not just the first, but a second man off guard, and then completes a triple kill that devastates crew, both in that round and probably in this map. Look at what it's done to their economy. Crew take the time out, but there's nothing going to change the numbers in front of you. Cheshkin has money. They could try to invest, but I think crew, you know, talked about like aggressive stances. But they would also be a team sometimes willing to just take the save, especially this late into a map. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Use Cheshkin's money to get a second off, put it in the 2 most capable hands, Buddha and Rai.
How long will they fight this fight? Crew are in an awkward stance with the 2 rifles. And now you send to go. I mean, this should be Bestia filling out their slot into that 12th as easily as you and me could tell, Vincent. I mean, right here, if Buddha and Raigi and the rest of the group, well, it's been them the most potent. Ataraxia certainly slowed down in the second half, that's for sure. And now it is Kaysen posted up. Now to see this all come in. Actually does tag up the IGL. And now Raigi has a great entry. That's on the Thomasin. How far does the scope go? Honestly, too aggressive for my liking, but who cares what I think? Here goes Buddha getting that headshot. But that second rifle, it's dropped somewhere. Buddha with this headshot. It's recovered on the AWP. The bomb's still going to go down. Buddha has to do the most right now. And now it's all down to Timo. And Buddha has got it. He's gotten aces in this map. But this 4K, the biggest for the crew yet. Kickstarting right back to an 11-11. This tie just won't go away.
I said you put him in the most capable hands. Buddha proves why he is those hands. Rai the opener, Buddha the closer. Absolutely incredible work from crew. The fact that Buddha able to swing off of each of his teammates one by one proves his value. He bested his former team already. Now he looks to best the best in the region.
Spoke about that in the green room coming in. I mean, Hayes literally prompted the question, is Buddha the best Argentinian player in his role? It's a great question to prompt, and especially his turnaround in this game that we have begged for. He's been a huge reason why the crew have brought themselves to an 11-11. They should hear that this player just got back into ladder with Ketchkin down below.
Third, certainly. What's the reaction? What's the change? You get that opening pick prompted, but it's also a refrag. Late into the round, 4-on-4. Luchov on an island right now. Bestia hold with bated breath towards B. But it's not that base that they're going towards. Crew, their eyes set on A. There's a timing here. They need to push now, and it's a slow crawl out. No utility. No early warning signs.
3 seconds ticking back. And they have went so far.
Hazen's come back.
Job. They're going to be checking. It is a crucial miss over the shoulder of Apex, but Recursive not going to be ready for this. In 25, timer on that ticking, and it's going to take more than just the Buddha efforts, and the entirety of crew is going to have to come together right now. Ataraxia with a great swing, and Buddha just up top. They can line up, and they do. Thomason will just have to fade away. Thomason stays close, and he wants to make sure that there is just no chance in hell. Yeshkin picks up the bomb, and Thomason has it all down. He's waiting for the devil to stand up, and Thomason's horns poke through to 12, and Bestia on map point on their pick.
A 1v3 clutch for Thomason. A big moment when we've been asking for him to have one of those time and time again.
And then you're
very scared. Very scared, Mark, about him sticking around. The time was very close, and I don't necessarily know if that was the right move, but he proves that it was. Interesting. Crew called attack, but Ataraxia dropped. I assume maybe an accident. I don't know.
Yep, whoopsie daisy.
Well,
I spoke about that earlier. I mean, I used to do that in my ESEA days. Type .tech.
The good news is it doesn't matter. We're into round 24 after this.
Pause. Remember those days?
I do remember those days.
Stats, Vincent.
Yeah, people did that a lot.
Nice, buddy. Nice, buddy. I think some North American player was just getting harassed online because he won FPL with 12 average kills.
That's really funny.
Shout out Hamburger.
Wow, you put him on blast.
Oh man.
Hey, but like
on HLTV and see.
But bro, if you win, you win. You know what I'm saying?
The beat went off, is what I am hearing. And by the beat going off, I mean the internet going out or the computer crashing.
I thought you were talking about like a whole different game. I thought we were like talking about Lucio or something.
I don't even know what that is.
That's Overwatch.
Is that a character?
Yeah, he drops the beat. That's his ultimate.
Kind of like
you're just not cultured. It's
kind of like Luna Snow, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Similar game genres, you know, we'll give them that.
This is true.
Almost the same one.
I don't know how I feel about this Noxy Scout, but everything else looking fine on the Bestia side. But I tell you what, we're going to be pinching pennies there for crew.
He was, I will say, for lack of a better term, John could support me. I mean, he's probably watching right now. He can give me a thumbs up all the way from home. He was goated with the. I'm not talking about JRT. I'm talking about Noxy. He was goated with the sauce with the Scout versus Shinden when we got to watch them in their playoffs. Had a ridiculous 4K round. You know, one of those highlights Scatter CS would be probably proud of. And I mean, it was a great look for a man. But here in round 24, I would prefer me an MP9er. Couple as well, 2 more flashes here you could afford with that.
Yeah, you gotta hand it over. Yeah,
empty your pockets, Kaysen. Give me your lunch money, buddy.
That's right. You don't want to have Kaysen tossing utility. He's got the op to wield.
This is true.
Yeah, just the requirements. Oh, and it's pretty ugly. It's purchased on the other side.
I'm seeing him make one. One of their only rifles is alone here in middle. Got to go through this Molotov. This is a really great positioning. Ataraxia's gotten past the ladder player, but it's actually slipped the net for worse square. Ataraxia turns around to find it. Tom is in to go crazy here at only one. Luchov right around the corner, and now you are going to feel the truth. You have two of these scopes in the retake. Good thing one of them is shooting for the hills right here. Oh, it's awkward out of the Tech 9, but it's recovered by Keshian. Got to recover the bomb, got to recover the gun. And now they're going to be back-to-back. Got to go on this AWP. Cycled onto that M4. They've got it. Raigi down in the dirt. And now Vincent, it's a 1v2 for Keshkin. This is his wheelhouse of the B site. And right here, they're both going to be walking off of this angle. How tight does he take it? They line up, but he can't make it. It's Noxy, the leader of Bestia, that does it himself. Pops on that bomb. 13-11. Map pick secured.
Yeah, relies on the rifle. He got onto it away from the op and put his trust in Kaysen, and that trust pays off. Tight, but winning for Bestia. Their map is theirs, and it's Hayes to break it down.
Man, what a crazy way to end the map there. Just back and forth throughout. Box office entertainment. Bestia prevail only just. I thought for a second there the last guy left alive for Crew may have been able to find the lineup, but doesn't prevail. And with that we have just a photo finish for the end of the map. 13-11. I mean, just such a fine margin there between overtime, wiping that entire slate clean, and the end of the map. Map 1 over here in the semi-final. Bestia go up. And, it was their map pick, so we were expecting some big things from them, and they deliver, I guess it has to be said, as they get across the line. But it wasn't in convincing fashion, that's for sure. So let's dial this one all the way back to the start of the map, guys, and figure out how we got to that point. So Crew obviously start off on the CT side, and it's just the Ataraxia show. I mean, he really does massively kickstart Crew's campaign here on Mirage. He's just like unplayable in these gun rounds. I mean, Crew were heavily tested in the opening few rounds. Even though they got quite cleanly, these were like difficult retakes for them. And nearly lost in the anti-eco as well in that third round. I mean, in the pistol round, it was a 4v2 retake where they had the numbers deficiency. So it was really difficult rounds for them to kind of get going here on Mirage. But Ataraxia was just inevitable. He was the difference maker on the server. What a great display from him to open up. But then he did start to kind of fall off, which is to be expected. I mean, you're never going to keep up that sort of pace throughout the entirety of a map, right? And once he started falling off, that's where we saw Bestia sort of... It coincided with Bestia getting things going on their T side once they were able to kind of deal with Ataraxia. I mean, he nearly keeps up that form, right? He comes so close in that one retake on the B side, narrowly misses out in the 1v1. It's actually this round here. He had like back-to-back really close clutch attempts, neither work out. And then Bestia starts to settle into the game. And they've got such a difficult T-side to play against here on Mirage because they're so well oiled in terms of how they go through the motions. They've got such a fine-tuned mid-take. I feel like they changed up their timings on their mid-takes really nicely as well. So it's just difficult for Crew to kind of manage. And then transitioning from their mid-takes into a bomb site is something that they're really proficient at as well. So I think it was a very solid display from Bestia once they got going on this T-side. And they would have settled their nerves by the end of the first half. And just kind of felt like they were in complete control here going into the second half. Pestle able to win it quite convincingly, quite cleanly. And at this point, I'm thinking, okay, 9-5, Bestia, CT side, their map pick. Mirage has been a staple of theirs for a while. Probably going to be able to sail off into the sunset without much of an issue, right? Wrong. Crew are able to just kind of not just like pry the door open, but force the door open. And there was such a contrasting style and approach on the T side from Crew compared to what we saw at Bestia, which I found intriguing considering that both teams are from Argentina. Normally, you kind of get like regional metas and play styles, and they were very different because Crew were going for a far more sort of direct approach, just like a numbers-based approach, a lot more explosive on either bomb side as well. Not really that grindy, slow, objective-based Counter-Strike. There was a lot of, okay, let's just hit as a unit into the side of the map, and it worked out quite well initially. Crew bring it all the way back to 10-all, and then that's what puts Bestia back on notice. That's what perks him up once again. Then we just go back and forth. Buddha was 6-13 at like the 10, let's say 10-8 scoreline or whatever it was for Bestia. Then as Ataraxia is kind of like fallen off and slipped into obsolescency, Buddha steps into his shoes and really fills that role. And Buddha does so well, finding vital multi-kills round in and round out in the dying stages of the game. I was really impressed how he was able to just reinvigorate himself in the middle of the map and find his footing again as the map's going on. Unfortunately, ultimately, his efforts were in vain, right? I mean, I thought at that 10-11 scoreline, Bestia leading at 11-10. They then lose to an Eco. I'm just sat there thinking, no ways. Surely this isn't going to be how it falls apart for them. They go 11-all, and then they're able to win the last 2 rounds in regulation to finish off the job and claim that first map as theirs. So, yeah, very good work from Bestia to just still hold on. I know it wasn't pretty, but they get the job done, and ultimately that's really what matters in the semi-final. So with that, they will take a 1-0 lead here in the series. And I actually just noticed a message in TeamSpeak there as well. Vincent coming in with the stats here in the analyst segment, reminding me that Ataraxia, who was 13-3 at one point, ended the map 17-16. I mean, that is a generational fall-off, I'm afraid. I mean, he goes, what, 4-13 from that very strong opening. So he certainly did disappear. And when you look at a game that ends 13-11, a massive fall-off like that, you could kind of be like, yep, that contributed, right? That would have been one of the small differences that could have pushed Crew over the line, maybe if he had pitched up a bit more in that second half. But yeah, that is how the cookie crumbles, and we're going to crumble off into the second map here. It's going to be Dust 2. It's the pick of Crew, and it's a map that Bestia have shown some struggles on in the past. So I'm certainly not expecting this to finish in 2. We're going to have a short little break, and when we come back, it's going to be myself and the guys from North America to break down that second map. We already have one team in the grand final, 2-game, waiting to see who they will have to play up against. Mark.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you wanted to jump in there. Okay, all right.
I was saying
It's like finger up, like at school kind of thing. Teacher, I have something I want to say here. And I was like, all right, jump in there, little Marky. But okay, no. Listen, like I was saying, 2-game already waiting in the grand final, fellas. We have the second map of the second semi about to go underway here. Currently, Bestia lead 1-0. Vincent, it is going to be Dust 2 up next, though. I'm thinking this is going to a third, mate. Like, I saw enough from Crew to believe, with this being their map pick, that we should be needing a decider here.
I feel the same way. I will say that I don't know that it's necessarily would be a surprise if Bestia were able to figure out a way to win on Dust 2. But for me, the best possible chance for Crew is right here on Dust. This has been their bread and butter. This has been where they found some of their biggest wins. And whilst it's taken a lot, listen, it's 4 straight victories here in CCT to lead them to this point. So for me, this is where Crew either make it or they break it. That's what we are at right now.
That's fair. That's really fair. Especially, I mean, on that first stint too, the first time I got to watch them, I referred to this earlier, kind of really casually. It was an insane performance on that 13-11 that Reversive had individually. I mean, he knows how to, one, call the Dust 2. He knows how to control the rhythm out here and actually really kind of add to it himself. And you know what? With that stint, I think it's kind of an absolutely perfect, exactly kind of how Vincent put it, make it or break it moment, Hayes. And to be honest with you, I think 2-game are also cheering for this to go 3 maps. They don't care who comes out of that last. Probably would prefer to see into maybe another wild card, but I don't know, Hayes. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Well, it might still have to wait a while, because if you kind of, like, as you suggest, if this goes to a third, we'll then have to give a break to whichever team makes it to the final between Crew and Bestia. So, yeah, it could still be a while yet before that grand final. I just want to draw the attention to the AWPers here for this next matchup. I think that Dust 2 probably safe to say the most AWP-dominated map on both halves, right? Kassan has only played on Dust 2 6 times with Bestia since he's joined this team. I mean, Dust 2 is a map that Bestia normally look to ban in the second phase of the veto, so it's not a map they play all too often. And for me, Kassan, I mean, he is a mega AWP, and I think he has the ability to take over a game. We saw Ataraxia start off amazingly on Mirage, but then he just got iced out as the map went on. So I don't know, I kind of feel like Dust 2 could heavily be dictated in terms of that AWP battle here, Vincent, and who's going to get the better of one another.
I think that that's actually something that I've talked about a lot with regard to Crew. That's actually really impressed me. The fact that hasn't been true, despite me feeling like it should be true, basically throughout each of these games. Because even in that 9Z series, I mean, Martinez was the best stopper in the server. It wasn't particularly close. You know, Ataraxia had some moments, but like he certainly wasn't like finding that head-to-head battle. But that hasn't been necessary. So I think that's logical, Hayes. I think you're on the right track, generally speaking. But for some reason, that hasn't been the case. And it's been Rai, it's been Cheshkin, it's been Buddha that have been able to kind of bring that back. And I talk about like Cheshkin has been able to lock down the B site very consistently, has been able to be up clutch when retaking towards the A site. And Buddha and Rai, that duo in middle is a deadly one that apparently seems to be able to make it so that there's not that big need for the AWP to be explosive.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think that's a good point that you make. I mean, I used to kind of think along the similar sort of lines with Bestia when Noctail was on the AWP as well. They would still find like good success even without having that reliable AWP factor constantly being towards the top end of the scoreboard. But yeah, I mean, for Crew now, Mark, this is, like you said, this is their moment. This is their opportunity. They might be a little bit aggrieved that they didn't get more out of Mirage and maybe get it across the line with how strong they were looking at one point. But got to just put that behind them and say, hey, listen, good job 13-11 on Mirage. We really pushed them the distance, and that was on one of their crown jewels. Now we're coming to our pick of Dust 2. They played this map yesterday against 9Z. They won at 13-11 as well there. I mean, that's a really decent win against, like you say, Martinez was on the server. Beating him on Dust 2 is always going to be an accolade. So, yeah, I mean, Bestia are my favorites to win the series, but I'm still backing Crew here. Are you in that same sort of camp with Vincent and I?
I really would like to, you know, I feel like it's really easy to, I feel like see that. I feel like where I come to question, you know, where I've had that praise, the 32 frag game out of Raigi, the rest of the team really continue to struggle, Hayes. And I come to question here if BESTIA is to step up and really be a team that's deserving of a final, if they're not just going to finish it off here 2-0.
All right, well, we're going to be jumping into Dust 2 and see if it is 2-0 and then 2-game, figure out who they're going to play in the finals, or perhaps we will have to reconvene to break down a decider.
We'll see what that looks like. As
I
said,
hope so. I like that Hayes guy. He's cool.
That guy's pretty neat, I would say.
Aww.
Crew hoping that they can push us to a third as well. They're in the same boat as us, Mark.
Certainly. Maybe starting to get a little bit crowded, especially out there in middle. Raigi's going to see into an empty placement out at long, pulling back the troops from lower, and they're going to be required from Cat. Everybody here on time. BESTIA couldn't have pulled up better. They've got 4 players here, and now they are just going to be stomping right into the trenches. It's Ataraxia who's going huge. P250 in hand, and they just keep those shells dropping. 4 bodies alongside them. It is Crew that strike first on Dust 2.
Listen, in a round like the pistol, where you have very limited utility available to you, it's about getting the biggest value out of those little bits and pieces that you purchase. And Raigi doing a great job of that in that round. It's he who is talking some fantastic scaling flashes to get reversive, and the rest of the Crew, Ataraxia up front into that A site. That is perfect placement to help Crew win that pistol round. We split the difference over on Mirage. Wasn't quite enough for Crew to take the victory, but look at this crunch to upper tunnels. BESTIA have everything there. Should be heard by Buddha. At least he knows that this has been pushed.
He does. Noxy, he flies by. MP9, good catch, but right here, there's a fastball long. And it's going to be that scout to meet them back, and it's dropped. Ataraxia continuing to tap from that pistol. And now flash through. Stopped up again. Automatic on this ring. Player at the double box, though, Vincent. And Deadly. Blue Chop, highest rated player on BESTIA on Dust 2 by a lot. He's got to make this personal. 3 versus 2. Can't finish the job on the Deagles. Luckily, there's a bit of a gap here, and he can turn the tides, but there is an affected manner to this. Don't worry, because Ataraxia is here. He flies in like he did at the beginning of the Mirage. It's a red-hot way.
Yeah, what are these first 5 rounds for Ataraxia? Like, does he just get the buff? Like, I don't understand.
Plus 5 swag.
Apparently, that's what happens. I don't quite get it myself, to be clear, but okay. You know what? Fair. He was, you know, talked about on the desk there with Hayes that, you know, maybe there was some struggles. The fall off was great, but listen, Crew, you know, there's big value in getting started well, in having a strong start. This is basically the same look for BESTIA with half the level of firepower, maybe even less than half. And Buddha seems concerned about this, even though there's no audio cue to give away. The fact that Crew don't meet any resistance at long, maybe that's the inkling. He's got to get out of there.
Wink. Sprinting away from it.
You better run, man. He's not going fast enough.
Nah, this is the devil on his shoulder. Give me ecos. It's that's why you don't give in to your temptations. Don't reach for that extra cookie in the bowl, whatever it is. Ataraxia gets a 7th and is to die.
Still a pretty lovely start from Crew. Might lose a couple. Ataraxia instantly going to the op. I love this. Kaysen's got one of his own. Good financial decisions, I feel, for BESTIA, the way that they were able to get everything they needed here. Gonna keep it safe.
Rio right now. A bit of more pandered pace. Looked at along. You may revisit this. Youngest member to invite you in. It's crazy, right? you know, I say that same age as Thomason, both 20 years old, him and Timo. And, you know, with like how the world opened their arms to Thomason, how he made them after this winter, everything that he did in those tournaments, how he made a name for himself. Bestia was looking so damn good. Luchov with the opener right now.
Might be more, is more. Courtesy of Kaysen. Not exactly all the details in place for Crew on these opening fights. A little bit of a hanging pawn there, Buddha. Now Kaysen, gonna be uncontested. There's no more flashes here. This is just a raw fight. Where bullet? How'd he split the difference between all three?
Keeps reaching further. Now he's gonna have to stab. Where does this go? All the way through. The way I obviously say the world found out about Thomason was his 1.37. He had all the way back at the Perfect World RMRs. I mean, in 9 maps, right? That's no like ridiculous 3-map rating. It was quite a showing he had out there.
I mean, that still would be a ridiculous 3-map rating.
I mean, absolutely.
So, I mean, I don't even think it matters, but absolutely the case. That consistency is showing out. Not exactly ideal for Crew against the first attempt at the guns for Bestia. Quick tech, and then we're back into the mix. Look out for Buddha. You know, I know there's an AWP. I think Reversive must have a spawn. It looks like he's got a long spawn. But Buddha and lower, I think, is a win condition. And to be honest, on both the T side and the CT side. So, look there. Post it, finds nothing.
Buddha opens it up. Not going to be too further pressed on B. Luchov there to stand toe. Recover a bit of hardware. Crew are really working him on this T side. This is where we were discussing some of the best of this. Their last 2 Dust 2s have been labored, but I mean, to be honest with you, Vincent, I'm a lot more satisfied with the vibe right now than I was yesterday, but don't let me speak too soon. Flashed out middle here. They're aggressively trying to get a little bit of control, and they have the next couple of cases to go about this. Middle B smoke that is going to be a little bit dodgy. Luchov has to investigate this. Thomason that's already gone down. He needs a gimme. And sees an opportunity, but Raigi pushes back. Kaysen needs the best round that he's had so far in this series. 2 picked up easily, and now just trying to check the back door. Nobody home. Flick instantly back to the bomb site, and watch out for him at the window. He's about to get a little gap, and the breeze might just flow into this one. He's just storming in and trying to clip at the back of the double box, but all he was the perfect distraction. Bestia, they go in action, retake. That is perfect.
That's nasty from Kaysen. The fact that he's got the balls to go for that, trusting the teammates right behind him, puts it all on display. And I love to see that. Not only that, but head on a swivel, deals with it. Luchov, tag team. He says, Luchov, you handle mid, I'll handle B, and he ends up handling both. Crew bested twice. You know what that means? Eco time, Molly, and oh, it's a clean sweep. All 3 that attempt to head out meet a gruesome fate.
Certainly is. Jumping all the way across. Here goes this op, just right in front of it. Tapping all the way to begin. It's Noxy with the headshot. Quick reversive. He'll be right around that corner. He has that deagle up, and Kaysen is doing a great job. Look, for a guy that we were speaking about right in the pregame, about how, I mean, potent in terms of how Bestia is on Dust 2, I mean, it's always Luchop, but for an Opper, I mean, he sits about like at a 1 rating. I mean, that's got to be a bit better than that. I mean, the most concerning is how, I mean, to be honest with you, consistently, Thomason continues to struggle on this Dust 2. It's just 6. I don't think you have to be too concerned, and this is a player that's certainly going to step up in a playoff, but, I mean, the last 9 maps, it's at a 0.8.
That's certainly been the struggle bus a little bit.
Oh.
Really relegated over towards that B site. Difficult position in all fairness. Forward position for Luchov. They don't know about him just yet. Oh, they're gonna know now, but it's just then they evacuate the area.
Trying to throw that flashback. Noxie, Molotovs. And back-to-back with Kaysen. There's so much here at A that they've just faced. But even the facts are in upper tons. Thomason is through. You're absolutely right. Just put him on a pedestal and saying that he was struggling. 0-5 now. B site dwindled. Teemo, this is a push that is either dying by the light or absolutely being shut out. They pull the curtains over. And with both of these picks, what's the next step? You still knew there was a lot more on A. This should be an easy decision to likely thread this in the B. That's where the motion was going. And here they're still waiting for their long press. Where is Geshkin? This is going to come right now.
So far, so late to this. Jason's not concerned. He doesn't understand where it's coming from. He forgot to shoot. No, not like that. Oxy's still on the site. Fortunate, but Geshkin stops him right in his tracks. This is a round for Crew. Stolen away. I think that Teemo push that you were kind of talking about is like a knife's edge on whether it was the right or the wrong call. I think firmly incorrect because Bestia, they might have lost upper tunnels, but they didn't lose B. So in reality, they didn't want or need for information in the way that Teemo was making that play.
Poor Kaysen. Hate to see it.
I wouldn't be too worried about him.
That's just a nice little footnote within the beginning of this series. Beginning of this map, rather. Takes a good drink of water. Doesn't want that to continue to happen. What's your favorite energy drink, Vincent? Water.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is I don't drink energy drinks.
That's not true. You were like, hey, Mark, you want a energy drink at the major? I was going, no, I don't drink energy drinks. And you were like, wow.
Did you ever see me with one?
I bet you feel so prim and proper. Yes, I did.
I don't think you did. Not true.
You're a liar.
You weren't there when I had one.
Coffee like a normal person, Hayes. Absolutely.
You know what else is an energy drink? Tea. Cotton 4K. Cot.
Bro, that had like 10 milligrams of caffeine in it.
Exposed.
Everybody should be drinking him a good cup of tea.
Something the best I do like to do very often. I mean, when you have the individual that is Noxie, I think this makes some sense on Dust. He holds towards mid. It's Kaysen now posted on long. Crew has scaled up Cat.
They've sat here for enough time for themselves over the boil. There the contact is made, and there's going to be a good line sight over back to B, but it is Cat that had all of the real estate paperwork done before a flash to tee them up. And now with 30 seconds, it's got to be the full commitment. Noxie and Thomason on the way back. And now to just be checked. It's so close out here for a Kaysen. And he can just spam. It's a tag on a reversive. Bomb going to be put down. Luchov going to be caught in the crossfire. And now Buddha with the hit she just set. Let's see how they can get this told. Still fearing the scope on the way. This is not a confident stance here by the Crew. They are waiting around this corner. Oh, so patiently. And what head smash. That is Teemo that gets in. And the attempted boost gets down. And right here, it's utter chaos. Raigi goes through. That is who the hero was last time on Dust 2. With the rest of his pack is going to be right back in the lead.
I really hate to point out such a honest mistake, but Kaysen, given the chance to hit that shot, he gets two chances, one tag, one whiff, but no flashes were knocking him off of that angle. If you're given that chance, I think Kaysen, you have to convert it. And he doesn't. A little bit of a questionable one. And a nice recovery. As Rai, first and foremost, and crew were able to take advantage of that. Legitimately a struggle right now for Bestia's crew. Take a increasing lead on the T side. It's been that way since the beginning. Bestia the whole time been working from behind. It doesn't change into round 9.
Full of USPs, Vinny. Crew will get a chance to see exactly where these crop. Keshkin, give me a couple of these. Immediately think a farmer's worst nightmare, and now they are out. And there's fire thrown right back. Reversive, unfortunately, seen into the fray, but his crew that continue to roll along. Bestia giving them pistols. Jason Lake is back in North America, though.
Okay, what?
I mean, he signed Cold Zera a couple of years ago, dude. What a brief time in the history that was.
Yeah, what a time.
A juggernaut. Oh, yeah. Bring it back. They actually do have it. The juggernaut with Nyx and old CXCI, the goats.
Yeah, okay.
NA propaganda.
Jason.
Ooh!
Oh! That's devastating.
That's nightmare fuel. And now just the go out of it! What am I watching? The nightmare only continues. But goodness me, the positioning in the weirdest Counter-Strike round ever. Tom is in 1v2, and I don't think it's done. This positioning, he's got the bomb in it all. 8 HP for Raigi. And Ataraxia just scrapes alongside. A whole minute and 10 for them to catch up. They're right outside of those doors.
I wish Ataraxia had grabbed a rifle.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, Tech 9, he's got that. Practically, the SMG. 1v2 for Thomason, and he's denied. The 1v1 cashed in by Ataraxia. I might see my brain into an error. That was too much for me. Yeah, you just saw that. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
That was
Ataraxia.
crazy.
Given 2 opportunities to complete a 1v1 clutch as well, though, on Mirage. He fails on both, despite that hot streak start. Well, this time he converts, and yeah, it's for silly reasons. I'm not sure Buddha turned on his team for a moment.
I might be a biased caster because I might be cheering for Crew to finish this map now, so we have to watch Hayes break that round down.
I'm sure he would have many things to say.
Because I'm evil for that. I don't disagree. Flash right in, Keshkin, no! He's gone, perfectly timed. Ataraxia on this op has it good. But with 3 sets of Kevlar, and there being a good stint here, Bestia kind of like their chances right now. This is a good positioning for how this eco and the vibe that you want to set. It is Crew giving them a whole lot of respect.
Well, they're just giving them space, and, you know, it's sometimes about, like, give them a little rope, and maybe they themselves type of beat.
Yikes.
I think that's what's happening here.
Ugh.
Give Bestia some space, and they're walking into the deadly group of these crew members. Sometimes you just gotta wait them out. Patience is key.
Top fades away. 4v1. Not happening. Reversive quickly signs an 8th. And this Dust 2 is looking a lot better for them. It's getting back to the vibe where it's a clean win that they had against Flamengo and Shinden. Covered that Shinden series and saw in, what we thought was the original Argentinian Bull Vincent, where we had 9 out of 10 players in the server. Obviously, we have a Conic Stasi player in with Keshkin. Yeah, Keshkin, not a Brazilian, South American, whatever you want to say, last name.
It's true.
That stands out like a sore thumb. But maybe it's like, and I think we were talking about this before. Anyhow, oh, goodness me. There's Thompson trying to take his rating on Dust 2 that we criticized before. Personally, he's got a double on that A4.
Yeah, gonna need some big moments. I mean, Thompson had one of those already. Ataraxia put him down. Now Noxie over towards A. Actually been banger on the rifle, just might I add. Oh my lord, Rai's doing it again. Someone stop him. No one can.
That's beautiful from Raigi. Denied the ace. And Timo has got that on time. Beautiful to net that down. And that's a 4th for Bestia. A great half you've seen out of Raigi to just kick it off. 4 rounds for Bestia, who have been quite a machine. On to the CT side now, and we'll see if there is the best to be had by Ataraxia, because he faded out of that first map, and it was, so damning for them.
It's true, but you know what? Credit to Ataraxia. He faded out like immediately after that start. It was like 7 or 8 rounds in, and you could see the fall off pretty consistently. That's not been the case here for Crew on Dust, and it's a team effort more than just that one individual, right? Rai nearly picking up that ace there as part of it, but Buddha very consistent. Talked about his performances in upper tons. Maybe a little bit of a sore spot with regard to that TK that ends in Ataraxia having a clutch up, but you know what? They won the round, and that's all that matters. 8-4, damn good half, Mark.
Damn good half.
One that Crew should be happy with.
So I did just refer to how we were talking about this before, but for the people that didn't join us for the other Crew series, he actually is Kazakhstani and Argentinian. So
correct.
That's quite cool. Raigi with the opening kill adds his 14th. And now this is going to be absolutely breaded and fried by Crew. They get 2 up on it. And we'll see if Bestia is able to convert in a 5v3.
Seems unlikely. Maybe not. Noxie going to break one open. There's still Cheshkin over towards long, but I don't necessarily know that that's going to be so easy. Not where that smoke was intended to go, but it really won't be too big of a problem. They have a kit? Yes, they do. Reversive has one. All grouped up, too. This is lovely.
Buddha now to get that next stint. It's a bomb plan at a bare minimum, which I think you can actually be quite satisfied with. It's a 9th here for the Crew as they also meet at a positive point. A team ace. Loving that. 1 kill for each Argentinian.
And I think that really does kind of spell the way in which this map has gone. I know that there's big heavy hitters, right? Big performances happening, right, with Rai and Ataraxia, but generally speaking, everyone on Crew that's been asked to step up in these moments has. And that's the crucial piece for Crew. It often feels like it can't be just one man. Well, it's not. Not right now. Bestia go for the force. This is a little bit of a terrifying force buy for me. They're not at that point where, if they force buy and lose, they're just buying the rest of the half and it doesn't matter. But scarily close to that.
Yeah, scary stint. Even a worse realization is that your sharpest knife is fluttering. 2 in 11, Luchov is. Bestia struggling across the board. Vincent, I ask you. We attended HLTV Confirmed, didn't we, in person in Austin, Texas. One of the things that Scrawny was speaking about in the debate between who were we supposed to support, Furia or Pain, he said that the Brazilian fans may support the more nationally based team Obviously, with Furia going elsewhere today. I know we're keeping it in South America with the rest of Bestia, but Crew, they got 5 Argentinians. Are they getting that energy back? Gotta beg that question. They're getting this to go. There is an Argentinian that's got a couple of words for that. I've got all the energy over here, Luchov says, and at a cracking time. They need this round badly, and it's going to be a big one.
No kit currently on Crew, and they don't have any further utility to put forward into this. Emo with a stunner and make it 2. Kaysen going to close out Bestia. Honestly, shouldn't have gotten away with that the way that they did. I feel like Crew were maybe laissez-faire in the way that they approached that round. Maybe didn't expect the force buy. I'm not really sure, but interested in fighting and punished for that. Crew not gonna shrug off anything like that. They're gonna go for the force themselves.
Ooh. With a shot that is on large. May shrink when it gets all the way back for it, but I don't think the spirits of Crew to be shunned too much. This is where they get in with the force, so you know they're confident. They could be slapped back with the reality right next to this, and reality comes in the form of Thomas in A1S that's trying to actually show that he's not really powered up and done the best work that he has to offer in this Dust 2. Same thing with Luchov, and both of those players just so happen to be alive in this post plant.
How much did Thomason just hear? Some stomping into lower, potentially heard. Decent from big box, and on the back of the side is Luchov. Very strong positioning, and they're actually going to look to fight. Fishing. Love that.
Nothing on the end of that hook, but they know that this part of the pond is not where they are going to get that catch. 10 rounds denied here by Crew. It'll be Bestia that put their way closer to 6. Raigi wants to take a couple more, but there's really no point to go ahead and really dock this through. I mean, honestly, I will scratch that back. I mean, it's really going to be a good bit of damage here. Reversive going to try and find a gun sticking around and almost comedically dropping right in front of him.
Yeah.
I knew CCT was a sitcom. Always has been.
Yeah, it pretty much has been from the start, to be honest.
Especially when me and you were on the cast.
A lot of
gaffing.
Yeah, certainly.
Bump it up, bump, bump.
We got to come up with the...
Hey, Jerry. I'm doing this, I'm doing that.
The CCT, like, opening for the sitcom. Like, what would it be?
It would be like B-Dog opening the door to your apartment and everybody would cheer in the live audience. It would be like, we love Brandon Dog, yeah!
That's true.
He's going to be on right after this as the analyst.
Right. He's deadly down in here. You got to be careful of him.
Oh, knocks with a huge kill, and they are really suffocating all the hope out of these pistols. But here goes Reversive, and he is punched in the face by that AWP. That is rude. That is bold. But we're in the streets right now. There's no rules.
Yeah, how rude indeed. Bestia breaking through, getting a little bit more done. Crew's still in the driver's seat, and with their lead, they now have weapons hot. The fact that there's no AWP on the other side, not necessarily a concern, but one point of note. Last time for Crew, their CT side right was a devastating force back down and lower. Constantly a problem for 9Z. See if he can recreate some of that magic.
Ooh, sprinting through it, and that is a great play called up by the Crew. Raigi at the same moment snaps out on Luchov, gets a great moment, and it's a refresh smoke in the doors. Crew with a great setup right here to go. 5 versus 3, and you're headed back into the A bomb site with a fresh smoke, right cloak to go. Both your players are going to be at long for the business. And to be honest with you, giving more space to the 5v3 will net the proper precautions in the retake. And they are prepared. Here goes Ataraxia into the fire, and it is too bright in the limelight. The heat's too much. all the way
really
down.
winnable.
They have this, absolutely. That positioning is really good for you, but at a certain point, it's got to be this nice shot missed with the AWP, Vincent, and that's where they're going to start to be taxed.
That Kaysen needed to hit that. Timo, a 1v4, just too much to ask, really. I'm seeing the vision right there. Kaysen could get that line and hold it strong over on Catwalk. And I give some credit over to Crew, though. That fantastic opener to the round where, you know, they're having a nice catwalk protocol. They get themselves into position to take a fight, and then there's a second prong to that attack where, you know, it's a push and a pull, right? That initial frag from Ataraxia, it's going to push Bestia back slightly, and then there to receive is Rai with a secondary flashbang. I love to see that. That is exactly what you want to look towards for Crew and their CT side. They, at times here over the playoffs has been not as good as I would hope.
Completely blinded is Raigi. Oh, slipping. An aggressive face at Bestia show right back. A couple of pops and they scare you off of this cat position. No real point to be that awfully bold. Kashin on the other side of that lurk. So it's at 1 health back at B.
Yeah. Legged, or maybe, yeah, had to have been legged, but on the cross itself, not through the door. Ataraxia, slow creep up. I like this move, but it's one that they've got to be careful of.
Ataraxia with a great ringing note right here. And honestly, if he can... No, that is spoiling. But back to this corner, back to the position. He can still start to go and sound out, but what's so intimidating about this? Bestia, they think they have a cleared lane. They decide to go through CT instead. They don't abandon A. They just abandon the route they picked. This is a interesting audible at the line. Do they have time for this? They do up that back ladder. And here Timo is going to get onto the bomb site. It is now going to be tracked and can't quite get it done. Where is this
Where's
bomb?
the bomb?
It needs to be headed in the direction. He was held up to that double box. They are going and trying to fight to the death. Finally going to get this bomb down in the nick of time. What a bold play by Bestia.
Yeah, I kind of actually like it. Thomason was inside the smoke and not hearing anybody on CT. They killed another player catwalk, so they're thinking, well, the ops there, and we killed at least one rifler. I think the math's out on that one. That makes sense. They're actually about to be bested here. Removed from the save attempt. So I'm actually a big fan of that willingness to adjust. I think that that's another little thing for Bestia that they've changed more recently, Marky. They previously had been very committed to sometimes bad decisions. Now they're much more malleable. They're much more willing to make adjustments late into these rounds. And even though it goes down to the wire, listen, Ataraxia misses a few shots, but bro, those were some tough shots to hit, at least on the players towards site.
Absolutely.
I think the takeaway on the lead in to this semifinal for both Bestia and Crew, Mark, is that at no point do either of these teams do things the easy way. That's not changed whatsoever in the semis.
Gonna be an easy 9th likely for Bestia. And with 1 round separating a very thin line between heaven and hell in this series, especially for where Crew's hopes are. Right here, they were measuring their way up this path. And with so much dependent on this Dust 2, we spoke about how it was, I mean, the stage for like their hopes and dreams in Series 1. This is where they have to absolutely do their best work in the 3rd act.
Seems like
tease. Oof.
that precise work being done. Ataraxia, no AK for you, no op for you. Saved from last round or this round. Reversive Katas over in AWP. And that's exactly what's been done. Ataraxia having a fantastic game right now. Keep putting the ball in his hand. That's what I would be doing. And that's what crew are. Bestia on the other hand, man. Team effort right now.
Luchon to go out. Now they're going to be right at this bin. Force him off that long control. Crew no respect at this point. Those that give it, get that respect back. That's the point. And it's a 5v5 for that instance. Be taken seriously on these hints. Those notions of the utility. Luchon, the first big go. And he finds Raigi aggressive on this back. Buddha. And now Keshkin from the bomb site gets one before he goes down. In one of the hardest to retake in the game. Bestia now locked down to bring it to a tie game. Now they are going aggressive for this, Vincent. They're not waiting. Reversive, he hops in. They're right back to it. And gotta get this hammer down. You've just barely seen him. Hopping over the fray now. There's so much chaos in this site. It is Thomason that converts. And Thomason, he goes agilely. And now it is Tokyo and Ataraxia, the fastest in Argentina. He's got that title for a reason. And he's cashed it in for 11.
A man who could not carry over the line on clutch after clutch attempt on Mirage. He does it twice over, not a 1v1, but a 1v2 times 2 in for crew to pick them up and put them over that finish line. At least that's the hope. Fingers crossed for crew to continue forward. Incredible work from Ataraxia. They didn't have time to wait, Mark. No, not a single one of them had a kit. None whatsoever. No utility. Can't let Bestia get settled, and they don't. They take it and they run.
Now we sit and wait. I mean, Vincent, if that is any as big an icebreaker, you gotta find, I mean, something as solid in the conversation, as much energy, I think, as that will put into the crew. I don't think Nazi's done ready yet. You see how this man is still operating under center. He looks calm and collected.
Gotta be. Can't falter, not at this time, and it's back towards B.
Shun with one, gets to go down. That was the line he set last time. This MP9, it rattles off for a double. Good damn thing, though, because this smoke goes down at the door. Smoke to immediately allow for the plant. Teemo has to do this in coordination with Kaysen. They head right back for this, Vincent. This is Bestia without their Argentinians in this post plant. And now they gotta step up, and they get this first down. Buddha pulls in, and he's got 2 pins out easily. 12, sign that check up for crew. They have a word in this series, and it might be good enough to net them a 3rd map.
I mean, crew, same situation. They didn't have any way of getting that defuse off. Actually, Ataraxia just found a kit. It was a big box. I thought maybe they had one, but I didn't see it there. They had to pick up the pace. They do so, and it's another big multi-kill. Buddha as well. Look at the consistency right now for crew. It's talking about that for Bestia, but it's crew. Whenever they need it, someone is there to step up. 3 chances to close. 3 chances to look forward in this series to Nuke.
You know, I wouldn't love any other 3rd map, Vinny. It's absolutely not. It's the energy that's been tested for Bestia in this way, right? We spoke about that every step of the manner. And here getting fluffed right at the end. I mean, where crew honestly felt like they were the better team on Mirage at times. Bestia barely finished out. Different type of vibe right here.
No contact early. Bestia given all the space and time in the world to Try and move forward. Not the time to miss that smoke. That's devastating for Ataraxia.
The ambiance of the safe site isn't fighting. Good enough. Set up the platter. Set up those forts straight. Exactly how they're aligned. The placemat just right. Set up a third map, but wipe that slate clean. The silver platter for crew has shaped up the way they wanted. It's a best of one that we're going to have to likely finish this out in back-to-back fashion. And Raigi had this all within stint. Keshkin on B. They had this down on Dust 2 before. It's a 13-9, and this is the 6th Dust 2 in a row that they've had in Series 1.
I mean, look at this, man. Crew just having a great time. Smiles on the face. They're feeling like this is so very viable, man. Crew, I said they don't do things the easy way. They sure don't. But they do have that entertainment value. They show Bestia who they can be.
Yes, they can, and it's Hayes who's going to tell us who exactly they are.
Yeah, cheers, Mark. Oh, what a display coming through from Crew. Genuinely very impressed. I mean, I feel like you often get these situations where the underdog is, you know, down 0-1 in the series, under the spotlight in the semi-final, and Crew have been able to stand up to the occasion, even when it looked like it might be teetering towards the end of Dust 2 in the second half. They were still able to keep it together, and actually looked very composed towards the end there. Fully deserved that victory. Let's draw some highlights on here so we can show everybody kind of what went down throughout the map. So we're going to go all the way back to the first half on Dust 2. Now, the theme that I want you guys to keep in mind while we're rolling through these highlights is that this game, this map, was dominated by big individual moments. We just had huge individual moments throughout the entirety of this map in the first half and second half, where you just had players popping off, getting massive multi-kills to recover the round or save the round or open the round, basically just win the round for their team, right? Big triple kills, you know, two pieces to just blow the round wide open. That was for me the biggest theme throughout Dust 2, was just that there were so many individual plays, and really just saw the skill and the mechanical ability of the region on display here. And it was actually just really great to witness. I feel like we had a high level game of Counter-Strike in terms of the mechanics that were on display. You can think about the first half. There was that round from Casson on the B bomb site where gets 2 key kills and the players coming through from tunnels, and then able to just kind of play decoy after that and enable his teammates to get some frags there to finish off the job. There was Riggy on ramp. I couldn't believe how much work Riggy was able to do. It's this round here, bang on cue. I'm glad we got to witness it, that short little highlight. But that was a round where they're down 4 versus 2 guys, and Riggy just gets a ridiculous 3-piece all of a sudden, and then it's 2v1 for Crew. So that was certainly really a massive sort of turning point where it looked like Bestia were fighting back on their CT side and getting some traction and building up some momentum, and then that Riggy round just rug pulled them, and Crew were able to piece together a really good first half. I mean, Riggy nearly did it again there in the last round of the half. The one thing I will say is that it feels like Bestia did kind of play into Crew's hands a little bit in that first half. Crew were happy to take their time, and Bestia kind of went searching. Crew would punish, and then they would activate in the round, right? Then we flipped the script. We go into the second half. Crew up 8-4, win the pistol. For me, that's like, okay, that should be enough for us to basically call it a day here on Dust 2 and start to wrap it up and talk about that third and final map. But Bestia then win a 4-spy, and it's like, hang on a second, job's not done just yet, right? They're able to maybe kind of build off that, and then they win another 4-spy again, do Bestia. So they were kind of living on borrowed time. I'm not even sure if they actually won a gun round here in the second half, because they won the force to make it 9-6. They then won another 4-spy again later on. I think they won 1 gun round in the second half, which is just not convincing, not sustainable. I mean, even in the 1 4-spy they won, they were down 5 versus 3 in the round. So it's like, it feels like they did get quite fortunate a few times there, which maybe almost like saved their blushes a little bit on Dust 2. Crew were just by far the more convincing of the two teams in terms of how they were winning their rounds, right? Then we get towards the tail end of the game here, and it becomes the Ataraxia show. This round was incredible. I mean, listen, Thomason, I think, was just kicking himself because he had maybe 2 or 3 opportunities to get that kill on Ataraxia. He wasn't able to finish off the frag, and if he gets that kill, Casson from Tunnels gets the frag on the other player, and they win the round, and then Bestia probably stand a much better chance of getting the job done 2-0. Maybe that round even broken, right? Ataraxia, we saw how pumped he was after he won that clutch for his team. And unfortunately, Bestia were just broken. Really just not able to get anything going thereafter. I mean, another big factor in the success there for Crew is that they dominated the opening duels, guys. I think at like the 11-9 scoreline or something when I was checking on HLTV, Crew had gotten like 13 out of 18 of the opening duels in their favor. So they were dominating the opening kill department throughout Dust 2, which obviously made their lives a whole lot easier. So yeah, we're going to a third here in the second semi, much like we did in the first. I mean, we've got the Underdogs Crew on the brink of joining up with the Underdogs 2 game, who were able to beat Red Canids earlier. Is that going to go be what goes down here, or will Bestia be able to get this one back on track and win it out on Nuke? We have one map left remaining in the semi-final. We're going to have a short little break, and then we'll get into it. Let's go, baby. A third and final map required here in the second semi-final. We had 2Game already prevail over Red Canids earlier, an upset story there. They were a 3-0 team in the Swiss stage. Now we have Crew looking to do the same against Bestia, the other 3-0 team from the Swiss stage, on the verge of getting across the line. It's going to be Nuke, and man, I don't know. Like, for me, in terms of the team that's been the most convincing between the two maps, I'd have to go for Crew. Like, they looked really good on Bestia's pick, despite kind of falling apart there. They looked very good on their map from start to finish. So I think I've just got to back the Cinderella run here, Vincent, and I'm thinking Crew could get it done from here.
I think they could. Here's the other side to that argument. Okay. Crew certainly looking good, especially in this tournament on Nuke. They've had a couple of wins, and you can't take that away. But it's a Bestia team that's undefeated on this map over the last couple of months. And, you know, it's not nobodies that they're taking off, right? Like Flamingo, that's a little lesser of a victory, but Sharks is good on this map. Like, that's one of their top maps. And they beat them 13-10. That was back, you know, a few months ago, but like, we can only look at what we have in place. And a win against Audic there too, even further back. I think that though we had seen maybe the best of Crew in comparison to what Bestia have been putting together, I do think that this is a map that Bestia are really comfy on.
I mean, that is really true. And I mean, you mentioned the last couple of months though, but like, let's be real. It's one time in the last month. Whereas, I mean, it's 2 wins, even in Series 1, one against the Keed Stars at the beginning of playoffs here, out for this pushing back from Crew. Like, I think it would be a crazy result, you know, for us to, you know, be swinging in. I mean, for this to be a Crew 2-game final, it would be ridiculous. 2 games from the Swiss, but it is not impossible, Hayes, especially with the circumstances we've laid out.
Yeah, absolutely isn't. That third and final map about to take center stage, guys. I'll see you afterwards. We'll have a new grand finalist.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get things moving.
No better place to do it than Nuke. Not in that Inferno nonsense. Dealt
That's
with a lot
right.
of that at the major.
Yeah.
None of that here in CCT, baby.
Upper hit.
Thomason reaches down. Buddha out of the bag, Vincent. He's got 2 out of those dualies. And here, it's finally going to be punched in. Raigi, a non-known factor right now. And head back turn. Capitalized on by Bestia.
Yeah, they fully had no idea how close it could be, but it doesn't matter when Raigi turns his head. Buddha doing some heavy lifting initially. You thought that might be enough, but Bestia power through. They find themselves into the back of that site, and in the second phase of that attack, it's enough to carry them over the line. And that is what Bestia can provide. This T-side start, you know, it's a map 3. Don't get the chance. Doing that knife, it seems. So Bestia have to start on the less preferable side. But for them, this is a comfortable place. Strong win rate on this T side that they've had in the past. Even if it is not so much in the past month, we've gotten to see them on it.
Backed up on a good line. Buyback for Crew. But I get this CT start exactly the way they prefer, which is on top. Luchov tagged up. Was definitely upon the struggle bus, for the majority of map number 2. And we'll see exactly where this next stop is on this Nuke. Bestia up 1-0. And now the next move is made. It's that smoke that's going to be trying to batten down for a safe crawl. And now Raigi is going to be in with quite a gap on this window. And it's Reversive that gets this first kill. So Noxy is going to be expecting this. And there's actually an MP9 still down below. They got to deal with that secret. That's why Tom is in up above. He's got to go and be so clean and fresh to the AK. And Thomason has got to do his damnedest. It's a double between him and Noxy. And it's Ataraxia that is going to be running for the hills with this scout. Don't give him inspiration. He's going to be going and dotting back close towards Many. He may give this one a shot. was one of the main reasons why they were able to pull off that dust too. But Thomason is showing exactly what type of mood he's in, and it is a damn bold one. 4-1 start. Thomason is the player we are putting under the microscope, and right now he's living large.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Thomason, I think historically I'd have to go like fact check that, but like looking back at my time, you know, getting to call Bestia games, feel like very good on this Nuke map in general. That's what I recall personally. You know, here in Ancient kind of felt like the home ground for him in particular. Talking about his struggles on Dust 2, well, I think might be the opposite. Regardless, we'll tech pause. Big chances. The fact that we're in a map 3 crew, almost the organization that would maybe be the older brother, right, of a crew. They are here pushing them to the limits. It's a pretty incredible storyline. And for everyone watching, maybe thinking like a grand final appearance is out of the realm of reason or possibility for crew. Crew have an entirely different idea.
No, most certainly. And I think just as tradition to go, haha, South American Counter-Strike will get a good couple of tech pauses on the online portion, as it really would go. Nobody's DC'd, though. I know it was Ataraxia having some issues earlier, and, I mean, don't want to fluff anybody's vibe here. Bestia up 2-0. Feeling good about theirs. Right back into the freeze time. Just going to be a measured effort. Probably maybe an upgrade or two. I see a 5-7, a couple of deagles out. Crew are going to try and thin the herd, but it's likely Bestia to finish off in the first 3 and 100% shooting.
Yeah, I want to praise Crew's resiliency and the way they carried that Dust 2 over the line in a team effort as well. We talked about how they were able to do that against 9Z yesterday, but Mark, it was all about like a one-man show almost. Crew kind of proved that, you know, whilst they have that, that's not required with that Dust that we just got done seeing. This one should be a little easier. Emo taking a lot of damage to the utility, and uh-oh.
Well, it was right. Wounded, but still walking. Noxy and Co. to ramp. Just sticking in every little nook and cranny. It's Catchkin that lokes in this corner. And try and just hold this tight. To Deagle, that would be one tap onto Noxy. Thank goodness he is nowhere to be seen in this trophy room. How far does Luchov push it? Get his tail, showing his hand, and silences him. That is beautiful. Terminated in the ramp.
No more to do. Now, this looked like it should be a freebie, but now it's not anything but. Ataraxia down on the B site. On Noxy. Playing a nice game. Oh no! Turns at the worst time. Buddha adds a third to his tally.
Tom is in. Round with Luchov. They walk around the ladder. And this is just ridiculous. You cannot write it better. Luchov 1v3 now. Bomb back. And so is Buddha in front with the 4K. Every reason why it is to be Crew carrying on. Can't blame a guy for trying though, right, Vinny?
Yeah, you really can't. Tough one. Unfortunately, doesn't get the AK. His teammate doesn't get the AK. No one gets the AK.
No AK.
Nope, none whatsoever. But Buddha does deserve all the credit. He does get that. We hand it to him. Beautiful round from him. The first of which was pretty incredible. Easier on to Timo. And then he tracks a deep headshot through the smoke at door and then continues forward. It's the mid-round aggression where he's finding in what was a 4-on-3 turned 3-on-3, finding the perfect timing there. Noxy turned. Does not get seen. All Buddha. 4 kills and a victory. On the eco round, by the way. It was not the force. Enables Ataraxia with an early op.
It's Ramp pushing through. It's a great hedge that Luchaw finds. On this Galil, they're going to continue to roll, and it's going to be a clear call to go on the B site. Raigi is going to have to shift into gear soon. This Mac 10 is going to be a familiar foe for Bestia. Softened up, and now Teemo is going to be taken. But Kaysen with great positioning. Raigi, if he had a tuck tail and run, got to be right place, right time. It's going to be separated from Ramp to go and meet up at the vent. Kaysen tucks in at the double doors. Bomb to be planted safely. Ataraxia would have to hit one hell of a shot. Aware of what could potentially be lurking around this corner. It's a good attempt, but not quite so solid. Raigi has the chance to go ahead and clutch. Kit on his back, and now within the crosshairs, here's an opportunity, but Noxie with the Mac 10 will go ahead and do it for Bestia. Beautiful work on this T side. Noxie will do it if he's got to get his hands dirty. At least it's with the IGL's work. It's by design.
Yeah, and speaking of the Mac 10, it's almost a tragedy that it's reverses Mac 10 that's down first into the B bomb side, because, you know, given any other weapon, to be honest, I think Crew have a lot better chance of holding that, but because it is just the Mac 10, Buddha plays a little out of his comfort zone, and so they get down and taken out. Only the one from that SMG. Crew not so interested in continuing to force buy or realize that they already did that. Seeming like this one's going to be a faster cleanup. Buddha does love a pair of dualies on Nika around. I still don't understand. Maybe someone can explain it to me.
I don't know.
They're not. They don't have good armor.
And I'm top 1 dually enjoyer all time. I guess I'm wrong. Maybe face the spar here. Good couple of shots.
I think Hayes brings a good point. If you're spending $300, the P250 is a better option.
Peter, are you guys dumb? Come on, $300, you can get 2 guns instead of 1? What are you talking about?
All right.
The silly sausage?
You might be the silly one.
Bruh.
Those 2 guns can't hold a candle to my P250.
The value. So he says, I am a sucker for a deal. There you go.
Araxi on and up again. He handed Kaysen the one he wields currently. Big presence from Crew in yard. Ataraxia looking to hold that side down, but it's mostly for Bestia. Gonna be about a slower crawl. They toss out the first set of smokes out in yard.
Walking his way. Just forced back. Ataraxia and Raigi, they strike, but I mean, if you boxed out the right call in this lower bomb site, catching getting 1 though is the key to this thing. 2 versus 4 here. It is not as secure as you may expect. Kaysen is going to put the bomb down in this smoke. And now Thompson up top. Kaysen, quite a shot. Can he go and deliver it twice? Not today. Thompson pressing on these buttons has decided the GPS is right on the correct location, but not his destination, where he will go down and Raigi will pull up to 2.
Beautiful work. That almost falls flat, though. Bestia, it was a 2-on-4, basically, right there on the lower bomb site. And the fact is that
BM.
get himself into the position to even win that is impressive. Kaysen teamed up with Thomasin, who swoops in like Batman for the top ropes and nearly takes him out. Only running out of bullets in his A1S is what gives Raigi the victory, who, like you said, giving him the business after the fact. I think he should think about what that would have been if I mean, literally just a few more bullets, or that's an A4.
Deep nade. Oh, right into the lap of Luchov. Still hanging about. SDR bold. They've got just a bit of a deeper manner on this. I mean, certainly on the nuke. Crew more seasoned for it. Spoke so much yesterday about which teams were supposed to come up on paper. This playoff, anything but. As we mentioned, I mean, exactly the theme for some of these South American teams at the major. And Luchov getting sent back. I think Braggy does have this information as to his location within the garage. Displacement from Keshkin. Thompson with this shot, but he's going to run back into the awaiting arms. Lobby is going to be unlocked by Crew.
Now they can speed things up. Bestia have themselves an open avenue, but look who's standing in the way. First missed shot. That's brutal.
Oh.
And Noxy just takes him out.
What?
Cheshkin had arrived, but not in time. He was instead the supportive element that died. Crew. Some big mistakes happening here, and not really just a, decision-making mistakes like it was for Reversive there at door. The missed shots mistakes there from Ataraxia. Cheshkin befelled without much more to be said.
Now just put all the way off of this responsibility to save. Quite a response here by Bestia. No clutch this time out of Raigi. And this is looking currently like a Noxy masterclass, in and out of the calling, in and out of actually being involved with the process himself. He's 7-3. Brew, they stomp about for this. They don't want this fairy tale to end. But right now, Slipper is starting to do exactly that.
Yeah, I think that
all the way out.
I think that we might be getting to the end of the book.
The book.
Final.
Favorite fairy tale, Vincent?
I was gonna say, like, I'm a big fan of The Wizard of Oz, but I don't think you consider that a fairy tale, do you?
I just typed fairy tale into Google so I could make sure I'm not yapping. Wait, that was not what I just referenced Cinderella. Snow White. Snow White, that's one. Beauty and the Beast, Rapunzel. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, Beauty and Beast is good. Also a big fan of, like, Ariel back in the day. It was good. Good stuff.
Whoa. 4 out of Teemo. There was a reason why this young man was plucked onto Velux. Johnny boy saw something. He's got 7-4 down here. The young Uruguayan has got that all the way through.
Teemo had some big moments, had some struggles, I think, to be fair as well, especially on Dust 2. But now, at the forefront, I've been talking about Bestia kind of getting everybody involved as well. And a bounce back despite Bestia's brutalization on that eco round. He's down.
He's good at that. Comes in directly into the vent. And
No
instant
reaction.
execution onto Keshkin. This is starting to meet a pace that just can't be met. Bestia burning bright.
They gotta save, right? Crew, unless somehow, some way, like Rai just like gets a kill for free.
Nope, he's going away. You're exactly right. Lichoff, he's standing still. He knows. He just knows. Thompson says, how do you do, Ataraxia? And he will say, probably not too well. For losing the op here in lobby. Buddha wants to get his boys gun back, and he finds the awaiting Thomasine. Can't go back and get out. This is literally right where Raigi could not get completed in the save before. Dude, they might as well have gone for it. It's going to be tough right here for Raigi. But now he is done, dusted, and it is just this might be it. This might be it. Might be a 10-2 half. This is lifeless. This is hopeless for Crew. The timeout. They have one more. They still have a possibility of a 7-5, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as hopeless just yet, but certainly looks lifeless. I think that's a correct adjective to describe the situation for Crew.
It's got to be a hopeless feeling. You save those 4 guns, you lose them.
That
It
certainly
ain't
does.
good. It ain't good.
Does feel that way. And I'm right there with you. It might as well have gone for it, especially if you're gonna listen. Up is important, man, but the entire kit not worth it. I don't see the reason to go back to trying to recover that, knowing that Buddha was already there. Thomas in and just taking the gun from Ataraxia. Half by, they'll get what they can. True with the loss bonus of, started to have opportunities with limited weapons. Only one keeping extra is the Opper.
Uchov with a dirty double. We'll start to clear a yellow brick road to the second finalist spot for Bestia. And their next path out A will be an open one. Nobody going to be showing face back for the crew. And now do you save these guns?
Got to do a little something, surely.
What cycle they're in, man? I mean, this is hard to really kind of feel the energy of. Because at a certain point, it's taken them so much to get here. A really good press that crew had through our Swiss and an immaculate run to get here. I mean, yesterday, to even see that versus 9Z, one hell of an accomplishment. There, Noxie takes out the Hail Mary throwing out Buddha.
Terrorists win.
Well, something to hang on to, at the very least. Ataraxia will hand that over to his teammate. He'll get the yacht that he was saving for. Yeah, 8 rounds for Bestia's T side. Yeah, it's already at a position, Marky, where I feel like crew need the rest of these rounds. They need all 4. See if there's any change to the way crew approach this. Might be. So for Bestia, they speed it up. They sit it.
Oh no, Thomason been sent back from door. Buddha with the great shot. This is an awkward A hit. But the way this smoke blooms all the way back out by Hut is just cutting. It is Raigi that will get lucky today. Lands that spam on par. Bomb will go down for Thomason. Not like this. Down to 44. He is spammed to get it all the way down. Sometimes this is just going the way of the crew. Set up with everything here. Not another nade on the belt on Bestia. Where does this off to? Gotta hold a line. Kaysen gets that onto Ataraxia. Thomason turning the charts. And he gets it all the way down. Resversive living his own nightmare in a 5v3. And now they're certainly feeling hopeless. There's one more round in this CT side, but now you're staring down double digits.
I mean, case it's nearly at maximum money. It's multiple 10K plus individuals for Bestia, and that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is that crew, they did all the right things. They had 5 players alive for the retake at A. They had all the utility they could want. And then Kaysen stuffs the barrel of his op right down their throats, and it says, "Eat this." Grand finals are Bestia's. That's what they say with that statement.
Buddha gone. This Nuke looked to be in the conversation within those first 5 to 6 rounds. But ever since Bestia washed them out of the risky save call, it has been just Ant and then Boot. Thomason gets this headshot up. His 13th, and now they got to get past Ataraxia, who has been spectacular today. Fades out. And that's what you can be proud of. You can't say it hasn't been a great semifinal performance that crew hasn't had. But here in this third map, that could change the narrative. Ataraxia back up top, and he is executed, terminated in this thing, Vincent. I mean, certainly Bestia have heard the music on this third map. They have danced to 10 rounds.
Bestia looking prepared to make their first foray into a CCT Grand Finals since a calendar year ago, the 10th of June, 2024. That's the last time, the very beginning of Season 2. We're in season 3, and Bestia haven't made it back there since. They're looking to make that happen. It's looking so poised, so prepared. This is the Bestia that are the favorites. The remaining 3 teams in this tournament that were here, Bestia certainly at the top of the list, and they're playing like it. They're showing up dominant. Doesn't matter what the situation is, Bestia can claw it back. 3v5, a clear indication of that fact.
The final checks. Ref gives us the thumbs up, and we are ready to go. 2 pairs of dualies on the floor. I'm loving the vibe of this already.
Crew needs something, and they need it bad. Or Kevlar's 1 flash, 1 smoke. What does that entail? Smoke goes yard. That's going to go towards main. They head towards ramp.
Julie is around this corner, and they can't get it done. Now, one man that's got to do the heavy lifting was the man that dealt those Julies. Luchov is here as well, and this is suffocating. But at the same time, damn poetic until Reversive comes up, and he has a different hand to this. You can tell when it takes over the writing. Luchov had that one stint in, took out our lurking member. It's Reversive that sees back up to A. Luchov may gamble incorrectly. How fast does a Reversive make the audible cue? Now he knows.
Yeah, that's some...
No door open, no window broken, he knows.
Now Luchov, it's a timing game. Reversive, the longer that he takes, the more that Luchov is going to get into a primary position. And wait, Luchov, a little second guess for a moment. But he's still in a good spot. Where's Reversive want to put himself? Back up into hut. Good decision. You saw him.
Just saw his feet. He just saw his feet, and now gonna have to just go ahead and poke and Brothers for help on this awaiting member, and now down to his level. Luchov can't find him. Can't find the bomb either. No, 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 not like this. Not like this. Luchov, please, please. He gets right on the 10-second defuse, but how the hell has this gotten past Luchov? No way. And Reversive pulls out the mat under him. He is gonna wonder how the hell that goes south. Gonna have to check the broadcast after. I think he knows. I see the grin on his face right now. You have been toyed with.
Man, I thought that only worked in meme games and matchmaking, to be honest with you.
No kidding.
Y'all plant the bomb on the red stripe. A little bit of an offset. And in the big...
It's crazy.
In the biggest moments, though, it's where, you know, that little bit of a difference from the expectation can play tricks on your brain. And that's what happens right there. Bomb was meant to be there close on the site, and it just wasn't. Expectation meeting headfirst with reality. Brain just can't figure out what happened. Bestia. They force in. They've got time. No panic yet.
And now we're just gonna straight up square up out of this to go. These MP9s will do their damnedest, but the whole crew is here. Bestia will give it all they've got, and I think crew has just gotten a vibe and energy from this ramp that they just don't like. There's one Deagle up top, and Noxie will try and make the difference. Personally, Noxie has 2 sense about this, but it may take more change to just clean the machine. Here goes Reversive, and another clutch to go. I don't think it's his dirty tricks that's gonna make the difference this time. Bomb quick. on the ground, and it's going to be Thomason coming from the vent, tap onto his body, and it's Kaysen that survives. 11 rounds for Bestia. They have the momentum flown back in their direction.
Yeah, that force buy works a treat. Bestia, it's so fast in the rotations. That's what gives them the victory here. Back over to ramp. They have everybody there in case crew want to step forward, but they never take their foot off the gas. It's the follow-up. I think it was Noxie pushing forward with the MP9, and then, or excuse me, it was Luchop pushing forward with the MP9 into ramp, and in the meantime, Noxie getting all the way rotated back up into heaven in order to then hold strong with the Deagle. Absurd that Noxie is getting a double with that Deagle from that position. Crew just not anticipating and not giving it the respect it deserves. That is what changes the game for Bestia. Puts them up to 11. Crew, they know what it is. They know what they need to do. It's the force buy until it's gone, until they keep on winning.
We're going quickly back outside to the back of red. The pistols and, well, Keshkin. He's got that AK right beside him. And now it is a rude awakening down below. Luchov, one and then done. But here goes the passage, and it is full. 2 Bestia players going to be on their way. Better be careful about that Tech 9. They might feel the motion here and just go right up the vent. You can see it all, though, Vincent, and they might not be too bold to make that call. The spam on the door, and now the fight at double. Knife bold, and this could be trouble. Reverse it with a Mac 10, and he will keep on hammering with this. So little HP on this bomb site between Noxie and Thomason, and the vent is on lock. Crew have it all right now, and they are going to be on notice. They go back. The only spacing is going back secret and potentially getting a time in on Kaysen.
Problem with that is that Kaysen, you know, he's got his eyes locked on the vent, but as they silently make their way back up, he should start to get interested in what might happen. If he just hard clears them, this is the only way it goes. Kaysen, it's the low HP, and he's got the first. This is information. Health, though, a very real problem for Bestia.
I'm in the back reversive now, and what's the call? Tease at the ladder or in the queue, just on. It is Noxie that sees across the board, calls out his opposing IGL, and at this point, it is a bold call. What does he have left to say that the score is not? It is 12-3 for Bestia, who are trying to get back within the conversation. Quite a roller coaster last month that they have had, but into CCT, it didn't get easier. It has been challenging to get to this point, but now they have just gotten 12-3, and what they can qualify to be a grand final point.
Bestia locking in. They want that victory. Last time they were in the finals, they had to face pain. Well, this is different. They want this opportunity. Poised to take it. Crew, 1 round from devastation. And it's on pistols again. The same type of round, or at least it looks like that from Bestia's point of view. And it's only an attempt to get down.
Here goes that shot right away. Oh, these Tech 9s. Don't loosen the leash on this. I'm not sure there's much to stick around for. Here goes a lot of damage onto Noxie. Crew say otherwise. Here goes Thomason knocking about. It is an unfortunate notice that this could be the end. Thomason will dot upon that line with 16 on his ballpoint. And it's Keshkin all alone. There was a lot of trouble within Bestia's eyes. Trouble that they couldn't look away from. The crew were looking for another good time. It's just not going to happen today. Bestia, they find their way to CCT South American 1 Grand Finals.
They make it back again. Back in Season 2, they were in the finals. They come to Season 3, ready to play and ready to roll. As we bring Hayes back, it's time to talk it over, my friend. A victory here and our finalist set.
Yeah, I will say, finally one of our favorites delivers, right? I mean, we were expecting this from Red Cannon earlier. They dropped the ball against 2Game, but Bestia have been able to get across the line in incredibly convincing fashion. I mean, let's think about the 3 rounds that they lost. The first round they lost was to a full eco in the first half. They then lost to a 1v1 clutch against Riggy, and then they lost the second half pistol round as well, right? So, I mean, those are just like sort of rounds won in individual, nothing convincing at all. it's just really unfortunate the way Crew fell off after a really strong showing in both of the previous maps as well. Even when they lost to Mirage 13-11, there were instances where it felt like they might even be able to creep across the line and win the map there. So that was a great showing. They looked really good on their map dust too, but could just never really get going. It was like a non-starter, unfortunately, for Crew. I will say, that felt like a lifer from Noct there. I don't know if the numbers, I mean, it wouldn't be up on HLTV yet, but he had a really good game, guys. And Thomason, who was also struggling on Dust 2, delivered in a massive way. So for me, I guess I was just happy to see Bestia actually playing like the team we've come to know and love in the past like 3 to 6 months, where they've been putting up really good performances consistently. We got that level, which I think was feels like it's the first time in the playoffs we've seen Bestia performing right up at their ceiling, right up at their peak. But fellas, I'm not going to keep you here for long. We have a grand final coming up, 2-game against Bestia. Just want to pick your guys' brains before we do throw it across to a break, because obviously we're not going to have the pleasure of covering that final 2-game Bestia. Vincent, is this Bestia's CCT for the taking?
I'd say it's Bestia's CCT to lose. That's what I would put it as.
Okay. Fair enough, succinct. I like that, Mark. Do you echo that sentiment? Or are you still a believer? Are you a believer in the 2-game miracle? Is there one more rabbit?
I mean, thankfully for the IGLs currently left, other than obviously Noxy, who just put up 110 ADR. I'm looking at the HLTV here at least, and it comes out to 18-6, about 110. You come to actually see that through, and obviously Luchov alongside him. To have that conversation against PKL, where to be honest with you, within that 2-game series earlier today, I don't know that. To be honest with you, I was fully convinced upon that timing. A lot of that, slipping up in the end of the series, I think was, due to the negligence of Red Canids. But, here, I think that they would be the ultimate spoiler of the South American region if they were denying Bestia this storyline to come back into CCT and to at least have solace for the Argentinian fans.
Well, it certainly would be a way to shake up Season 3 here in South America. We've got a bunch more series to come after this one. 2-game, they came all the way through from the Swiss stage into the grand final. Bestia invited. They're the team a lot of people expected to win, and they very well might. It's going to be a new set of faces to take you guys through that grand final. I believe it's going to be Brandon hosting. We're going to have Exner casting with JRT. What a wonderful group. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Put on mad props to Vincent and Mark as well. Thoroughly enjoyed your guys' cast. And that grand final, I'm guessing, is going to take place in about 30 to 45 minutes. Word on the street is
quicker than
45 minutes. Okay, there we go.
So
you have some time, but not a huge amount of time. Grab a beverage, grab a snack, and tune in for that grand final.
Hello everyone and welcome back in. It is the grand final here of CCT South America Series 1. It's me, B-Dog. I'm joined by the wonderful Xnet and JRT. They're gonna be here commentating this grand final. 2-game versus Bestia. John, 2 teams. I'll be honest, I didn't expect either of them in this grand final.
No, I had Red Canids 9Z ahead of 2-game. I did predict Bestia could make it here, though, because of their performance coming into this and the fact that they were supposed to be at the major. So I think they had a chip on their shoulders and a lot to prove. So that doesn't necessarily surprise me, but 2-game, no, I would have never. You would have asked me at the beginning who I would have considered to make it here. They wouldn't have even been on the list.
No, they wouldn't. Yeah.
I mean, I'll back you up there. I'm just kind of surprised to see what this team was able to do. I mean, obviously, this is a roster with players like PKL and Hardzai that we're very familiar with over time and have seen a lot out of. But the grand results of like this core and this like new kind of motion out of these 2 players, it hasn't really resulted in much. So it's welcoming to see these guys get back to kind of a top level here, and you know, obviously you want to see them continue to succeed there in that department.
Yeah, let's take a look at that 2-game roster, because it's an interesting little discussion point. Because look, I'll be honest, for those of you that are watching the round of 16 where it was 2-game against Selva, I dunked on 2-game because look, I'll be honest, in that match they were not playing good Counter-Strike. Look, PKL, Hardzai, they had some really experienced rounds in them. You could see, look, these guys have been around for so long, you know that already, but it was really good to see the experience showing, especially when 2-game needed it. I'm really interested in seeing how Detroit gets on, because Detroit as an AWPer has been playing a really weird style of Counter-Strike for me, especially in the South America region, because you know how it is, JRT, like these AWPers and just the region in general, it's so aggressive. We are now seeing that shift where it's becoming a lot more tactical. Thankfully, we are seeing just a lot more of an evolution in this meta, but Detroit plays some of the most safe Counter-Strike I've ever seen out of a Brazilian AWPer.
Yeah, he's really a stay-at-home opera is what I like to call these types of operas. They don't really move around. They like to hold their angles, and usually, you know, it doesn't actually fare that well in CS2. I think in CSGO, when you could hold angles effectively, it was really good, but now you need to be a little more active, a little more aggressive with the AWP. And I mean, to Detroit's credit, he did look very good today in the semifinals. He was one of their best players, so I can't really fault him for that style, but in some situations, I think it's going to come back to bite him, especially up against, you know, an opera like Kaysen on the other side.
Yeah, I want to see what he can kind of bring to the table here. I mean, obviously, again, like you said, that the lack of activity that is prevalent is you know, going to be met by some serious force. I think that was the whole big reason as to why, you know, Noxie gave up the sticks there, is so that he could have an opera on the team that's a lot more active and play a lot more from the front, rather than just coming up in late round clutches like Noxie used to do. So it is a really cool parallel between those 2 operas there in particular.
Yeah, and it's good to see like Zarebra, Luke is getting this experience as well. Sure, it's online, but it's still a grand final for these guys. So I'm sure they'll be pretty excited and obviously hoping that they can continue their good form. Zarebra in particular is definitely one to keep your eyes out for. We'll take a look at the Bestia roster now, and the good news for them is they don't need visas to play from home, and they've now made it all here in the grand final. Tamazin is obviously a player that really turned heads, I think, especially in sort of his LAN debut last year. Was playing in the RMRs, was really impressive, and I'm excited to sort of see what Tamazin we get on the server, because again, no disrespect to 2-game, but he feels like one of these players, JRT, where he can just take over the server maybe and just carry Bestia single-handedly if he wants to, if he's in that frame of mind.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the inconsistency, unfortunately, for him from map to map. And in the previous series, he had a bottom of the board 40 frags. But if you look, for example, at his performance on Nuke, 17-8, looked fantastic, helped them dominate, really. And I mean, that's what happens when Thomason is doing well, because Noxie is usually serviceable. And I mean, 18 frags on Nuke was fantastic, but Luchov has been the most consistent fragger on the roster. So if you can get it out of Thomason, if you can get that performance that he can provide, like the one we saw on Nuke, then it's great. The problem is, it doesn't happen every map.
Cole, was it a worry that Bestia struggled in that semi-final? Because obviously they were up against domestic competition in the Argentinians at Crew, but the fact that they were so good on map 3, but so worrisome on map 2, is that just a series thing, or is that a Bestia fundamental thing?
Yeah, I think it's more the latter, right? I think this team right now with their current map pool, they have some really strong, performances. They have some really strong maps coming out of them. Dust 2 is not necessarily one of them, so I kind of expected some struggles in that department. So whenever you look at the series here for this Bestia team, if they're winning a lot here, sometimes unless they're hitting flow state, it's hard to do so in like a dominant 2-0 fashion. I think that's been the case for this team for quite some time as well, as they have some serious comfort territory. But sometimes if your opponent lines up a good map pick against you, they will drop a map and they'll struggle in that department. So I'm not too concerned to see that. I kind of expect that when Bestia is in a finals for them to kind of get scrappy all the way through.
Good news for them is that the map veto actually plays into them really nicely. Like, we know 2Game are going to pick Dust 2 here. Probably going to see Mirage out of Bestia because 2Game haven't won it in 6 times played. Nuke as a decider. It's a good map for both teams at Bestia with the 100% win rate on it. It's boring maps in Dust 2 and Mirage, but these were the expected ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be a good map for Crew up against Bestia as well, because you looked at them, I think they also had a 4-game win streak going into it, but Bestia looked like the better team by far. So I feel like if we get to a map number 3, then it's going to be a very big disadvantage for 2Game. But I'm wondering, the big question is if we get to a map number 3, because Dust 2, yes, Bestia haven't necessarily been that great on it, 2 and 5 over the last 3 months, but they've been competitive pretty much every time they've played it. I think there's still a chance for them to pop off, especially if Thomason wakes up for the entirety of the series. And then you go on to Mirage, where I just don't see a world where Bestia lose this, and if they do, it would be an absolute catastrophe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. That's one of the strongholds here of this team right now. It really is Mirage and Nuke, which they kind of run rampant on. I think there's a little bit of an advantage for 2Game getting that Ancient out of the way. But what's interesting here for me in this veto is that Dust 2, while it has been a really strong in terms of the win rate, they don't pick all the time for this side. They really like to pick into an Anubis. So this maybe is 2Game still playing to their strengths, I would say, but not playing to necessarily what they always would pick into, which obviously, no longer train available for them. But Anubis in any typical series might be a map that they look to lean on here a little bit more for their opening affair, and instead it's going to be banned out and leaving that Nuke into question, which Bestia have just been very dominant on for years in the scene at this point. I think a large part of that coming down to what Noxy brings to the table here with this roster and being able to bring up that consistency throughout multiple iterations, really.
Gonna stay with you here. Do you reckon then, Cole, that 2Game maybe should have picked Anubis, just because, yeah, look, they don't pick Dust 2 all the time. However, Bestia, you look at the stats immediately, you're like, oh, they're not very good at this map. But you actually deep dive a little bit into their results. They're losing against really good teams in the South American region, and they're running it really close every single time. Sure, they lost in the semi-finals. However, it's one of those where maybe your comfort, even if Bestia are pretty strong on it, is still going to be better than your second, third pick, because if you take a look down that veto list, 2Game have got 1 out in Dust 2, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting right there is like you said, the very good teams that Bestia have lost recently might hit on their confidence, but I do think that watching that semifinal, a lot of it came down to late round clutches. A lot of it came down to, the mere moments. So I feel like it could be a potential trap here. But I guess we'll get to find out. We'll say hello to B-Dog a little bit later, and hello to Dust 2 as we enter into our grand finals here for CCT South America, number 1 for season 3 here. We're ready to hop into the action.
Alrighty, let's go. Pistol round underway. Bestia, obviously the favorite. I think we were kind of leaning into that. I'm going to do a prediction here, Cole, because we didn't get a chance to do it, but I'm going to say 2-0 Bestia. And I don't say that lightly, because calling a 2-0 in South America is very risky based on what we've seen here in CCTSA number 1. But yeah, that's my prediction. Well, we'll see how it plays out. We're going to have 3 frags off screen here. Ooh. And then Zareba in towards B does get 1, but he's lost so many of his teammates. In fact, he may lose them all before he groups up with PKL. And there he goes. Yeah, PKL gone. Luchov getting that frag.
Yeah, I mean, so far, just a great mid collapse, it seemed, from Bestia that drops the bomb. That probably hinted as to why Thomason just pushes a smoke, but not out of things just yet. That's precise with the headshot there from Zareba. And looking to recover this one. He's got the right tool for the job. Doesn't have armor to back it up, but a 1v2 ahead of him. He's already shown that he can land these quick headshots. They're going to look to charge him down, though. A little bit isolated and unsure of where the other player is. They're giving him some shoulder peeks there, showing where Luchov is. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of a flank activating from Kaysen, but he's expecting it. He's looking like he's aware of the possibility of this motion through suicide. Instead, Kaysen posts up, and they're going to look to set the crossfire now here. Swing off the contact, and another headshot landed,
Wow.
but Kaysen swings for the fences right there, and Bestia going to be on the board.
That's a great effort from Zareba, to say the least, right? To get those 3 frags and make it interesting, despite the fact that he was down in terms of time and, of course, opportunity to get that bomb planted, but still, at least makes it somewhat interesting. 1-0 for Bestia as we go into round number 2. And Bestia, of course, going to invest heavily, although something we've seen a lot more lately is even without bomb plants, T-sides are forcing up, and I mean, that's going to be the case here for 2 game, and you see Detroit already tagging Thomason down to 47 HP. Smoke going to land here, perfect one for that door. Now Casson decides to fall off.
For some smoke spam here. Last round, we saw the effectiveness of a mid collapse here. This time around, some shots landing, but the AK actually the one to find the kill first. That's Kaysen now sidelined, and a rifle sent their way, but Catwalk, because of that, recovery is now opened up completely, and 2 game starting to lay the groundwork here for a little bit of a foothold in this map. The question is now, will they walk into the trap here?
Maybe they are. Yeah, Timo only gets 1 though. PKL with the immediate trade. Noxie's waiting his strike, but all his shots go wide. Lucas will find that, and Detroit gets Luchov. Artzau's waiting for that shot, but he misses the chance. It is the last player standing though, so it should be okay. But if they lose this round, he's going to be kicking himself. I think that's a very far cry, given it's an MP9 up against an AK right here in Detroit's hands. And Thomason without the kit feels like there's probably no chance to get this, or he's trying to clear out Hards out. Either way, 2 game, the force buy works beautifully.
I mean, unfortunately, even for him, I don't know if there's guns to be recovered. They're all in CT, kind of being watched by Hardzao, who's now going to go get a gun of his own. That's a little upgrade. What a success story. There's a hero rifle in the server right there that gets passed around. PKL managed to find 2 kills off the back of it, and just completely rips that round away. That just looks so comfortable. That's without a bomb plant here. That's with so many sacrifices in that round. But because of Zareba's P250 kills, getting a little bit of economy there, he was able to afford an AK for a teammate. That facilitated some openers right there.
Yeah, that definitely helped 2 games' chances, of course. We are tied 1-1, so that force buy worked, but of course, Bestia is going to answer with one of their own. Going to be 3 pistols, the MP9, and the Scout for Kaysen. Nade stack into long, doesn't do any damage at all. 2 game, we're waiting for that to come through. Now, Hardzao peeking around, in fact, through the smoke, just gets a little bit of fortune with the headshot found onto Timo. 5v4 early for 2 game.
Just a little on the fly right there, seemed like, on the fadeaway, able to connect on the headshot. Not too bad of a start right there. Kind of a freebie opener there. Little sacrificed. And they've still got such great map control. Ooh. Somehow Noxie managed to thread a kill into that mix. So at least a 3v4 here to work off of. But I think a good decision right now coming through from 2 game. Working through the long control. Also having a little bit of that presence towards the middle. They're still silent about this approach. So it's all going to come down to a bit of a gamble here. And at least we do see Jason kind of rotate in the right direction.
He does, but he gets caught, and I think he's probably dead. Well, the smoke gets thrown down. It might actually save his life. He's tucking in towards elevator, wow. And Zareba loses the fight to Thomason. Although Luchov does fall, there's still a chance here, especially with a scout headshot perhaps, or even a body shot onto Hardzao or Lucas. Certainly helped the chances of Bestia in the round. Here comes Thomason with the AK. What a headshot found into Lucas. And there's the jumping scout headshot. Not the way I saw it happening, but there you have it. And Casson gets the last. Another scout headshot found. Bestia get a second in style.
I mean, there's so many questions that we asked right there coming into this one, right? What is Thomason going to be able to bring to the table when it comes down to his effectiveness on this team? He's taken a lot of sacrifices heading into 2025, playing a little bit more on the backside. And you can see how good he can be in recovery, in the clutches, in the retakes right there. And even having that extra influence from Kaysen like that. A jumping scout headshot. On top of the tag, it's through the wall right there. He's just trying anything here. Even completes the mission onto Hardzao. I mean, what a beautiful recovery right there coming through from Bestia. The tag's still rolling out, though, as a battle of the scouts continue to wage on. I guess in this case, though, now Kaysen on an AWP instead. Quite the upgrade, but Bestia really want to plant their feet here. Missed out on an opportunity in round 2, but they have another chance now.
2 game. Grouped up towards mid. Of course, they're going to force up. And like you mentioned, those scouts dueling with each other. Although it was Thomason who got tagged on 47 carrying the MP9. Kaysen actually already has the AWP in his hands, so we'll see if he can activate with that. Noxy waits with the utility, wants to throw that incendiary, but doesn't do so just yet. Bestia trying to hold their nerve, and now he tosses it into mid, which is the right idea because that's where 2 game are coming in. I don't know if it landed too close to the smoke, though. It may have. Yeah, a little bit of the incendiary was in that smoke. Anyway, what a peek from PKL onto Luchov. There's the first frag. Space opened up. They may just play off of that, but instead they back off of mid and go towards B, which is still a good idea because Thomason was trying to lurk in and get aggressive, and they catch him with his pants down. Yeah,
they're looking a little bit lost right now. A little bit unsure here of where they would need to go in the rotates right now. Hardzao just securing this round, essentially watching that flank as well. B-site already claimed. Now Noxy needs to find a route out of this round. I don't know if he's got a good option. Try to tap away here, but he's getting chase hunted down. 1 kill coming through, but that's about all here. Kaysen now also under threat. A good op shot there to land, but again, Hardzao still following on the flank. Needs to hit it. Gonna wait for his teammates to get more grouped up and involved because they're on the hunt right now. Hardzao playing a contained game towards the long doors. I mean, he's dead to rights, surely, right? I mean, all game of timing now. It's Hardzao waiting for his chance to strike. 1 kill coming through there. For some reason, Hardzao never activated, though. Maybe a lifeline granted here as Kaysen able to stabilize everyone going down on 2 game. Kaysen, the sole survivor.
I mean, that's still not good for 2 game. The money hasn't stabilized at all. It was a force buy in the previous round, which means that their buy up here won't be that great. It activates Bestia for a follow-up force, which probably would have happened anyway because of the way that round played out. But still, I agree with you. Kaysen, after he hits that first off shot, Hardzao should push. Like, he should be peeking right in to Kaysen because he knows another player is going to come around that corner anyways, and then they take the op out of the hands of Bestia. Instead, he carries over the op and frags every single remaining player in the round on 2 game. So yeah, not the way it should have played out, but there you have it. We are tied 2-2, and the chaos is really unfolding round after round here so far in this grand final, which we couldn't ask for more. PKL gonna get the opener here onto Timo. Luchov, the trade on back, and now Luchov, having taken a lot of damage himself, will fall back towards the A site. Thomason, what are you gonna do here, Thomason? He's just gonna fall off. Nothing happens.
That's crazy that no one else died so far here. Even Kaysen managing to thread his way out of the angle. Oh my god.
What? Oh, guys. What?
You can't do that right in the middle of mid. Thomason getting sent some weaponry here, but it's all on Kaysen's shoulder now as B's becoming vulnerable. It's even enough distraction now for Zareva to sneak by the crosshair. I don't think he realizes. I guess that smoke does come through. That might be a cue here, but he's still careful about his approach. Smoke finally landing here, and Bestia playing a little bit lackadaisical could cost them. If it's not for Kaysen trying to pull through some heroics, I think he might be even at least hunting for an extra kill, maybe even a save at this point.
Hardzao could easily find him here, and he's making noise now. I felt like Kaysen really wanted to go for that one, and Noxy was of another mind and was already towards long trying to save, so he calls Kaysen back, and now Kaysen's in trouble. He's probably dead. There's just too many bodies. How is he not dead right now?
You think so?
He should be dead.
Oh my god!
He should be dead! Kaysen is unkillable, it seems, over these last 2 rounds. Hardzao gone. Zareba, last one standing. I mean, bomb defusal won't come through. But again, it could be all of 2 game dead off of a winning round. And indeed it is. Zareba talking the bomb. Oh, man.
Talk about the best way to lose here. Back-to-back rounds. I can't believe it. He is just immortal, it seems. If he didn't have 1 death already, I'd believe it.
Yeah.
I don't know how these hunts are going so poorly. Also, how's this happening right now? How is Luchov just tossing a gun in the middle of mid? We know where they are as well. Like, the Bestia camp knew that they were pushing through lower. They finally accomplished a little bit of that ground. I mean, maybe they didn't realize, but I mean, truly just a little bit dazed and confused. And some of those, you know, results, those close losses right there, you can see that they have the mechanics here when they can get these, you know, comfortable duels to win these fights on Dust 2. It just seems like the positioning right now for this team way out of whack.
Yeah, it's really weird. I still can't wrap my head around that exchange in mid. You're like wide out in the open and just, okay, we'll trade guns right now. Oh, we're dead. We're both dead. Because that was the worst decision to make in that moment. Ay, ay, ay.
Hey, I mean, I like Thomas in on the gun too, don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
at what cost?
Well, speaking of cost, Bestia fully investing again into this round. Back-to-back force buys, but you cannot blame them because of the economic damage done to 2 game for the last 2 rounds. No survivors at all, which means their bank accounts continue to be drained. So 1 Bestia round victory would put 2 game onto an eco. Kaysen has been fantastic with the AWP, dodging bullets to stay alive. And now 2 game have 3 players set up in the upper tunnels. They've got the smoke being thrown for mid. That'll allow them to gain some space, and Bestia aren't really getting aggressive.
Yeah, some of this B utility is always dispensed so early on, although that will help out big time. Getting a quick pick towards middle, out towards Suicide actually, where that opening comes up. Got an elevated boost as well, watching lower tons, but right now the real point of contention going to be coming through there. Very lackadaisical there from Hardzao. Turning the corner, trying to sell a fake, hoping that this B hold can hold up. It's got to be Thomason with a multi, and he finds it. Falling and able to find the last as well. 3 kills. This is why they put him on these anchor rolls. These mechanics are so incredibly sharp.
See, they didn't even have to trade guns with him last round. Just keep him on the MP9.
Yeah, he's
he
good
would have been
with it.
fine. Yeah. There you
Solo
go.
B hold right there with an MP9 versus 3. His other teammates were on the other side of the map. That's crazy.
That is very, very crazy. And what's even crazier is that 2 game obviously didn't have a chance to get an economic footing, but they are forcing up into this round, even with minimal loss bonus. They decide to go for it. Armor is going to be purchased up as well.
CT side smoked Suicide. The push, I assume.
That's a... I don't see that very often in like
that's what I do in my matchmaking games.
That's what I was going to say.
Push up top middle.
That's like a puggy smoke right there.
Yeah.
If I've ever seen one.
Really interesting. I don't see that every day here. The rifle holding off middle, just taking confident duels, but is punished. Detroit able to bait out some of those pistols for the opening. And again, more utility kind of dispensed right now. Oh.
What?
Arnzel was spamming the smoke, and Lucas might have caught a stray right there. And then caught another stray.
This is pure cinema right now.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Look at these flashes! Alright, Teemo capitalizes, PKL the trade. It's kind of back and forth, but in the end, a 3v1 for Bestia. Missed shot for Kaysen, but PKL is trapped. He's got nowhere to go. Has to fight his way out of this position. 40 seconds left for him to make a move, and Kaysen puts him out of his misery. It will be Bestia finding a 4th.
I just watched 2 teammates or 2 team flashes back to back, and then the full commitment on the swing. Sometimes I guess it is better to just commit.
I don't. You know, we've seen TKs happen in the heat of the moment where there's an engagement going on, but there's nothing there. He's just spamming the smoke where it's very risky, and you know his teammates right there. Lucas is right there. All right.
I can't wait to hear what Brandon has to say about these rounds.
Right.
A whole lot to break down for you. There's a complete gap on Catwalk that they will fully exploit. Hello. Noxy doesn't realize what's happening yet, and they're going to be able to at least get a bomb plant, potentially maybe a little bit more here. They have to fall back. Now it's about getting utility to deny that plant if possible. Headshots start to roll out, but yeah, there's the numbers punched in. Hard's out, at least able to accomplish that task here. Now what else can they find with little weaponry? Another kill's not bad at all. Luke is going to have a tough time with a Glock, though, at this point. And headshots landing. He's doing damage. He's tanking shots right now as the defuse comes on through. Luke has not a lot to lose other than to gain them $300. Might just look to try and stay alive as the chase down.
How does he live? Sorry, just the way this match has gone, for him to live in that situation just makes me lose it a little bit. But yeah, well done for Bestia to clear that out. But even better for 2Game, right? That was just maybe P250 upgrades at most coming through from 2Game. They get the bomb plant, boost to their economy, and they've got that full buy-up coming through as a result. The AWP 4 AKs on their side, Cole.
Early long control the target right now. Some good
fast,
utility damage, and mission accomplished here in gaining that control. Now, I like the move from Bestia right now to try and take some space on back here. That smoke towards long can sometimes do a good job of blocking off sight lines for an AWP, anything of that nature. Maybe not in this case, though. Timo catches a visual of where Detroit's located. Posted up on the back of Plat right now. And again, tons control fully gathered right now for the CT side. So they're going to get the whole army ready to go to rotate on towards long.
That's so much information, and you're absolutely right. I mean, they got the 4 players here ready to receive 2Game as 2Game walks into their open arms. Nice flashbang thrown by Kaysen for Thomason, who gets one and lots of damage onto Lucas. So 2Game at risk here. The jig is up. Bestia knows exactly where they're coming from, so they just say, all right, let's try and win the aim duels here. Timo will lose it. Noxy gets one back, but the trades are good here on the 2Game side. We're down to a 2v2. The bomb has been dropped, though. They have to recover it. Detroit's waiting for a fight, but he doesn't realize that Lucas is going to get closed in on by Luchov. Now a 1v2 for 2Game with 33 seconds left. Detroit sees the smoke fade, sees the barrel of the gun. Oh no! Doesn't hit the clean shot onto Noxy. So Noxy now knows where he is. 23 seconds left. There goes Detroit. Oh, goodness me. If he gets that shot clean, then he's got a great chance at the clutch. But instead, Cole, Bestia find a 6th.
Yeah, I mean, a chance to put it into a 1v1 there. Just misses out. Instead, has to play it still so unsure of where the other player's located, as well as you can see where his crosshair placement was. But Bestia managed to survive in the chaos. Really good utility from them in that last round.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was the big benefit right there, even when there were some fantastic shots being connected by 2Game to get onto the site. Utility just kept them away from crossing. The information kept them away from, you know, having a lack of resources on that A side. And despite all the chaos here, still controlling the map effectively. And we'll talk about that kind of trap map here that Dust 2 could potentially be here for this team.
I just checked if there's a full moon in South America. There is not. So that's one explanation out the door. Either way.
We chalk it up to finals nerves at this point.
Yeah. Has to be. I would say especially for 2Game.
Yeah. They're on a good execute here so far. At least getting Noxy out of the picture there in a quick trade, a 1-for-1. Kaysen has to get back to where he needs to be there, but he gets helped out by his rifling. Noxy giving up the sticks right there, but using the rifle fantastically. And yeah, another bomb plate here's good. What else can they manufacture? Hardsow and his Deagle being used effectively here now in a 1v3, though, gets quickly dealt with by Luchov on rotation. And Kaysen right now, 14-3 here. Started out a little bit hot with the save kills that weren't as impactful, but now in these gun rounds, being able to thread in a couple of kills and stay alive, a lot more impact.
Yeah, I mean, Kaysen's always been I don't want to say always, but lately has been a very strong opera here for Bestia. On Dust 2, it's an opera's paradise, and if your big green carrier can be strong, then you are all the better, right? And it is the case here for Kaysen. And he just, I mean, the one through the wall here is pretty nice, although they do give up the bomb plant. It's Bestia coming out with another round victory.
Not bad bad at all here. Good utility. I mean, that's a execute that I think if 2Game have rifles, they get a lot more foothold into this round, but just didn't have the firepower. Honestly, the activity from Noxy to push past that smoke's always a bold one. So many teams like to stick a player there ready to kind of support and shut down that smoke push, but just the right amount of activity there from him and his rifle as well. Making the right moves, helping out his team. Now he's got a double op here for the CT side, which could make things interesting. Pushing in towards upper tons.
Oh, this is very aggressive here from Bestia. And Kaysen gets the opener with the op. He's just running and gunning shotgun op here. Zareba and PKL gone. Deleted. See you later. Timo sees the smoke himself there and is going to pop a nade into it to gain some visibility for his teammate, and nothing really spotted, but there is Detroit on the other side with his op. Kaysen hands over some utility to Thomason. They make the exchange. And Thomason checks out what's happening in towards mid. But 2Game here, I mean, they lose 2 big pieces right off the docket thanks to that push.
Just need a gift to get back into this round, and I just don't know if it's going to be given to them here. That's a good lurk smoke, but Thomason keeping control of middle here. Hardsau's lurks getting shut down. And even the push of the smoke right there. Luchov looking to end things. Might look to open up a window here, but that op shot connected. You know, sometimes Detroit's activity a little bit low on that op, so he's now the only survivor left. 30 seconds might be more interested in holding on to his weaponry if that's a possibility. Knife out for Thomason. Hello. Quick greeting right there. I don't know if Detroit heard him. Either way, he is toast as Thomason chases him down and gives him the finger right there to close it on off there. Oh, man.
It's very spicy here indeed. I mean, look, Thomason was just walking up there and he had his knife out like you said. Like, oh, wait, someone's here. I don't think Detroit had seen him at that moment, so he falls back, resets, and there was really no chance for Detroit at all with the information that was gained. So no gun save. They do have the full loss bonus, so they're going to buy up anyway here with the 4 AKs and the Galil. But the problem is Yuto's lighting again. Another connection early on, this time onto Hardzao. He survives it, but only briefly because Timo will finish him off with the M4 in the end. Nade sails in towards upper tunnels, and Thomason does the job with the gun before the nade even explodes. It will be a 5v3 just like that, and Bestia are absolutely dominating here in the final round of this first half.
Absolutely not. He's not pushing the smoke. He is. Flashbang ready to go. Upper tons control is getting crunched into lower, and they're never going to anticipate this. There's absolutely no expectation coming through here. Luchov going to steal the kills before the knife gets sent into the back of Zareba as the icing on the cake right there of a dominant half for Bestia.
This was such a puggy first half for a grand final, Cole. Like, it just felt like we were watching. We could have gone to like matchmaking public Go TVs or CSTVs and picked one, and it could have looked similar to what we saw here. It was really a wild show, but a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We're gearing up for the second half.
I mean, it started out so much more back and forth. I think both teams making a ton of mistakes until the true takeover of Bestia. I think, you know, maybe a puggy style, but what I love about what they did there in this half was eventually they just played with so much confidence in taking map control. Yeah. They dominated the information game throughout the most of that half right there. Never scared to take a duel. And I mean, when you are able to cap off a half with a lovely little knife kill, man, what a way to finish.
Oh, man. Thomason was going for that all the way, too. He's being pretty cheeky here. Giving it to his opponents through the camera, with the knife, everything on the server. You name it. He's there, right into the faces of 2Game. All right, on to the pistol round here. Second half of action. Bestia, I think it doesn't really need to be said, but they are absolutely in control here. Kind of playing with their food in a lot of ways. We'll see if 2Game can wake up and get into this one.
Very cautious of this idea of a lower push right now. They're expending a lot of utility to make sure that they have safety in this control. 2Game giving all of that space. Leaves them with a smoke and a flash for whatever execute they have queued up. Right now, a lot of mid-centric positioning here from this T side. Hence that could be the end goal here. But PKL plucks Luchov out of the server before he can get in position. And instead, going to route up Cat, especially with that long lurk here. Be very effective. It's left weakened if they're left vulnerable.
extended engagement here towards long. Lucas trading shots with Timo.
Man.
Timo eventually wins it. In the meantime, Thomason finds PKL. Now they're just running through 2-game, trying to take control of this A site. Detroit denies them at least one piece, but won't get the next. Timo finds the immediate trade, and now a 3v2 for Bestia. Look where Zareba and Hardzao are, right? Hardzao's towards mid behind the smoke, and Zareba's trying to charge up here onto Cat. Not to mention Hardzao is so low in health that they may even consider just saving the armor and the smoke, but feels like they want to at least have a look here. And absolutely should now. They know information. They got information, so Hardzao can come up and support the dualies here. There's one for Hardzao, but Thomason with a very quick trade again. Bestia just cannot be beaten, it seems. What is this? I thought it was already done. Finally it is. Oh, goodness me, Cole. There you go. Bestia do get it, but what a weird engagement to finish it off.
Yeah, just wild. 17-3 right now for Case, and he's playing unbelievably well. Also just seems to avoid bullets like nobody's business. They just can't hit him for some reason. He's got a force field up against these 2-game players and stays alive in every engagement. But man, Bestia, I mean, I got to give a lot of credit there. I mean, everyone performing. Timo, though, in that round, just doing a perfect job of manipulating the defenders away from Cat and focus towards long. It's always nice when your solo long lurk gets 2 kills. That's almost a guaranteed way to win a round. So, doing his job and then some. Fantastic work coming through here from the Bestia side, and 2-game. They need another one of these big-time rounds coming through here on the force to keep them afloat. Otherwise, it's force buys for the rest of the half, really.
Oh, what a shot from Detroit. Luchov gone. A tag onto Case and should get the frag there, and they do. Problem is, Timo, Noxy are good for 2 more. Lucas and Detroit do strike back, leaving Thomas in on an island. And another beauty from Detroit. 2 through the doors, 1 mid, 1 towards B, and a 4K for Detroit in order to give 2-game their 4th.
Yeah, Detroit's quite happy about that one right there. A little bit of revenge here. Flashbang, I don't know. It looked like it was on the line, but I think it popped in front of the doors, and he just starts tagging away at these players. Headshots connected in the mix as well. Wow. Everything. The landing right there for Detroit when it needed to happen. And again, that was their survival for this map really on the line, and they managed to live on. Now fast B play here. Talk about Puggy right now. The HE in the picture, but the kill is quick. The lineup right there coming through from Hardzao with the spam and the HE combo. Gonna keep them in this one as the bomb looks to get transferred on into the site. Thomason might look to activate here a little bit early. Has to plant the bomb though, first things first.
Luchov runs through the incendiary. Detroit with a close range quick scope from the scout gets Luchov. Now it's up to Thomason and Noxy. They got the Tech 9s. They're going to take the initiative into tunnels. I don't blame them, but the thing is, Lucas is waiting, and that'll be done and dusted. 2-game, indeed find a 5th, but Bestia managed the bomb plant off of the quick execute to the B side. That would have been a lot better for them if it's not for Hardzao throwing the nade, getting 1 with that nade frag, and then the follow-up with the spam through the smoke.
Yeah, also Zareba, who did 245 damage with his nade.
Yes.
I think that was only from his nade. I don't think he even got a chance to get his gun out in that round. So just tossing an HE on a B rush right there does a whole lot to help out Hardzao to complete those kills and make that round a lot easier than it could have been. Forcing those fights out of Bestia and the man disadvantage. So
yeah,
so I'm going to call it. They're not going to go for the force buys continuously.
Are they just pushing B again?
I think Noxy is one of those IGLs that loves to repeat. He likes to, you know, kind of run it down in your face here and see if you can stop him. But you can't stop Timo's Deagle right there. That's a huge shutdown kill to Detroit. And an opener that might give them some life.
That's from top to almost bottom mid with that Deagle headshot. A ripper to open things up for Bestia. Lots of damage taken on their approach towards this A side, but they've got the numbers. PKL needs the support. He does get 1, and Lucas helps him out to drop Kaysen. So that means that this is probably done with the HP bars where they are for Bestia, and indeed it is. PKL hangs on, gets himself a 3-piece, and 2-game are up to 6. But does it stop there? As Bestia will be back to the rifles and a mostly full buy-up.
B-sides can be a difficulty here for Bestia. You know, sometimes the answers run a little bit short. Again, I think that
Yeah, there we go.
yeah, Noxie gets a little headstrong with his calls and sometimes runs into brick walls, and that could be a huge problem for this squad. So we'll see if they can figure out ways to get into the picture once again. In this case, a lot of utility expended towards long. Only a single player running out there. Meets no resistance, so Teemo kind of mission accomplished, getting inside a pit. Mere seconds into the round, but it's a great reaction. That leads PKL and the aggression through tunnels to win a fight versus Thomason. They're fading away, and we'll see if Zareba's up to the task. He's got to be careful. There's the jiggle. Gets his molly off.
I mean, this has been the problem for Bestia throughout the entirety of these playoffs, right? It's just that they can't seem to not nurse a lead, but like take care of a lead, like keep the lead in control and actually bring it to the finish line without these hiccups in between. And then it gets really close and you go down to 24 rounds and you get some craziness. But we'll see if they manage to regain control here. Cat has been really good for them, but it's readable now. And they're just walking in, and Luke hits a 3K. And it'll be all over there as Hardzal finds Teemo. It's getting, as I was alluding to, too readable.
Yeah, a little bit messy right there. Trying to run through a smoke as well. Just trying to collapse in on the defense. When Teemo has that long control so early on, you think it's a huge victory here for the squad, but that's TK, or 2Game rather, coming through with a whole lot of experience, pushing up in towards upper, and you know, being able to win a duel right there for PKL to take that map control back when it's lost on the other side of the map, understanding the resources that Bestia spent on gathering that long control. And like you said, you know, I don't know if Bestia are all that familiar with very comfortable, easy maps of Counter-Strike. It usually does come down to the late games and, you know, using your timeouts here that Bestia always will expend here.
I mean, we've had some easier maps, but, you know, if you look at the playoffs here, 13-11 on Mirage against Crew, and then 11-13 loss against Flamengo also on Mirage. There was that 13-6 stomping that they suffered on Inferno. And then you have these other maps that are just absolutely fantastic for them. 13-5, 13-7, the 13-3 we saw Nuke against Crew. So it's like we get these two sides of Bestia, right? The one that is inconsistent and can't really seem to close things out, and then the other one that just looks like a force to be reckoned with on the South American scene.
And this could have been, you know, another case of a pretty one-sided map there.
Yeah.
Detroit has other ideas. More involved here. That big scout round, turning the tides here, switching the momentum on them. Interesting smoke there. A deep tunnel smoke, it seems, and it gives them more comfort here. How they play about that. We'll see. I mean, sometimes these Tech 9 rounds here can really bail Bestia out as well. They come up with some really creative ideas.
I actually feel like the team that was the best T-sided team strategically throughout this tournament is not here. It's Red Knits. They looked really good on their T-sides, and it was difficult for opposing teams to get a read on them. Anyway, Zareba's going to get the opener onto Thomason. PKL a follow-up, and Zareba continues to survive here. They just can't isolate him. Finally, will he die? Yes. The bomb there, it is. So we'll plant for Kaysen, but he's the last one standing in a 1v3. This would be a heroic clutch if it comes through, but they're already knocking at the door. You can't even get the reload off, and the round is done. 2-game with an 8th.
Just too many resources expended right there on trying to capture those 2B players. Zareba, I think, getting a huge smoke spam kill right there on the tunnel side. If there's an extra prong to that approach that includes tunnels, it probably is a completely different outlook in the round. But using his utility effectively, getting that kill, isolating all of your attention towards that middle fight alone, switches the tides of that round. And that, again, is another good game plan for Bestia that gets disrupted by the anchor. And not a lot of kills so far in this map for Zareba, but that one's going to be definitely felt in the server. Some of these B-holds that he's providing right now, and damage with Hardzal that combines.
Here's Ophi Op, Detroit. Talked about him. Isn't an opera that usually gets aggressive in your face. Kaysen the opposite, I would say, as we saw in that first half. And there he goes, just holding the angles. 101 opping, and it works out. Luchov gone. The incendiary is not good, but that doesn't really matter. Bestia not heading that direction anyway. They will be going up cat, and look at this. No one's on A. Lucas does get one onto Thomason, but I mean, unless Detroit does a lot of damage here, which the nade does some, they're going to have a free plant.
They will at least gather that bomb plant down here. They're going to have to play a 3v5. And again, I think what 2Game have understood in these moments is that there's going to be some activity from Bestia. They're going to try and pull those advantages on back here. They're not going to play stationary, so we'll see what sort of plans they have to retake. Playing patient has been a strong suit here as they get the repeat going. They just let the play come to them. And now still this catwalk control looking to be maintained here. Overwhelmed. Timo does go 1-for-1. Leaves it all on the shoulders of Noxy. He's good in the clutch. He's going to have to be great here. A pillar on the site. Taken down low. 4 HP. And sidelined by Detroit. Damage done there. Bomb going to be defused though. And 2Game clawing this one back quickly.
I feel like we've said that a lot for 2Game throughout these playoffs. Clawing their way back, making their way back into it. I mean, they did that up against the Red Canids. I think it was on Anubis where they came back and won that. They obviously were on the receiving end of a comeback in Mirage, but then they took control on Nuke and never looked back. It's crazy though, like to think that all of the invited teams were knocked out. One of them being the Red Canids. 2Game made it all the way from the Swiss stage to this point, so they deserve full credit. And we almost had that point where it would have been 2 teams that were in the Swiss stage in the grand finals if it weren't for a phenomenal performance from Bestia against Crew over on Nuke. So yeah, still you got to keep that in mind for 2Game, how much they've been grinding to get here, and they're not ones that will get down by a big deficit.
I think that that sort of repetition right there that they faced in the run to the finals here coming up very valuable. They know what they can pull back when they need to. And when you have a spark like what Detroit brought in the second round of the half, I mean, it changes the story. Fast long approach though in this round here. This time being able to shut it down. Lucas 2 around the edge of that smoke. Make it a third with the 8-4. And they're still so desperate trying to run through the smokes right there. But they are running out of their lead here. Noxy knocked out as well. And 2Game, they just sail to the tied scoreline.
I mean, there's just... It's nothing complicated coming from Bestia, and 2Game have the read. Like, they had 3 players there towards long throwing the utility, and usually that is a pretty standard strat from the CT side to get that util thrown in the early round and gain control of long, so you don't want to push out aggressively on T side. You want to wait for that util to be expended, or if you feel like you can get a flash out, gain the advantage, you try that. But in that case, Bestia just walked out to their deaths. I mean, there was really no chance at all for them to win the engagement, and 2Game were absolutely prepared. All right, we're tied up 10-10. Let's not forget, guys, Bestia were up 9-3 at the half, and they've only had 1 round since.
Whoa.
Thomason and Casson finally wake up. What is this? Out of nothing, in the unlikeliest of rounds, they find a couple of frags and open up a ton of space into B. They could hit B, or they could rotate around and find potentially a vacant A site. There's only Lucas here. He's got the AK. They win the battle with him. It will be a freebie of a plant, and there it is, clean from Luchov right to the dome. And there, I think that's the round.
I think so too. For a split second there, I was like, okay, you know, Luchov, he got the information. He just jiggled, right? He's going to wait for his teammates to get closer on Cat in case of a trade. No, he just swings with the Tech 9, knocks him out of the park. And to be honest, don't know how that round fizzled out there. Scout headshot in the mix of a good opening on the B site that I think was trying to be aggressed upon, and in the most unlikely fashions, Bestia pull it back. They're on a little bit of a hunting party here for these 2 remaining rifles. The money's so far out of control though that it's not going to matter too much whether they get these kills or not. Almost a non-factor here. Zareba hunting down the T's now, looking to box them in. Timo has to find a route out of this round here. He's going to be eliminated as well. 1 HP for Hardzal. Just fine for Zareba, and only survivor going to be Luchov. They're running towards long. Bestia, though. Maybe the moment of realization kicking in that 2Game were knocking on the door inspired him a little bit.
Well, 2Game do save the 2 guns, although their money is so good, I don't even know if it matters that much. But yeah, they keep the op in play, which is always important to keep up and running. That said, Bestia you know, have been pushing smokes a lot, and Brandon mentioned this in the chat there that we're looking at. That was the first time that 2Game decided to push smoke themselves, and they lose the round. So go figure. Anyway, they're just going out long again, and look at the result. It is the same. Rinse and repeat here for Bestia. 4v2.
The bomb's down.
In favor of 2Game. Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised.
And I think they've got control of it. Hinted by the fact that Detroit's now rotated on over and gonna send in even extra utility there to secure the package. Bestia trying for that long approach once again, this time completely shut out. Maybe hoping that Thomason can try and grab a hold of that bomb. Some miracle. Flashbang goes through. They're blinded.
What?
A chance here. Thomason knocks it open here, but Detroit scales past the smoke.
Okay.
And he gets 2.
We're good.
He'll shut it down all as well with a 2-game camp that they started off with. And they don't stay down for long.
For a second, I was like, no, not like this. This is not going to be the way they win it. No, they do not. Look, Bestia seem very content to just push. And that's not something you should be doing on a consistent basis. You can throw it in here and there, but if that's your only real path forward, then you're in trouble. We did see a slower round come through from them, and I think that's when they did find some at least extended success into the round. But here, I mean, they continue to just try and go for long. They're just pushing B. Very milk toast.
7K right now. He's in lower terms with an auto shotty.
I don't know how they have so much money. It's actually ridiculous.
I mean, they've won so many of those long rounds that it doesn't matter. Maybe he bought it for a
God.
good reason. Threads a kill somehow in the mix. Taking notes from Simple, it seems. And
yeah,
the auto shot he purchased, but 4v4, I mean, this is a better position than Bestia have been in a little while, to be honest with you. Since the one round that they were able to gain. Or maybe they can make something of it here. Try and spread that defense thin.
I mean, they actually have a strategy that they're trying to execute here instead of rush long, which is good. Okay, I'm going to stop now. I don't want to be too mean, but, you know. 51 seconds left for Bestia to make their move. There's the smoke for Cat. Detroit probably going to play on the edge of the corner here. Not going to have much visibility as they approach a site. The smokes are good. And it could just be a retake setup if Detroit can't hit this first shot. And that's a beautiful pop flash coming through from Bestia. But Detroit manages to recover, gets the headshot onto Timo. That'll weaken the approach, but it's still going to be a bomb plant regardless.
All right, what does Noxy got with this auto shotty? Tom is in as well in a very deep lurking position. So he's got kind of Cat covered here for the backside of Nox. He can focus his attention all towards CT. Tom is he's not going to lurk through CT though. So he's going to join up with his teammates on Cat. This is going to make things very challenging here. Casing down incredibly low as that off has not moved off the plat, and his teammates are falling like flies right now as 2Game going to be the team first to claim 12 and map point here on Dust 2.
It just feels like I'm re-watching the Red Canids matchup with 2Game, right? With that Anubis, where it was a strong lead out of the first half, and then disappearing act from Red Canids. Bestia, the same thing, disappearing act. The one round they won was just, I think, because 2Game made a mistake, right? They pushed that smoke, they went out, and they got a little too eager. They pulled it back again, they reined it in, and Bestia haven't had anything really to show for it. That was at least a good approach from them towards the A site. You have to give them credit for that, but the post plant, they're just swinging everything and losing each fight. And we're back to it again, going right towards long. Will it work out this time? Well, a broken clock is right at least twice a day, and Kaysen will get one. Thomas in another. 5v3 in favor of Bestia.
It's all about who pushes the smoke right there. This time it was 2Game pushing the smoke, and they got blasted. Now we've got a 5v3, and it looks like potential overtime looming ahead here. As with these advantages, as limited as they have been here for the Bestia camp, they have been good at capitalizing on the little chances that they have in these situations. So I posted up Detroit a lot on his shoulders. You're going to have to hope that no one's on his left side at this point. Just got to take that sacrifice and focus your scope in The utility starts to rain forward. No flashes. 4 swinging players. A chance at an unbelievable collateral gets shut down with Luchov's quickness here. Hard South scaling forward as well. But it looks like this one's all but locked up here for 24 as Bestia will be able to kick it into gear and take us into OT.
Just imagine Detroit actually clicks mouse 1. In that situation, we could have had 3 frags, maybe even. I mean, that would have been insane. But it doesn't come to fruition. Bestia, look at that. They were all lined up. Oh my goodness. Prime opportunity for a highlight reel play, but Detroit unfortunately cannot deliver because the shot's just too fast. You got to give Bestia credit for that. Anyway, we are headed to overtime. This has been an absolute madhouse of a map. As Bestia finally awoke. I don't want to say awoke. The long push worked after trying it 3 times prior and having it not work.
Noxie's philosophy right there. If at first it doesn't succeed, try again.
Just keep going, guys.
I guess.
Trust me, it'll work. And
I guess eventually it came through. It is tough. I mean, you have to have the full buy-in of this team, I think, for that philosophy to work out, which it obviously is maybe controversial and not oftentimes really a successful one, but sometimes it does work out. And again, I think all of that does come down to the buy-in here and the sort of teams that they build. Maybe part of the reason as to why the roster changes we've seen throughout this year have been so prevalent for this team. So, but hey, they finally got a downrange here. Do they have a flash ping for this opper? No, they do not. It looked like they had an idea of where that op was. They tried to throw some flashes right there, but just couldn't get Detroit off the perch, and now he takes 2 for his troubles. Just falls back into a more passive angle, and another swing heads his way for 2 to be sidelined.
Bestia, short-handed by 2 men, trying to work their way up Cat. They do have technically a mini 3v1 here onto the site, although there will be a second player that can come in from long pretty quickly once Detroit calls him over. And yeah, they got the reinforcements coming from CT as well. Bestia, though, good with the util. Can they be great with the shots? Oh, Detroit continues to collect. Maybe a 4th. There it is. On for the ace now. Only Noxie left. He's picked up the op. Gonna go toe-to-toe, and no! Detroit denies and finds the ace for his squad.
Just a beautiful round put together all the way through there. I mean, the first 2 kills, he's able to capture, come through in a difficult fashion. Nowadays, it is so difficult to have efficiency off the boost and from these sort of positions because every team is flashing him off the perch, but he gets the luxury of not having to worry about that utility until way later down the line. And by that point, a single smoke allows him to play around off his utility, and he just wins every fight that's handed. Now, Jason able to pluck one out of the server right there. A little call and response in between these oppers here coming through on Dust 2.
And it's just textbook opping from Detroit too, right? Nothing fancy. Just holding the edges of the smoke, waiting, keeping those angles under control, and relying on his team to throw the supporting util. And he does the job. It's just really, really nicely done on his part. PKL. Ready to receive here.
Got no teammates super close by. This is going to be a challenging hold. He's got to call it over quickly for his teammates to get involved.
I don't think they're going to clear it.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I think some of his teammates' flashes right there getting involved end up costing him a lot. Misses out on his spray, shoots that first target. I imagine at PKL's brain, he's almost feeling the guarantee that he gets cleared right there. And didn't realize the luxury that might have come through if he held his nerve. Flashbang goes forward into a quick demise there. Hard's out with not a lot to lose. Sees if he can be a hero. And Luke is now left alone. Yeah, not a big deal whether he goes down or not, but more so Bestia. Yeah, at least keeping it in the picture despite having such a trying time in some of these key sides. It all comes down to really the opening duel, I feel like, for both these teams. That one just gifted straight through the wall of the mid doors, and being able to find that weakens up that B site. There's nothing you can do at that point if you're PKL alone.
Yeah, I don't have the actual stats here, but definitely the round win percentage off of opening frags has to be high for both teams here, because you're absolutely right, Cole. It feels that way. If Bestia gets the first, then they usually cruise to victory, and the same story for 2Game. So we'll see what the approach will be from Bestia here as we're tied up 13-13. There's those mid smokes being tossed. Go ahead.
Three mid smokes.
Did they really? I thought I only saw 2.
Oh, maybe
Wait,
it was
no.
just 2, actually. Yeah, they
No,
do
it was
have-
2 because they still have 2 left and they just threw a third.
I wonder why there's multiple different mid smokes coming through from different positions, and I was a little confused there. Flashbang goes out, sending him to the wolves, and it is 2 easy punches for Lucas, still standing healthy as well. Op trying to trade it out now as Kaysen has no business trying to turn that corner, and Utility looking phenomenal. Looking to wrap this one up here as the Tech Knight comes through.
It's not over. It's not over, Cole. I think they've still got a chance. I mean, they've got that presence towards the A side. The problem is the bomb is long, and there it goes. Now it is over. Luchov going to get that headshot onto Hardzao, but he still has to fall back and get the bomb, and Cindier lands at his feet. Thomason? Nothing. Yeah, PKL just crunches in on him. And Luchov is dead to right. Zureba will ensure that 2Game will walk into the second half of the first OT with a lead.
Yeah, I mean, you got this gun round coming through here. For the gun rounds, majority of them going in the way of Bestia in that first half. So I feel like that's something to look forward to. I just wonder if they're going to be able to muster up the momentum here to get back into the swing of things at this point. With how one-sided the second half looked, how quickly that comeback came to fruition, and honestly, some of the fortunes that were required for Bestia to win the rounds.
Also, that pop flash was not on the mark that Bestia threw. They thought it was much better than that, and it would have flashed a player that's holding the close angle, but it did not, and that's why it was so easy for those 2 frags to come in for Lucas, and already Bestia were shorthanded immediately. We already talked about it. As soon as the opening frag comes in for one side or the other, usually the team getting it is going to win it almost every single time throughout this map. The one thing that could be favorable for Bestia here is they're back over on that CT side, and this is when they were really in control, right? We had that 9-3 lead. The gun rounds were almost exclusively theirs. So maybe they'll be able to come through here and channel some of that energy they had in the first half here into this OT.
So they can bring to the table here a whole lot of direction here towards the B side of the map in terms of the spawns, but spreading out a little bit here, trying to take the slow approach, and comes down to something that you mentioned there, being able to develop some sort of move here, some map control slowly but surely. It's how Bestia won the majority of this first half here, was dominating in that control, playing whenever they would lose long to take B, and vice versa. Led to a lot of those opening duels going their way and a lot of map control being manufactured, but if they can keep up those same principles right now, it seems pretty comfortable for 2Game to take some space towards tunnels and up catwalk right now, as the setup remains pretty passive for Bestia.
Yeah, 2Game taking their time in the approach. Bestia were most effective in that first half because they were aggressive, because they went to the faces of 2Game. This time, taking that more passive approach. As you mentioned, mid was wide open and free for the taking for a while, but Bestia has quickly changed that. They wanted to put that early emphasis towards long, and now, having done that, send a couple of players into mid just to spam through that smoke. 2Game running out of time on the clock here. 42 seconds left for them to make their move. It's got to come soon, and there's the nade. Perfect timing on it. That makes 4 players easy targets for the M4 headshots now.
So much damage right there. Another HE tossed in. More damage dunked down. He's got another one. No way. We'll see if this one's on target as well. 2 players drop to Noxie's Utility. A barrage landing on the catwalk here. And a flashbang to boot. Perfectly placed there for the execution now. Flank coming through as well. The USP can't finish it, but now it's just this long lurk here. A little late to activate with 8 seconds left. There's just no chance for Hardzao to make a case here unless he finds the kills. 3 seconds left and he knows it's over. It's just too late. He even finds one on the outro here, but the job done. Luchov hunting there, but Bestia gonna steal that round away. Noxie with the brain power right there. Those absolute missiles sent in the direction of 2Game.
I mean, he had 3 nades sitting by his side. He's like, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Collects 2 for 1. Wow. I mean, that is just brilliant. And, well, at least we're seeing a better look from BESTIA here on the CT side, which, I mean, doesn't surprise me because they looked good in that first half. Just the T sides for both squads are a little bit rough. Nice opener from Hardzao onto Noxy, though. 5v4 for 2 game.
Yeah, Noxy did so much right there in that round. And then makes one small mistake, gets that molly off, and then peeks while there's a player still sticking in it. You usually have to wait another second or so before you can actually turn that corner. Jason looking to provide an advantage on back here, but this is risky business. Trades available here. One shot pops off, needs a follow-up. Zareba is available for the trade this time. The shotgun hopping avails him. And Tom is in now with a flashbang, looks to buy some time for the recovery that won't come through. More utility being sent that way. Door smoke not in the picture just yet, but it allows Lucas to spam him down just before it fades away. And now Timo left to try and escape this one here. Gonna get sidelined by PKL, who lurks through middle. It's 2 game with another chance to claim this map.
And again, an opener for 2 game and a round victory for them. So each team probably realizing the importance of getting that first frag at this stage. And that was great from Hardzao on to Noxy. Just overexposed towards long. Didn't have the manpower to back him up, nor the util that you'd usually expect there towards long. So Hardzao capitalized on that, and he's going to try and do it again. Hardzao flashed out here. Tries to fire off a timing shot. Doesn't work. And now he'll be forced back. So no opener for 2 game in the early moments this time, Cole.
The difficulties here of that first round when BESTIA had given so much map control, they still had a vision for that round. Well, that's going to help their vision out as well. Missed mid to B smoke gives them some security in that department. As for that defense, just not to get as manipulated here, you won't have to focus as much in covering off that cross. Kind of a gift being given here. But fights towards the long doors end up putting Kaysen down low. And another mid to B smoke in the picture here as well. Is going to allow them to scale out towards mid to B, and they're not hesitant about this. It's a pretty quick approach here, and Luchov playing a dangerous game now. Peeking forward, spots out the op lurking about towards middle. Eventually they're going to pull the pin on this mid to B.
Well, they have to, right? I mean, 41 seconds left on the clock. Timo opening frag. BESTIA will find the follow-up as well. Looks like we're headed for double overtime unless something special happens for 2 game. There's Detroit finding the shot on to Timo. But they still need the space, and time is against them. 23 seconds left. Do they have any util? Yes, they have 3 flashes, but no smoke, so they're just going to have to hope the flashes work, or maybe just play contact. Molotov goes in for the site. Luchov and Thomason are just such a brutal crossfire. Feels difficult to get past it. They do find the first. Luchov trying to delay them. He's doing more than that. 2 frags to his name. PKL finds it back. Time for the plant, but he decides to fake it and go for the fight instead. I don't know why, but it will cost them. Maybe in a 1v1, I understand, but there were still 2 players left standing, and we are headed to double overtime.
Oh, Kaysen just completes the mission anyways right there.
Oh, man.
More OT required right there. A perfect setup as the flank coming through from Timo on the catwalk, I think disrupts their vision on that mid to B approach completely. And again, there's more HEs for them to blow open the smoke and for them to gain visual. So Noxy using utility perfectly to help out his team in multiple rounds now in the CT side affair of overtime. Will be able to capture another OT for themselves.
I mean, we've seen some decent rounds on T side from 2 game, at least in the overtime, but it really has felt like the T side has been the Achilles heel for both teams. Like, neither team could come out and get those consistent round victories. I think that whoever figures it out first, whoever can get those 2 rounds, maybe even 3 on T side here in the overtime, they'll come out with the win. But until we get to that point, we may be in for a long map of Dust 2, and it's already been quite extended.
I'll add another one to that mix here, playing in OT2. These teams Trying to vie for control, as you said, of that opening exchange. Meaning so much in the mix here. See if that continues to remain true here. Hardzao working for these opening duels, as he did in the one round of OT that they got in the T side. Now the op looking to set up here towards the top of middle. They've also got lower tons control as well that catches Lucas off guard. How can they escape this position? It doesn't actually look like BESTIA are interested in leaving. More so hanging around for some further fights towards top of middle. Eventually they get back through the smoke, and a little bit late to activate for Hardzao, or rather Zoreba. Means there's no visual here, and they remain in a 5v3.
A little bit of team damage on that nade. I think it may be a little intentional to try and make Detroit feel like no one's up close, but Noxy tucks tail and runs away anyway. Kaysen shot onto Hardzao. Nade! Oh my goodness,
Dude,
a chonky one.
Noxy's util damage.
It's insane. And again, opening frag means round victory. Zoreba absolutely 0% chance. BESTIA, all 5 survive, and they take the lead here in the second overtime. And actually looking at the round win percentage after getting a first kill here on the 2-game side, coming into this one after 7 maps of play over the last 3 months, it was 84.4% Cole. So not surprising on their side to see how confident they are after that opening frag.
I mean, that checks out for what we're seeing right now, where it just completely determines the way a round outlook is going to be here in the opening stages. They almost got one right there on the Luchov. 90% of the way there. Just a tag here for the initial exchange here at the moment.
I mean, on the BESTIA side, it's actually a lot lower at 69.7%, so you'd think that it wouldn't matter as much for BESTIA, but it's been both teams that have been ridiculous after getting openers.
Yeah, I feel like for BESTIA, it also just usually doesn't stop at 1. When they get their first kill, they continue to run it down, and they throw it in your face. But that just, again, it determines the round so quickly. See what the game plan is for this one. And again, you have a very low HP Luchov at the moment. Kaysen trying to provide that here. I mean, when you talk about first kills, the op usually the biggest influence in that department. And Luchov pushes upper. He's on 10 HP and somehow caught Zoreba by surprise. This off angle as well can be so valuable in catching players off guard.
Yeah, I think Luchov was actually 24 or something HP when he went in there. So much just gotten legged and gets that frag. So that's actually quite impressive. And now 2-game are adjusting. 35 seconds left. They don't have any information towards B, and they get caught. Look, there's a player top mid. Timo, happy to oblige with 2 frags now. Hardzao gone. Luke is in Detroit. I mean, they're just done. This round is probably over unless they get ridiculous frags onto the B site. That's not going to happen. And all 5 players will probably survive for a second straight round. Detroit is trying to save the op, which is actually important right now. I don't think they'll be able to. There's just too many bodies. And yeah, they run him down. They put in the BM. Bullets to the body. And BESTIA putting rounds on the board.
It's just wild stuff right there. I mean, again, the way that they're so confidently maneuvering throughout the map here is impressive. I'm watching Kaysen in this round walk through a mid smoke and then clear the cubby with an op. They just have so much going for them. On top of that, while they're collapsing in on the play, they're also pressuring through long doors. So they're just completely controlling the map from start to finish.
Interesting little note from B-Dog there. He said that Hardzao been buying the Zeus in overtime every single round, and he has no idea why. And it's true. I don't know why. He just happens to have it in his hands. Maybe because he can and there's overtime money. I don't know. But that's more good news for BESTIA there. They find another opener here. 3rd in a row in double overtime. 5v4 just like that. 2-game. Do throw the mid to be smoke, but they're not really activating off of it.
No, and unfortunately, they've got a double op to deal with. Well, that helps. Actually, Zoreba collects on the edge of that smoke, so maybe this is the key. Getting back into things here. An equalizer found. Back to level playing fields there. One of those ops knocked down. B site completely vacant at the moment. And with that lurk sticking around, the bomb transferring over, pretty telling where this end goal is going to be at the moment. Now Thomas in tucking in. They put their full faith in what he can do right now in this hold, and he's got everything on the line. Utility starts to rain on in, hoping that he can find something going here. Headshot angle being put together, but PKL knocks him out quickly, and this could be their chance to escape the round with one, but Detroit lurking with the op there. He's going to drop quickly. The retake is on with a little utility left here for the side of Bestia.
Luchov wants the early fight. Gonna go into those double doors. Teammate coming in through window. Timo gets one. Luchov wants the immediate trade, but he can't find it. Still stuck in a 2v2 a little bit longer. Zareba finds Case, and it's all up to Luchov, and no! Lucas denies, and finally the team with the opening frag doesn't end up getting the round. 2-game strike back and bring it within 1.
There you go. Able to capture 1 round right there, and then again, you know, buck the trend that we talked about. That's one very important kill there from Zareba on to that B side right there. I mean, this is the one. Oh boy, Noxy getting wild with it. Just makes a bit of an error right there, trying to get crazy around the smoke, thinking that that B side is safety, and that just opens the door back into the round completely.
I'm surprised the window player there doesn't look plat instead, because if he does, then they might win the round on Bestia's side. You already have Luchov watching and waiting in that direction, although I suppose I understand because you're exposing yourself to that angle a little bit, but you know that they're tucked in pretty far back to the left, so you have that comfort zone. Check out what's going on in plat. Anyway, all in hindsight for Bestia, of course. As they still have a lead heading into the second half, but they go back to their T side, which has left so much to be desired. Do they just go back to that straightforward play, pushing into the B side and hoping it works out?
I mean, it feels like it's been a little while, but Bestia back to this T side here. They do like their pretty pacey plays. Start off rounds. Thomas in this time around able to avoid the smoke, but Zareba doing so much damage with the resistance on this B side, and eventually captures the kill. 2 mollies sent towards backplat, neither one of them landing, but Timo opens up a new path. There's still so much defense on this B side though. It is by no means open for the taking right now. They've got to find a different route out of this one, and it's not going to be up Cat. That's held off by Hardzal. Maybe a smoke to lurk into CT for Timo. Things gonna get real awkward here. PKL dancing within the confines of this utility. Timo still yet to be seen right now as the execution continues to rain on in. Timo yet to get a chance to strike just yet on his lurk, but his teammates falling in the meantime here. Timo eventually slides through, and there's some quick kills. It's just on the offer now here of Kaysen, but nothing connects. No kills come through here from the AWP in 2-game, back to tying things up.
That was so messy on the Bestia side, because it felt like Luchov, with the bomb on his back, is trying to fake the execute into A, and he wanted to fall back to join his teammates up, join up with his teammates on Cat. It was really weird. Like, he gets caught it alone, and there's no real support. You could argue Kaysen was there, but it didn't feel like he was spaced properly to really support his teammate. Just a very strange approach there from Bestia, and felt like they were panicking a little bit as time was dwindling away. Anyway, we're tied again. And as I mentioned, unless one of these teams figures out their T side on a consistent basis, we're going to be here for a while.
That's the biggest question right now. Well, what do you do? I mean, Timo looked like he had some really good ideas on his lurk towards middle, being able to open up avenues, but resistance holding strong. Right now, it looks like the target selection could be on the money. Last time we watched this play come through, flashbang went horribly wrong. And Lucas was on the other side of the door. See how this one goes this time around here. Whether there's even a flashbang at this point. No one in a position to throw it. There's the flash, actually. It comes through from Cat. And it forces Lucas off. I mean, he has to really make some noise on the fadeaway as the op transitions on in. Detroit able to thread a kill in. Makes it a double. Way. He's looking for more here as PKL covers off middle. Bomb has a long recovery time to go and grab that here for the side of Timo, and they're already in position to shut this play down. Hardzal on the catwalk, looking to make it 3 chances at closing out this map. Timo, the resistance up against it. Hard's out tossing his gun out right now. It's a little bit awkward, but his teammate is at the ready here. Timo, headshots rolling.
What?
Heads are falling off. But the flank coming through from Zareba caps it up. Just in time. 2-game. Gonna stay alive.
All right. More than alive. They've got another chance to win it here. Bestia have not had a single map point. But they have been able to get at least one T round in both of the overtimes. Can they do it again here? The slower pace hasn't really favored them that much. And now, 3 players grouping up towards long once more. A couple into the upper tunnel, just clearing out the space at this point. Here they come at long. Detroit, Molotov's going to make life difficult for him. For visibility,
Surely.
but that won't last very long.
Surely they have a molly for car. Okay, it does come through before they turn the corner. That's good protocols put into play, but Detroit does find the opening pick. Hardzao on the secondary gets tagged down, and now this catwalk approach also shutting them down as well. They look to try and crunch through middle, and Hardzao, the 5-7 collapses, so this could be the chance right now to close, but Thomason has other plans. Bomb makes it safely into the site, and Thomason and Noxie here, the old and the young, have to close this one out and keep them alive here for a little while longer. Noxie burning the utility that you so effectively used against him now. And Thomason has to do even more heavy lifting in this one. Smoke spam coming on through here. So scary, so tense right now in the positions that they're playing. But all 3 players coming through the catwalk. Thomason spotted out, but a headshot rolls out of the AK onto the op here. The rifles now look to scale and collapse onto Thomason as he looks to tap them out. One by one here, time ticking against them, but eventually the shot stopped connecting. Noxie, though, from the side, comes through and completes the mission. Perfect distraction coming through. Clapping his hands, saying, look at me, while Noxie sneaks on in, and we go again.
Of course we do. Of course we do. Unreal stuff. Even with the opener in that round, 2-game, cannot hang on 2 openers, right? It's just Luchov managing to get 1, and then Noxie and Thomason dancing around this bomb site. 2-game didn't have any pressure towards long, and that really did cost them as Noxie jumps up on top of the cat box and gets the last 2. So well done from Bestia in the man disadvantaged situation. And triple overtime is inbound, Cole.
Wow. I mean, it is, again, quite the time to just buck that trend right there.
It's just 1 T round every time.
Yeah,
That's what it is. That's the difference maker.
2-to-1 splits. It feels like it's destiny at that point when you see it in the first half.
Right.
First team to get that 2 T rounds is going to be looking real good, as it has been bane of both of these rosters. I mean, again, now at this point, it's a marathon. Both of these teams have already played a series today as well. 3 mappers for both the rosters. Pretty long, drawn-out ones as well, for that matter. So it is a marathon day of Counter-Strike for both these rosters right now, and this is how they start off the final. Triple overtime and map 1. Mid to B approach here. This might be a huge gap being identified right now in a couple of picks right now rolling on through. Thomason still looking to activate, looking to catch Zareba off guard, but it's the Opera that posts up and holds the line. Flank looking to encapsulate this T side as well, but Kaysen is prepared for every last move. And what a fiery start for Bestia to lift off here in OT3.
Finally, something materializing there off the op of Kaysen. Talked about how he's very dynamic with it. Didn't see it much on the T side yet, but right here, what a time for him to come alive. Detroit is absolutely finished. Being spammed to the smoke, the box, everything. No shortage of BM here. Bestia, 19-18. Again, Bestia has not had a map point yet. As I mentioned before, maybe, just maybe, we'll be seeing that materialize. And I feel like if they get it, then they will convert.
Yeah, well, when third time's not the charm for 2-game,
right?
So many opportunities have eluded you. To be fair, you know, Bestia, the first half eluded them. The both teams having their difficulties in strong positions, but not closing out here. That molly also not extending the Blueman. I don't know if the smoke was necessary, but the HE might be Timo. How does he find that pick? tracks the headshot while the smoke is popped open. But surely there's no escape, right? There's absolutely no way he gets out of this one. No. Lucas able to shut that one down here. Now it becomes just desperation all over the map here. Thomason could be on the edge of the smoke, but Detroit just knocks him out of the sky with his back turned. And looks like just more comfortable targets here. There's no more utility left for this T side, so they're just desperately hoping for picks to come their way. That's just not the case right now.
Convinced Hardzal must have like a dragon snore or something, Zeus skin, and he wants to look at it a lot or something. That's why he keeps buying it. Anyway, it's going to be 2-game to take this one pretty easily. Will we see a second T-side round victory for Bestia is the question.
He does it again. Keeping that thing intact.
And
keep that
saying
Zeus in play.
It might be just in his auto buy, which I don't know why in his auto buy config. I mean,
wow, well, Hard's out. No Zeus in the server right now. Instead, it's just pure firepower. The AK
just blocks the smoke
intact. He did, yeah. I mean, perfect block of the smoke. And again, he's not fading away. He's in a very vulnerable position. And doesn't, you know, take the small window of opportunity to try and escape. He holds his ground looking for more. And I don't think that's the worst way to start a round right there for Bestia. Maybe a little bit frustrating for a player like Luchov to be sidelined, but you do have yourself a 4v4 early on.
I think the scariest piece has been, well, obviously Hardzal, right? Being gone here, and Lucas as well has been very good, but Detroit with the op has been really consistent here and has had a lot of impactful frags. See if he can deliver again to prevent Bestia from getting those 2 rounds on T side, which, as I've been saying, could be the difference maker in this overtime. Nox, he's gone though. So is Thomason. I don't know what that approach was, but it looked very disjointed, and Bestia don't look like they'll get this now.
Oh, absolutely not. Running out with utility right there. I guess not considering the idea that they can swing into you after you just caught the jiggle. Looking to take that risk. Still a chance though with the positioning. Mid flank and through CT as well. Case needs to connect on these op shots though ASAP, and that's a tough miss. Can't afford it. Will be punished for it. And now Timo, who has been trying to be the engine of this T side, is going to try and find everyone. Transfers on over. He's staying alive as well. USP's out for Zareba. Can he find the last kill? God. What is that? Out of thin air. A miraculous clutch coming through from Timo. I called him the engine. I didn't realize what power he was working with.
Oh my God. A lot of horsepower there on that side. Timo, the ace in the round as well. I cannot believe what I just saw. That was 2 games round, like 9.9 times out of 10. I don't want to say 9 times out of 10. They should have had that. Oh my goodness. They didn't have to chase at all. They could have just fallen back. There was no time. Oh man, Team didn't even have the bomb. Look, the bomb's in tunnel still. He didn't have the bomb on his back. I mean, it's a ridiculous play, don't get me wrong, but 2-game served themselves up on a platter, and Timo chowed down for the clutch. That is a huge round to take. It gives them their second T-side round, and now they go back to CT side where they have looked very, very good. Holy, that might be the play of the tournament.
Oh, it should be right there in the grand finals. 1v4. Absolutely no chance. No chance to make that happen. But he just keeps turning. And 2-game, gonna be feeling that one in the second half. Down but not out. One thing that they have is resiliency, but as you said, these CT sides for Bestia have remained very dominant. We'll see what sort of tone they can set off the back of a misstep like that. And they muster up the courage to continue to fight back here in this matchup. Oh my God, another, almost a freebie right there. 2 HEs on target. Right on the money for Lucas. Sit down to 4. And the utility damage, one of the best assets of this Bestia CT side, it feels like.
Yeah. And also one of the worst things for 2Game on their T side is just they get stalled out for so long around mid trying to gain control of it that by the time they feel comfortable, there's only like 30 seconds left for the play to happen, and then they falter. So we'll see if that trend changes. But oh, what a flashbang thrown by Noxy. Teemo gets Hearts out. This is Bestia's playbook, right? On CT side of Dust 2 as Kaysen collects another. They just get into the faces of their opponents. They've been doing it in every overtime since regulation, and 2Game are not ready for it. They just cannot counter.
Spot out that long lurk. You know where the play is heading here. Great off angle from Noxy. No kills completed, but that sets up Teemo with the bait and switch. Still a bit of hot water right now for Noxy to try and commit to these fights as his teammates are pretty far removed from him. So I think a good decision on him to keep it safe and sound there. Fall it back a little bit. PKL down to 13. Running a little bit short on time and health as a chase comes through from Catwalk for the completion. And Bestia going to have their first chances at closing out this map.
For all intents and purposes, this should be 20-20. Instead, Bestia and Teemo in particular steal a round away in the first half of triple overtime. And now they have 2 opportunities to close it out, the most of any team so far. And as I said before, I don't think they're going to need another opportunity. Teemo does get one nice trade from Lucas, but the damage onto Lucas is pretty strong here. Down to 31 HP. Molotov sails in for Carr. Noxy wants to go for a fight. I think they're going to try and flash him out again. He's going to toss that flash over to Thomason, waiting for it to be tossed. Goes out. It's a good one, but he cannot find the frag. So 2Game continue advancing here, but the util barrage has only just begun. Bestia continue raining it down upon them.
Still in an interesting position right now because they're ready to cross towards long. Wait out that HE here, but they also are not all here. So the side access might be gained successfully. Nox, you got to be careful as they're actually scaling in towards the site now as the utility dries out a little bit here. Lucas still low on health, but finding impact. They're still holding this long flank as well. Hardsow just claims 2 freebies.
Oh my god.
And we've got more life left in us. The 2 chances could turn to 1 if it's not up to Noxy here. This 1v4 now spotted out here. This really amplifies the challenge. As Hard's out, able to seal it on up. Zeus in the back pocket there. Is Tech9 out. All the tools used against him.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, look, Hardzao played them like a fiddle, honestly. He just waited for that rotation to come through. They had absolutely no expectation that there'd be, well, not even one. There's 2 players towards long. So if Hardzao doesn't get them, it's probably the off they'll support. And Hardzao at the end continues the trend of this BM back and forth. The emotions are certainly very, very high right now in this grand final. Bestia lose the first player. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Are they going to let 2 in a row slip away? They've been so good on CT side.
Oh my god. You gotta be joking.
Oh man.
Man advantage. What'd you say, 85%?
85.7% for 2Game off of a first frag. Yeah.
So just the perfect tee up for OT number 4. Granted, with it right there with that opening kill. BKL manufacturing it. Double op on the T side. Still being rocked with at the moment. And a complete evacuation of this long control. Now, they are going to press through upper tons. And this now becomes a game of timing here. With this information gathered on the other side of the map, cat control maintained, how quickly can you get into a position to rotate on over and support this A side? Seems like they're moving pretty fast.
Luchov's trying to make himself feel bigger than he actually is in terms of the amount of util he's tossing. He's hoping that 2Game will, I guess, at least in his mind at that moment, was hoping that they would imagine there were more players on the site than there were. But now Bestia's got the read, so they do have the manpower here anyway. 2Game, 33 seconds left. This could go wrong very, very quickly, but Lucas gets the first one. Luchov the trade. Now they've got time. They still have to clear out Teemo from Gandalf. Teemo jiggling around. Luchov eats the nade to try and support his teammate. Now he's gone, and so is Teemo. Guess what, Cole? Unless Thomason clutches this out, we're headed for quadruple overtime. He's got the first, not the second. Indeed, quad OT.
Meant to be right there. The game that never ends between these two teams. We finally, again, broke the trend here of 2T rounds. Thought that was guaranteed to be enough. 2 chances. Bestia's first 2 shots at closing out this map despite a dominant lead in the first half all the way back. When we only played 1 map of Counter-Strike, but now we play 2 here.
Yep. I mean, we're going to play 2 after this next OT.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. It just feels like Bestia started playing scared in those last 2 rounds, which is weird, right? Because they've been so good with the aggression, then they decide, oh, well, now we have the 21-19 lead, and we're going to change up the way we play, which is... Yeah, they got in their own heads, and it did cost them 2 opportunities to close out this map. So 2 game, they stay in it, and Dust 2 continues, and I thought I had an idea, Cole. We both thought we had an idea what was going to end this with those 2T rounds. It doesn't happen, so I don't know anymore. Let's just see how it goes between these 2 squads. Bestia back on the T side here. Or excuse me, still on the CT side, 2 game. Here on T side.
Whoa,
and an opener, a beauty.
What a kickoff. Oh my god. Enough to wake up Luchov right there. Nice little warning shot sent straight his way. That connects. And again, immediately sets the tone for how things are going to shape up. But there's one back from Kaysen. A wallbang headshot right there, right around the confines of that smoke as it's blown open.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And it's a 4v4 now.
Flashbang right into the face of Kaysen. He falls off. 2 game have been very slow and methodical on their T sides, the opposite of Bestia. Not that it's yielded them better results, but... Oh no! A little too aggressive here is Teemo. Hards out, catches him, then pulls out the util and gets traded instantly. Alright. 3v3 still. The B site is very vulnerable for Bestia, and I think that could be read by 2 game. Instead, no. They are still wanting to go A, at least for the moment.
Got a player kind of walking and inching his way through tunnels at Sareva right now.
There we go.
Thomason being very sneaky in the back of the site, especially with this molly. You might overlook it. See what he can get away with here, avoiding the flashes, holding the line. The op lurks out through middle, though, cuts off the support staff of Thomason. He's got to do it on his own again, and he's able to find the first, but eventually topples over. Meanwhile, the closest rotate on the other side of the map. Kaysen, desperate for a shot through the wall, does not connect. And site access granted now. Looking to start things off well for 2 game here. Kaysen's got to make it happen with an AWP retake versus 2 on the B site. Good luck here as he turns the wrong direction. Luke is going to take him down from below. And 2 game going to lift off here in OT4.
Wow. That ran out so many layers to it. Honestly, it felt like Bestia had an opportunity towards them to get control of that round. And like you mentioned, the player towards back site of B waited patiently beyond the Molotov. I think it was the right play. It's just that the double doors player wasn't realizing that the flank could come in from mid. And once he's neutralized, and it's so much tougher, even with the element of surprise, to activate there on that B site in 2 game overload. So they get their first T round as well. Open up this overtime. They have yet to get 2 T rounds. So maybe that's the answer to ending this one. Who knows? Kaysen is going to miss that shot. Lucas joining up with his teammate here. Could be an A approach, but yet to find an opening frag are either of these squads. Luchov down to 9 HP though. He's definitely on notice, but I believe that's toward the B side. Oh, and he burns to a Chris Zureba with the Molotov tossed at his feet. And that's how they get that opener.
Oh, however they get the job done right there. Gonna be feeling the rewards. Big opening pick. Things off. And again, it's defense on that A side that is a little bit weakened. More resistance towards middle. And answer back though with utility damage. Again, doing so much. Noxie's HEs rain down again. Just absolutely terrorizing this 2 game squad. Burning in a molly though. Not gonna do him justice at the moment here. He's got teammates, so backing him up, and this might be enough to recover here at this point. A 1v3 for Detroit. The op, is it the tool for the job? Another kill coming through, but he can't dodge the bullets of Thomason, who hunts him down. And eventually, Bestia answer back. It's, again, that utility damage from Noxy that just slows them and puts them into mud.
It's such a good play when you funnel them into Cat and they go right into the palm of your hands and you're able to just toss those nades in one after the other. And there's nothing the T's can do except take the damage and hope that they can get onto that site and find a frag before the frags find them. 3 players into dark there. Looking for an opener. They don't get any damage. And now the incendiaries fly in. And Bestia have got 2 players waiting on this B site. They're giving up mid, as they've done pretty much every single round here to open things up. Which I'm surprised to see. Like, if 2Game were to go faster out towards mid, they would gain a lot of space very quickly. But they just seem to be very content to play the slow game every single round on their side. They haven't thrown that change-up pitch, I don't even think once.
I've been rather methodical about the control here. It is really a battle of, I think, 2 very separate teams in 2 different mindsets right now. Go quick for Bestia and 2Game. I mean, it feels like every round comes down to the last 20 seconds or so. See if that plays a factor again. That is an unbelievable shot from Kaysen. A headshot answer back from PKL, but it's not a kill confirmed right there. Instead, it's an opening here for Bestia, looking to gather their 2 on the CT side. Maybe to ensure that we play on here. As this middle to B control being attacked right now. Noxy looking to make a huge move past the smoke. He does claim 1. Detroit able to shut him down, but this one feels like it's swinging in the way here of Bestia with multiple players still on the B side to run through. How do you get past this duo? You just don't. Noxy able to help out there, but it's Zoreba coming through and Detroit following as well. And Bestia gather their way onto 2 on the CT side.
If only they could have done that in the previous half. Then they would have been, or in the previous OT, then it would have been done. But no, yeah, they looked so good on their CT side again here, except for that first round where they kind of got run through. But strong stuff. The nade stack that they have set up repeatedly there for Cat, the holds that they've done into this B site, the aggression they've taken, the timeliness of it, everything looking good on their CT side. Just, they didn't have it when they needed it most with those map point opportunities. That said, they do take this lead into the second half as they switch back over to the T side. And I say second half, I mean second half of quadruple overtime.
Able to claim their lead again. See if they can put themselves back on some more chances here on map points. I think Dust 2 was always going to be a bit of a challenge, but with that first half, thought it was going to be a pretty easy outlook here so far to start off the finals. Anything but easy for either one of these teams, no matter what the case is. Oh man, Luchov just completely shut out of this round. I mean, he's had a bit of a tough go of it for how consistent he usually is. I mean, imagine if he was playing in tip-top shape, what this game would look like.
Oh, yeah.
It's been Timo that's taken up the mantle in terms of the opening kills for this T side.
Usually Luchov is in a much better position statistically, hovering around the first or second spot, but he's at the bottom of the scoreboard, surprisingly. It has been Thomason, who we kind of called out at the beginning of this series before it even started, saying he has to show up, and he did. And it's actually been quite a good performance from Bestia when they're on the defensive side. But now they switched over to the attacking end. Luchov down to 20. Nade lands at the feet of Hard Zhao. They are taking their time, Bestia. I think it's going to be a collapse towards mid, but I don't know if this is going to work out for them. We'll see. 30 seconds left. They've got to make a move soon, and instead it will be heading in towards the A site. They're setting up to take Long and Cat simultaneously, and there are only 2 players here, so if they can get the trades, they'll be good. They don't need a trade. Teemo gets the opener. Detroit tries to come around, does get one, but the pressure will be on, and he collects a second scalp. Can he flick around for the third? The fact that he's alive is crazy with only a singular point of health, and he flicks and hits it on Thomasin. 4v2 now. Misses the shot onto the site and finally falls here, but he's done so much damage. 3v2. Luchov gets traded out, and so does Noxy. Bestia lose the round. 2-game take it off of a phenomenal play by Detroit.
1 HP. He survives and lives to tell the tale for an extra kill. Detroit pulling out an unbelievable performance. The guy that sparked this whole comeback, the reason we're still here. They finally throw an extra wrinkle into the mix as well. They have another player lurking about towards Long. Usually when you take care of Teemo, that's it. It's done. You've done all of the work to help cover off the long side, but this time around, they throw Thomasin into the meat grinder, and he gets chewed up by Detroit as well. All ready for the mean streets.
It's crazy because as Teemo's going to get the opener onto Lucas, Bestia did almost everything right in that round. It just took a ridiculously heroic effort from Detroit to put them to bed again. Oh, this is a mistake here from PKL. Just charges right into the crosshair of Thomasin. And Bestia, in the meantime, are going up long. This should be theirs, unless Detroit does it again. He's got one, but now he's in a 1v4. Has to fall off. Tag through the smoke. Surely not.
It's a bomb.
There we go. All right.
Lucha,
Finally.
you have the bomb.
Did he have the... Oh. Okay.
It's all good.
I wasn't sure what you were saying there. Yeah, we're good.
It's all good. It just freaked me out for a second. The only way we possibly lose that, but reality avoided, fortunately. No problems there. Bestia, they've done it again. Third chance here at closing this one out. Both teams having 3 shots at locking down this thing. But we know the rules. 2 rounds is tricky to come by. And 1 player in Kaysen almost falling here. Standing inside the flames. 3 ops on the T side. Trying any tool possible to open up these rounds for themselves.
Quintuple overtime on the horizon. Not many times that we say that.
When do you get the bathroom break in OT?
I'm guessing after this, if we go to a 5th, I imagine they're going to get a break. I don't know.
Got a pretty good execute.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about a break if they win it here.
Good point. Utility all fading away though, and they're running headfirst in the AWP. They're running straight on into Detroit, and the entry's coming through. A little delayed effort here. Another swing coming through out of the op of Detroit. Gets them on into the site, but it's Smokesman from PKL that revives the hope. A 3v2 now, a man advantage to play off of here as the bomb goes down. The B site tricky to retake, but a man up, that changes the story quite a bit. And repositions now the op. Once again smoked off. No visual on his targets just yet. And tucked in towards the back of the site. Is this an easy position to work off of? So much trust has to be placed in between the duo right now. Teemo and Kaysen have to cover themselves here, and the entrance coming through, being shut off. Another kill from Kaysen, low on health.
No!
He can't get it done. Lucas with time to defuse. And 5 required as 3 chances, just not enough for Bestia.
This is never going to end. 24-24, and yes, we are in quintuple overtime, and maybe that break's going to come in for the players now, you'd imagine, because that's 2 maps done. We haven't even gotten to a real second map, but that's 2 maps of Dust 2 that these 2 teams have played, and now we're into map number 3 of Dust 2.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is at least, you know, the next. Actually, I don't want to say anything. I was gonna say it'll make the next maps fly by, but there are no guarantees in this grand final at this point. This is wild stuff.
I mean, statistically, on Mirage, Bestia should have a significant advantage, but I think you're right, Cole. I feel like a lot of that goes out the window.
See, a lot of things have been just thrown out the window here in this matchup. We've just been throwing all rules and expectations. So that last round, all according to plan there for 2 game. They're able to avoid disaster at the hands of Kaysen. What do you do to now keep things up? Again, this is map 4 for both of these teams, but I guess now, like we've been saying, it's map 5.
Yeah.
Pretty much played 2-1 at this point. And again, they've got more to go. Both these teams guaranteed. Who's going to claim dust too? You're up the catwalk. Finally seems like maybe a gap split in the defense, but Hardsau's utility completely disrupting them. And a smoke for the Molotov denies him even further access here. Timo, eventually, that's actually Thomason from the catwalk alongside him doing all the damage. He wants to close this one off now. He's had enough, but one step too far, ends up in the grave. And now what can Zareba make of this?
If only he would have had enough in the previous, like, round, maybe? I'm just saying. Oh, man. Anyway, beautiful 4K from Thomason. That's actually really nice. Also, speaking of that previous round, as Nox is going to wrap it up, Kaysen's probably kicking himself. I really feel like he is, because he had the time to hit that shot. It wasn't an unhittable shot, and he had already gotten the previous 2. He just couldn't flick around quickly enough to
He's
find
so
that
comfortable
last.
in those close range opping duels. That is his bread and butter, it feels like, but sometimes it just comes down to it. But hey, I mean, Thomason trying to lift up the team with a 4K like that, get them right back on track. That's one way to do it. That's for sure. And again, that for the first time in a very long time, I feel like I've seen Bestia in an outright 5v5 really capture a hole in the defense.
Oh, hearts out.
Oh
Yes.
my god.
He
Come
does
on
pull
now.
The triggle? The trigger. I don't know what a triggle is, but anyway. Thomason is going to get that shot onto Hardzao. 4v3 in favor of 2 game. And we talked about those openers, how important they are for 2 game. And Bestia just fake the execute. Actually, I don't really mind this, you know, faking the execute towards the B site. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. Like, they're not selling anything. And 2 game, still waiting here, pushing top mid. Ooh. Thomason surviving. And then Detroit collects a shot. There we go. Zareb on to Timo. Thomason, the last one standing, and that's not going to last very long. Well, maybe a little bit longer. But he doesn't have the bomb, and this round is probably over. Cool.
Does appear that way. 1v3 here. You have 6 kills in the OT5 for Thomason. Why don't we make it a nice even 9 for his troubles? Missed op shot is his first point of survival. Another missed op shot and some headshot angles could do him right. Somehow, they can't track the target just yet. 15 seconds left. Will they continue to miss?
There's no
running
way.
away for one of these players. Somehow isolation coming through. But how does he get the bomb down here eventually? Toppled over by Zareba. But he makes you believe for a split second when he's dodging and evading the shots.
I mean, you can't help but believe, because Timo did it already in overtime, right? He had a similar situation and he pulls it off, so I don't know. Anyway, 2 game do manage to shut the door in that round. We're tied at 25. Final round of the first half of quintuple overtime. PKL. Aggressive here towards long. Bestia, in regulation anyway, we're really trying to go for that long push. It's changed in overtime. They've slowed down the pace pretty considerably. I think we can say that confidently, as they want to try and outplay this 2 game squad. They're going to need to try and find that second round here on T side that they did once before. It was almost enough. They fell short on their CT side that time. Here comes another smoke here for double doors. Yep.
I'm actually pretty impressed that we do kind of see that. I mean, maybe it's the experience of Noxy, but it did start off seeming a little bit one-dimensional and has turned a lot with a lot more variables in terms of the calling style, and even like calling off the back of rounds that they've been kind of conditioning for a little while that have led to a little bit more T-side success from Bestia. You just wish they could like sum that all together in 12 rounds as opposed to 24 T-side rounds.
No
you know, that's where they've got to do the heavy lifting, I think. But time to develop. Here's time to execute. Is now as well, and utility. The flash is looking phenomenal to get them on in, but Detroit's op is in prime position. The rundown, great trade from Luchov, and that gets them access into the site when they desperately need it.
PKL's done. I was going to say, if he can get one here, maybe there's still a chance for a retake, but now it becomes a lot more difficult. Yes, there's a player at long, it's Lucas, but he needs to wait for the reinforcements to arrive from CT and maybe Cat, and he can't. Luchov closes in on him. Bestia trying to get a second T round in a half of overtime for only the second time. 2Game hasn't done it once. And they will not be able to stop Bestia here. Thomason and Luchov close it up, and they head into this second half of overtime with a lead.
I mean, look what it requires here for Bestia. I think, like you said, a lot better calling coming through there with more dimensions, but also the two win conditions that are so typical for this team, and Luchov and Thomason both with a 4K in the 1 rounds, right? That is a huge difference maker coming through for Bestia. And that completely switches the tone of how they play out these rounds there, and just taking control for the Stars this late into the game. When you think, you know, their path is already set in stone, they develop even more.
All right. Bestia have been aggressive. They've taken fights effectively on their CT side. So good when they've needed to stay in it, to keep overtime going. But now a chance with a lead going onto their CT side again to potentially end this marathon of a map of Dust 2. Luchov going into that B site. Is 2Game going to go for a fast play? No. They have not favored that at all. Taking their time. Mid approach once more. Nade for Cat. No damage done on the other side just yet, though, even with the util sailing in both directions. 2Game felt like that was a flash that they wanted to go in off of, but they didn't. Then the nade. First damage of the round. It's a chonky one. Luke is in Detroit, hovering around half health after it. Now a peek up Cat. No one's home on the Bestia side. They're playing it more patiently than usual.
Oh boy. Noxy. Noxy. Oh, frustration right there. Huge opening pick. Catches the gap. Detroit, you know, leading by the front of this pack right now. As Luchov does kind of disrupt the tunnels approach. I mean, that is such unbelievable awareness to be focused in on T-spawn, but well, they do get the opening door right now. Stalled out just a tad. Not being able to make strides on in through middle. There's another big pickup from Hards out though on the catwalk. They are completely manipulating the defense. The B side is vacant. Open for the taking here if it wasn't for Luchov, who's still trying to hold on by a thread. A team kill gifted an opportunity, but Detroit redeems himself with a pickoff like that. Now Thomason looking to get involved here as Kaysen cuts off the mid lurk. They haven't crossed yet, and there's an op still in position. Oh, Thomason risked it all on the jump across, and he doesn't make it. Diligence done by Detroit as he puts his teammates down, but he also puts 3 enemies as well.
Kaysen, the 1v2. He's got full health, and these are the 2 players that were connected on earlier on in the round by the nade. So a little soft, but they're in perfect position to trade. Kaysen's going to have to stand on his head to pull this off. He's out. There's the first. Doesn't realize the second is close to his left. If he turns left, that round may have gone the way of Bestia. But 2Game, hang in there, take the B site, and we'll get a 26 to tie us up again.
Can't believe he's got me believing for a second. Luchov's got me believing. Look at this lineup. Oh, that's devastating. But it's all good. Detroit recovers quickly. Doesn't let that rattle him. And we go 26s. The chances here on these T sides not being converted on.
I just realized that 2Game actually did get 2 rounds on their T side, right? When Bestia had that lead. Nice opener from Hards Out. But the reason that it didn't come to mind is because it was for them to just hang in there and push it to another overtime.
Yeah, that's
right?
a good point.
Yeah.
Survival.
Either way, they do have a chance to do it right now, though. 2 in a row here would be massive. And as we just saw, the opener is in their hands.
Hards Out able to sneak it back to back. First deaths for Noxy, but has been caught off guard by a couple different oppers now. Whether it be Hard Sour or Detroit. Now walking into the angle, Tom is in a rude awakening around the corner for him. And already scaling into this B site. Recovery for Luchov, but how long lasting is it? Great flashes coming through over the perch. And another shot connected from Kaysen. They cannot get past the point of this B site. And now it is 2 ops here to try and save this round with bomb down and smokes towards tunnels. Desperation could be setting in, and Hard Zao, you gotta hope that this lurks somehow through B side, or through the A side rather. It works for them. Luchov instead denies that. Smokes recycled in towards tunnels, and this one looking done and dusted, unless Detroit has anything to say about it.
Oh no, he won't. Teemo's gonna flank him out. This round's over. But I mean, look, there it is. 27th round for Bestia. I cannot emphasize enough how difficult it was to fend off that approach towards the B site. Luchov was the only piece who was able to slow it in his tracks. He gets one and survives. That's the key part. Finding a way back around that corner so that his opper can activate and get a shot afterwards. And then the flashbang that came in. Actually, it was the flashbang, right? That allowed him to get another peek in and find a second. Then the op comes in and finds the third. It is fantastic team coordination. The utility has to be perfect to fend it off. And I thought at that point 2Game had the round, but Luchov was fantastic, and so was his teammate Kaysen. Noxian opener. Here we go. Is it finally ending, Cole?
I would maybe speaking too soon. Answers back is swift. Flashbang looking good though through the tunnel side.
Oh my god.
Pillar avoidance from Zareba to stay alive. Still kicking. 4v4. Kaysen now looks to re-aggress here potentially as well. Wild moves coming through as both teams doing anything to put this game to an end. Emo evading the scope of Detroit right now. But he might just walk straight into it head first. Swinging for the fences there. And a shot connects. The man advantage slides. The tables turn in the favor of 2Game now.
The aggression not working out for Bestia that time. I mean, just a great job hiding behind the pillar by Zareba. Now Thomasine going to spam the doors. As 2Game, it's a cat play. They're charging up. There are the nades there. They are. This is Noxy's specialty. There's the first, tossed in a little bit early. There's the second. That one should be on the money. It is, but he loses his teammate in the process. Now as the op collects one, a second not to be. Kaysen, the last one standing, a 1v3. He needs a rifle. The op isn't going to do it in this situation. Oh, maybe it will. What a shot into Lucas. I take it back. He's got that AG like you mentioned. Does it connect for the frag? It doesn't, and he falls before it even gets landed on the ground. It will be 2Game, pushing us to a 6th OT.
Can't believe it. It was in the palm of their hands. Noxy finally got his revenge. That's what I was laughing about. I wasn't even jumping to conclusions at that point. I knew it was too good to be true, but Noxy finally getting him opening after 2 opening deaths and finding the first kill of the round instead. That felt like the catalyst to close it, but not to be. Instead, 27s.
So in order to get to 3 maps of Dust 2, I think we have to get to 36 rounds, right? Then we'd be nearing that M80 match.
I can't break my own record.
Oh yeah, you were in that. Oh,
yeah,
man.
It can't be.
Oh.
There's absolutely no way.
You might.
I actually don't remember the score of that game. I think it was 37. Yeah, It was 37-34.
Yeah, it was 71 rounds, right?
That math checks out. So,
Wow.
not terribly far off of it, but there's no way, right?
You can't forget that B-Dog, all the way over in the UK. It's pretty early in the morning for him, right? Or late at night, whichever way you want to look at it. And it's not going to get any better as we continue on here.
Give it up for map 1.
Yeah.
Give it up for map 1.
34-37 was the score, so it's B-Dog in that one. Noxy will get the opener here. Thomas in the second, and of course they're going to win the round immediately afterwards. Well, it's not done yet. Hards Out could get Timo. And he won't.
Oh my god.
He's watching the smoke the whole time. Timo just walks past like, oh, hey. Flicks for the headshot. Zareba and Detroit, last two standing. They still got a lot of time, but, I mean, that's pretty much all they have.
Ooh,
Detroit will make some space. Yeah.
And a flashbang. He's taking a lot of initiative right now, putting the pressure on Kaysen for a potential miss that could open it up, but he needed his teammate to provide something out of that position. There's the op getting dropped right there by Detroit. And there's low HP bars here. Maybe the op not the best tool for the job, but he's continuing to find these shots. There's absolutely no way. A 2v1. Both players left incredibly low here. But both players now taking the long approach. Detroit reading this like a book. He's playing patient, but he waits that molly out and eventually he's going to stick the digits in. Now does he continue to develop this game plan here? Washes for the first, but it's a headshot coming through from Thomason with a quickness. Not a chance to pull the trigger right there when Thomason's that quick. And Bestia going to coast.
I thought that was going to be the second ace for Detroit. Honestly, that was so very good on his part to even make it possible. And if he knew how low the HP bars were, I feel confident he would just grab the AK or M4 off the ground. Alrighty. 28-27 for Bestia. 2 game. Continue to take their time on the approaches. Bestia really caught them off guard repeatedly. And Kaysen again, another opener. Hard Zhao is victim this time. 2 game. Are they going to go fast? They are. This is a rare, quick approach coming through from them. I don't know if Bestia are going to be ready for it. Oh, they are.
Oh, wow.
Flashbang from Noxy. Timo receives another one from Kaysen. He is just farming frags off the util toss by his teammates. And absolutely no chance at all for 2 game in that round.
Yeah, that's a huge heat check right there for the side of 2 game, right? Try and keep the pace going. It's a huge change up right there. And they just get punished in the biggest fashion. A complete shutdown. One of the easiest rounds Bestia have looked on the CT side.
Yeah.
And that might set a little bit of frustration in the mindset here, but it's an opening pick just when they need it. Just when they need a little bit of life to lean on. A boost to shut down the lower push that was trying to trample 2 games. We've yet to see a sweep in overtime. That would be a huge difference. But a man advantage looking to keep that trend true.
We got a fun stat from B-Dog, actually. 5 out of the 6 times that, I should say, yeah, 5 out of the 6 times that a team has forced overtime, the team that forces it to another OT have won the round immediately afterwards. So I think what he means there is the team that lost the previous round, like would have won the map, won the follow-up afterwards. So that is actually crazy.
Always easier when the game isn't on the line, right?
It's true, yeah. Look, we haven't seen a sweep yet from either side. I think you already mentioned that. And we could see it here or not. Hard Zhao.
Looking more like than not.
On Luchov. Yeah.
And yeah, there's another from PKL.
All right, well.
5v2. Thomason, I mean, maybe something interesting on this flank here, but now it's being heard. Detroit just recovers his aim in time. Noxy, not all that unfamiliar on the sticks, but not going to live to tell the tale in 2 game. Will be able to disrupt it and go again.
Oof, all right. Well, we didn't get our wish. We didn't get that sweep in an overtime. 12th half of overtime incoming. 2Game have only been able to win 2 T rounds in a row one time in an overtime, and that was when their backs were against the wall and BESTIA were up 21-19, I believe it was. And now BESTIA switching to the T side once more. They really slowed up in their overtimes, as we've already talked about. Maybe they'll try to go for something faster here. But honestly, it would surprise me if they did, because they have had some success on the slower approaches. I shouldn't say some, a lot of success. It was a heroic effort from 2Game a few times to keep them off the board.
Ooh, they might. Oh, I thought they were for a second diving in for that long approach like they were in regulation way back when. But, you know, like you said, they have been taking a little bit more of a slow and intentional approach here. Flashbang to maybe pop through the smoke. That catches a little bit of spam out of Hards out at the very least. And that reload heard from Timo is a lot of information confirming at least the location here. Falling off of long, actually. Setting focus on Catwalk here is there's no info as to where these players on BESTIA are. They've just got to kind of play around the mindset here. Hards out, picking up an HE, looking to slow down the pace as the utility does land. But some opening picks coming through as well. Still yet to activate on this long lurk here. And a 2v3 now amplifying the pressure. Timo so slow to lift off here. Never makes his move through long. Now you have to question what you're waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely. Did he just throw a close molly? Or is that a smoke? That's a smoke, I think. Or whatever it was. I don't know.
That was slowing him down, and maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was from him, though. So, I don't know. He thought that someone was close. Anyway, they're grouped up to Cat now, which I feel is more disadvantageous, but at least they're potentially in a position to get some trades. There's damage done both directions, but, I mean, Luchov's on the worst end of it.
Well,
Timo, the shot
Big
onto
entrance.
Luke is okay. That's a 2v2 here. Cole, the nades come on back. Damage done both directions. Pomp plant going to come through. BESTIA looking for that elusive 30th to come through. But Timo could be dead to rights. He is. It's all up to Luchov, who hits that shot to zero.
No
but doesn't
way!
realize Detroit is at long, and it will be Detroit with the up again. His 52nd frag to get a 29th round for 2Game.
Oh my god, just a second off of running away there. Detroit absolutely speedy, rolling through on that flank and being able to capture that last kill. I'm amazed with how good the defense was there. Hards out, being able to find 2 kills like that. HG's causing so much chaos in the communication there. And taking your time, not missing the big chance, because if he misses that one, the frustration, that would be amplified. All the hard work that Detroit has done in this matchup to get lifted off, skyrocketing to the top of the boards. Could have just vanished in that one effort here. Now Detroit burning in the flames as the utility just gets better and better for BESTIA as they play on. Keeping this up nullified as much as possible.
Yeah, 2 in a row required from either side here to end this overtime fest. Molotov sails in. BESTIA going to the site that is maybe a little lightly defended. I don't know. There's a player rotating around towards ramp now, but Hard's out, gone. Detroit gets one. If they trade him, they'll be in good shape, but Lucas supports very, very well to get another frag and give them the man advantage. They also stall BESTIA in their tracks, really. 53 seconds left. There's still a chance back in, but the problem is the rotations are coming through from CT. Casson could be dead to rights, but he's not, because Nox is going to support him. Some damage comes in. 43 seconds left now. They could fade off and go to the B site, but now the bomb gets dropped by Lucas, and you already have a player committed onto A. There goes Noxy. Luchov with 1 point of health, and, well, the bomb on his back is going to rotate around towards B. He'll probably get caught off here. 25 seconds left. PKL's waiting, and PKL frags him. 2Game. have a chance to close it out again. It's been a while since they've had a map point, though.
Yeah. I mean, what, third overtime was the last chance that they've had?
I think so.
They've had to survive since that point, playing it backs against the wall. But now they look to put themselves on top here with 2 chances. Trying to seal this one on up. Or sorry, just one.
One, yeah.
This is their chance right here. This is it. Can they complete the mission that started so long ago? Long fight taken all to the wall right now for Bestia. And it comes up in favor of 2 game. Game plan rattled right now as Hardzal finds another one. This could be the beginning of the end. The unraveling right now from Bestia. As they have to fight back 5v3. Damage not done either.
Surely, this is the end. Important engagement potentially coming up towards long. Noxy wins it. Okay, maybe not
No
the end.
way.
Spam through the door. Hardzal doesn't take as much damage as you
Oh
expect.
my
but Noxy
God.
finds the second onto A. Oh, we're down to a 3v3. It's on again. 1 minute and 2 seconds left. Plenty of time.
What?
And Tayson finds Hardzal. 3 unanswered
Oh
frags
my
for
God.
Bestia. PKL somehow surviving here after getting tapped down through the smoke. They know he's somewhere in the vicinity.
What?
And Noxy a third. It's all falling apart for 2 game. A 5v3 down to a 2v1 in favor of Bestia. Zareba the last one standing. It looked like we were done as Zareba eats a nade. And now they know he's here after that incendiary's tossed. He has to be absolutely on point to win this round. Does a little bit of chip damage. Flashbang toss. Zareba absolutely exposed. What can he do? He does get one onto Cassin. 1v1. Thomason. Does he know he's here? Now he does. Thomason missing the shot. Still time for the defusal. We can get the frag quickly here. Zareba. Does he have it in him? He does! Zareba clutches out the 1v2, and that'll do it. 2 game win 31 to 29. What a play!
It's finally over at the hands in the most unlikely fashion of Zareba, coming up clutch to close it on off. His impact felt in the final moments. 2 game, get the job done in 31. Finally able to complete the mission. And I tell you what, one hell of a task here for B-Dog to break this one down.
Oh no, my mic stopped working. What a brilliant time. It's because it was on sleep for so long. Amazing. What? Oh, it's cut out again. What a wonderful time for this to actually break now. You are kidding me. 6 OTs, and now my mic doesn't work. Amazing. Let's go to the highlights. Please get it off my big face, and we'll just keep talking about the game. OT has broken it. I'm going to hold the microphone, and I'm going to have TeamSpeak open so I can see it. What a game. It is probably the best sentence to describe this. We didn't even really get a game until we got into overtime because, let's be honest, the T sides, I mean all map, but for regulation, the full 24 rounds, the T sides on Dust 2 were probably the worst T sides I have ever watched, and we're in a grand final. And it was just absolutely horrible. And to be honest, for 2 game, it isn't really their fault. Because you got Bestia playing this really aggressive style of CS. Literally, as JRT and Exno was saying, it was really impressive watching Bestia being so fluid on the CT side. It enables them just to break away in this game. Cassin starts off red hot, and you got Thomasin just getting these multi-kills on these small site anchor rolls where it looks improbable. It looks really difficult for him to be able to manage and mitigate against 2 game. And then they go up 9-3. A reminder, guys, this was a 6, nearly 7 overtime game that all stemmed from a 9-3 half from Bestia. And it was all praise for Bestia. You look at this moment right here. This is going to be 7-3 in just a minute here. And Cassin is like 15-3, 16-3. And then he goes forward and just hits this double quick shot. It's unbelievable. And you're like, okay, Bestia are back. This team, this is why they're in the grand final. And then what you got to remember is that 2 game have got the mental resilience. Every single time they have been in one of these playoff games, It has literally been a comeback story from them. It is unbelievable how many comebacks they have really had. It's actually exceptional. It was 5-11 they were down, then they won 13-11 in the semi-final. Yesterday versus LP, they were down 9-0, then they were down 11-3, and they were able to win 13-11. Like, it is absurd. And the reason why was because Detroit started showing up. In that first half, Detroit was completely absent. Cassin was taking over the game. It also helps out when Noxey's entire call-in on the regulation T side is, guys, we're going to push a smoke. And if that doesn't work, you're going to keep pushing the smoke. And if that doesn't work, we're going to keep pushing the smoke. How many times do we see them go out long? It must have been 5, 6. It was woeful. And you see this highlight right here from Lucas. This was every single round in regulation. If you're just joining us, by the way, this was the first map of our grand final. And it is absurd how many times Bestia decided that this was a good idea. And then we go into overtime, and it's funny because it's always that cliche, right? You go into overtime, the more deeper it goes into overtime, then the less amount of strats it's going to be, and it's going to be more of a brawl, it's going to be a more puggy style of CS. No, this complete inverse. This was watching a level 9 Face-It pug in regulation for the first 24 rounds, low level 10 at best, and then Noxey starts using his brain. And it's really incredible to watch Bestia on these T sides because they're really creative. They identified very early on that short was the best play to go. And then they pull out these B execs in the first stages of OT. And it looks really good. It looks sublime. And then they just freeze up. They just completely freeze up. Very much like my microphone did at the start of this segment. They just started playing scared. And I don't know why, because it doesn't make any sense, because the route in to this CT side for Bestia was being aggressive by having these beautiful set plays with the nades, as Noxa just demonstrates there. And it's so uncharacteristic for this Bestia team, especially when you've got players like Timo who can get aggro, players like Tomasin who is showing off his flair, flipping the bird to the camera. And it's like, okay, well, you've got all this confidence off server. Why in server are you now playing disciplined? Is it a case of Noxey goes, guys, like, this T side didn't work whatsoever, we need to just calm down, we need to just get this over the line? Or is it just a combination of players being scared, the occasion getting to them, especially because how many eyes are going to be on Bestia in particular in this grand final? Because it has been a really long-winded journey for them. It's been a complete turbulent last few months, and now the pressure really starts rising. 9-3 in OT, we shouldn't have got here. Second OT, okay, we probably shouldn't have got here. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth overtime, you definitely shouldn't have got there. And you know what the most sad thing is that it should have been a 7th overtime, because they had no business in making that 3v5 a 2v1 in their favor. And then they do it, and then Zariba, who has been underperforming literally the entire map, steps up right when his team needed him. Hardzal played a pivotal role in this game for 2Game, really started to show his experience where PKL dropped off, where Zariba dropped off. The fact that Hardzal was consistently finding these openings, even if he's buying a Zeus every single round for 4 OT straight, he's still getting this impact. And that enables Detroit to work. We already spoke about the differences between these AWPers, right? Cassin has to be involved in the fight really early. Detroit, if you give him a little bit of wiggle room, you give him a little bit of space, then he's going to be the one that's going to step up. He's going to be the one that is going to deliver on all fronts. And because Hardzal gave him that room to breathe, he was let off the leash a lot more. And as a result, these CT sides from him were a lot more dynamic. And he was actually having the liberty right at the very end to think, oh, what's the last thing Bestia would expect me to do? Probably push. Probably go on this big long flank. That 1 HP moment from him as well was absolute absurdity. And the reason why I'm talking about his highlights so much is you think and you contrast that to how Cassin played. Because Cassin was 16-3 when Bestia were up 9-3 in regulation. And then where was he for the rest of the map? I don't remember, do you? I know it was a long map, but I don't remember. Detroit really stepped up when his team needed him. Cassin fell by the wayside. Tomasin and team stepped up in a really big way here for Bestia, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, and fatigue obviously sets in. Both of these teams have played a semi-final already today, and now we're at this point where it's like, okay, 6 OTs. For BESTIA, they were the ones that had played the semi-final earlier. Even if they had a 45-minute break, this is still effectively 3 maps of CS in 1, and now you've got to go on to Mirage. And for 2Game, this was a must-win. For 2Game, they haven't won Mirage at all on HLTV in the last 3 months. And now you got to go and play BESTIA. To be honest, this is the best chance you have of playing BESTIA on this right now, because you've whittled them down so much to the point where you may have drained all their energy. This is the ideal time to play them, and we could be sitting here saying 2Game are your CCT South America champions of Series 1. We're going to have to wait and see. I've yapped enough. The highlights are just about to end, but I'm going to cut it a little bit short. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're on map 2. Yes, that you heard me right. Map 2 between 2Game and BESTIA. It's Mirage. Let's see who's going to come out on top there just after this. what an unbelievable first map of our grand final. And now we've got even more. Mirage. Look, JRT, in the green room, you were saying that potentially 2Game can win this. I sit here going, no way. But I want you to kind of give me the fairy tale dream of them doing this in 2.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You might look on the face value of it and be like, oh, they're 0-6. There's absolutely no chance. BESTIA are perfect on, or almost perfect on this map here, 6-1. It's been a dream for them. But if you look at the score lines here for 2Game, it's 10-13 3 times. They went to OT 12-16, and in the previous engagement, they had an 11-13 scoreline. So they're going 24 rounds pretty consistently, or 23-24 rounds. I think they could easily convert this one. I shouldn't say easily, but it's possible for them to convert this one, Brandon.
It is. It's possible. Let's get into it. Let's see if 2Game can beat BESTIA in 2 maps in our grand final.
I heard OT mentioned. I got excited. Let's see if we can run this thing back, baby.
Cole,
it can't be
doing?
Longer than map 1.
You're cursing. You know what? Actually, you're not cursing it, because I feel like if we don't get overtime, it'll be a letdown after map number 1. So, like, we need the OT to keep us energized. Keep us going.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how we stay on our toes right there.
Everyone is collectively cursing me right now. Detroit gets the opener. Teemo and Kaysen get a couple back, though. BESTIA trying to crack through towards this A site.
They're making some good strides here, getting able to gather some entrance here. One flash for a little bit of a delay effort. I'm not seeing a lot of motion coming through here out of 2Game. They're kind of camping around right now, paying rent on Tetris, and not getting into the sites just yet. I guess they were waiting for that smoke here, as well as a little bit of mid lurking, but when they realize that there's nothing really rotating through middle just yet, they finally going to start to pull the pin on this once the smokes are down. Going to isolate Hardzao from Zareva, who's down low on health. And this should be a pretty comfortable post plan now. It's just Hardzao left standing. A little belt of utility that, to be honest, might be more interested in just holding on to.
Well, he throws one. So now it's just the incendiary that he's saving, which is pretty pricey on that CT side. And, well, he's probably dead. He is. Luchov finishes him off. 2K for Luchov. BESTIA off to a 1-0 start. But I would imagine that there's going to be the force buy coming through from 2Game. Yes, they typically like to go for it.
Yeah, Detroit on the scout. I would say the primary catalyst for the reason as to why 2Game were even in conversation for that game, and certainly a huge point in closing out that game. For sure, right? The scout 4K. No one will forget about that. Round 14. What he did to take us
I forgot
to a comeback effort.
Someone did.
Oh,
yeah, no,
okay.
it was absolutely
I can't blame you. There was like 50 rounds in between it.
There were so many highlights that one just slipped through my mind. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It was phenomenal with that scout.
See if you can do it again, replicate some of that success. For now, well, it just looks a lot more measured here. I think we're going to see more of this as, you know, BESTIA are just so much more comfortable on this map, especially on the T sides, with how they play things out. I think we're going to be able to see a little bit more range than what we did in regulation on Dust 2.
More than likely. Thomasine looking for an opener here, but it's Hardzao through the wall into the apartments with the Deagle getting that headshot. Teemo does get one back, and now you see BESTIA adjusting towards the A site, which may not be the best of ideas. Teemo overlooking sandwich. Freebie for Lucas. There we go. It is a 4v3 advantage now on 2Game, and they've got some reinforcements arriving. Kaysen does make it a lot more likely at a round victory, and he spots out Lucas as well, spams him down to 41. They're trying to make sure he's dead, but some team damage, I believe, coming through there in the process, and Hardzao gets one onto Kaysen. This is a messy round, honestly, but it will or should be closed out by BESTIA. Oh, Hardzao is making a case for it. 1v2. Deagle out. And they're fading off. Hardzao, do they know he's this close? They have to. I mean, they've heard all the footsteps, right?
I'm biting on the initial fake. And one gets tapped out right there, but they'll long rotate through CT. It would never be expected, right? Knows there's a 10-second defuse, so Noxy going to be a little bit slow to activate here. And Hardzao probably thinking, yeah, he's just jump spotting around connect or something along those lines, and Noxie will get a freebie on the flank. A chaotic round that almost ended in defeat for Bestia, but the sigh of relief coming out of the leader here for Bestia. It shows the mindset.
You just see him like, wow, you know, luckily we won that. Absolutely, the mindset right here is the expectation of every single round being hard fought, and I think that I would be surprised if we see many blowout rounds at all. Maybe in an anti-eco like this, but even then, you never know. Deagles can be very dangerous. Hard Zal, speaking of Deagles, he's waiting there over in window. It is smoked out. Noxie tapping that angle. And Hard Zal backing off for the moment.
This one should come. There's a lot more of comfort here. No armor to back up. A lot of upgraded pistols, to be fair. Completely empty-handed in this one, especially with Hard Zal holding on to a whole lot. I like the decision. I also like the idea of some A aggression right now. Flanking out towards top of middle. As the path heads up connector. Interested to see where this end goal is, because they're getting players in position, but the CT side really starting to stack it up and amplify this defense with a flank. Still very unlikely to defend with no armor to back this round up, but okay, now they realize the A side is kind of open. Vacant. Bomb has a long route into rotation. The flank dealt with, and smoke push is not quite working in their favor, so it will be wisely routed in the right direction here for Bestia.
And the round should be over, pretty much. Thomasin spams down Zareba, and that should do it for the 3-0 start on Bestia's end, as Hard Zal's been spotted, and this is going to be a bit of an extended engagement, but that'll do it. And the next 1-2 game are going to have their buy-up. And that's when things could get a little more interesting. Luchov ends it finally.
There we have a nice threes here. A little bit of comfort to start off. Do here for the side of Bestia. I think, you know, talking about the conversation points, you talk about a lot of the close matchups and the what ifs for two-game, despite all of the losses that they've taken here on Mirage. What I saw out of Detroit in that last map shows to me that he has the availability to take over games and play from the front with the AWP. You know, knowing the stakes of how important opening picks were in that last map, I think he met the moment. And so, I think, you know, pressure on him with the opt-out in the first gun round to see what he's available to do here for this team.
He's very good at posting up on the angles and connecting on the shots. He does connect on one there, but it's a leg shot, so Thomasin, ooh, has to be careful around that Molotov. Surprised he goes that aggressively, and there's Hard Zal and PKL activating for a couple. Back and forth we go, and once the dust settles, it is a 3v2 in favor of 2-game. Noxie and Kaysen, last two standing, trying to get this bomb towards the A site. But they still have 3 players, well, not only 2, excuse me, to worry about. One was lost. And the spam goes forward. Kaysen down to 40, but he's almost finished off Zareba. Has managed to tuck himself around the corner. Oh, Noxie's position is so good. Hard Zal doesn't expect it. Noxie can't finish that? I thought Hard Zal was dead to rights. Now he is, and Zareba just charges out to his death. All right, Bestia win a 4th. That was weird.
It was a bit chaotic right there, but I mean, speaking of operas that are able to step up here out of the gates, Kaysen already bringing it on in to the picture with a recovery. On top of his own, started off that last map of Dust 2 very hot, so good to see him playing confident as well if that story remains. Boost action, little visual, and Lucas drops. Trying to go for the Deagle shot. Didn't know he was tussling with the AWP. Smoking towards the window, and they've already got some good control here. I feel like I'm getting some whiplash right now.
Yeah,
Bestia coming into this map and just being able to dominate. The scary sign is that little break that they had in between these maps gets their head screwed on straight.
Well, I mean, you also look at Bestia. I'm trying to make a case for 2-game having a chance at winning this, but Bestia in these next 2 maps, if we go to map number 3, they've only lost 1 time combined on both of them over the last 3 months. You know, 6-1 on Mirage, 5-0 on Nuke. It's a scary prospect for 2-game, especially if Bestia just continue this hot play that they've started out with on Mirage and carry it through for the entirety of this first half. It's a much better T side for Bestia here than it was on Dust 2, as you would expect. Teemo spraying down Detroit. 33 seconds left. Bomb still has to be planted. Maybe that can be denied here by Zareba, but he's only got the 5-7, and yeah, that's not going to be enough. Hard's out. Gets the frag, but it's a post-plant situation. He probably just wants to save the M4. I doubt he'll do anything too crazy. Zareba could. But as it stands, yeah, no real chance. No kit either.
And no route into this one. Just going to hold on to the weaponry for Zareba. It's armor to back it up. And again, to look at a map for Zareba that was a little bit quiet for the majority. I mean, again, while he didn't have the most kills, I do feel like every chance he did get some frags, they meant a lot. And in that last round, the 1v2 to cap it off is just the perfect way to finish. Something where you're just begging to have that impact and put in so many clutch situations, being able to deliver the one that puts that unbelievable map 1 to rest is phenomenal. But starting off map 2 in a similar fashion is not something you want to see out of a guy I know can lift off if given the chance.
Sixth round of play. Here come the guns again for 2-game. AWP in Detroit's hands. We know what he can do with that. In the previous map, 53 frags, and Lucas opens things up, and there's Detroit! Right on time with the AWP frag onto Thomas in 5v3 in favor of 2-game. Their first real advantage here on Mirage.
Right now able to set the tone with the first chance that he brings it out, but with a little help from Lucas to open it up towards middle and post it up on B. They find themselves in a 5v3. Lucas got to be careful with how he plays around the smoke, but it's a good trade at the very least. Oxy surprised his 1 PKL, but they go 2 for 1 in the end. And Kaysen with his op and Palace hinting to me that there might not be a lot of activity left in this one. See if he goes for it, especially with the open access towards A. I mean, obviously he doesn't know this, but there is nothing but free range in the direction he's heading.
It's free real estate. Or not. It took too long. Hard's out, finishes him off. 2-game will finally get a round on the board. Bestia, though, they built up the bank account significantly, so they will have a fairly comfortable buy-up coming through here. Still got the full util, the AKs, and the AWP. Something I haven't seen that much lately, and I thought, well, I've seen it more in Europe, is the AUG, right? That was coming through a lot on the CT side, especially on Nuke, but I haven't seen it pretty much at all in South America throughout the CCT. So I'm not sure if it's fallen out of favor again. Either way, this round is not live. Thomasine disconnected.
I would like to have him in the server. Yeah, the AUG also prevalent quite a bit in NA as well.
Yeah,
I feel like, but
it is, yes.
Maybe looking to see if that's map dependent.
I think
We do
Nuke is
got
a
Nuke
map
coming
that
up, and that's yeah. Well, I'm assuming Bestia. You know, if that is the case, the Bestia keep up a pretty dominant affair, and what their win rate shows, if that does come through, be something to look forward to.
Yeah, certainly. I wonder if we can check the stats somehow on that. I don't know a way right off the bat, but yeah, I'm just curious to see if it's like region dependent as well, as along with map dependent in terms of implementation of the AUG. Anyway, we're getting down to like the real nitty gritty of the meta. It looks like we have a crash for Thomas Zine. His PC overheated after those crazy amount of rounds there on Dust 2.
Understandable.
Yeah. I mean, 60 rounds can
I
take a
recently
toll on the
had
PC.
Clean
you
out my
had your
CPU
PC
fan.
problems.
Actually, it was during a cast one time that my CPU started heating up. I think it got up to 80 something, maybe 89 degrees Celsius.
Jeez, that's like crash territory.
Yeah, so it did crash, and I went and had to buy a new one up from close by, and we're all fixed up now. Fortunately, it was a pretty easy fix. But actually, B-Dog, shout out to B-Dog one time for covering the rest of that shift with me. Saved my butt.
Everywhere. Yep.
He's all over the place.
The man of the hour. Kaysen. AWP top mid. Thomas Zine opener onto PKL, and PKL really should have had a better chance of that because the flashbang came in and Thomas Zine didn't have much opportunity to react to it. It was a lot of blind fire. 5v4 Kaysen gets the follow-up, but Detroit will find an answer. Maybe another one coming through here? No. Noxy shuts down Hardzal before he can really activate. 4v1 as Luchov collects the frag onto Detroit. Zareba, chance to punish. Thomasin's overlooked it. There it is. Headshot off for Zareba. But still, because his position is known now, they just have to go towards the A site and they'll be fine.
Yeah, just right. Other side of the map here. I don't know if Zareba's going to make much of an effort given the long hold that he has to go with. See if any kills coming through can encourage him on any further endeavors, but for now, I think holding off into market. Tucking in safe and sound away from this op of Luchov. Big time start right there. The idea of these opening picks mattering so much for these teams does, and you can see why it triggers re-aggression towards middle, trying to keep contain. And from that point forward, BESTIA are just in a position to piece up those fights through Palace, through middle, through connector. They have so many different avenues to punish re-aggression. That just leads to a pretty comfortable victory here.
Terrorists win.
As Timo turns that corner, might be on for a little exit action, but not going to be the case. Holding on to his weaponry. Focused on building up that T-side economy first.
Yeah, the numbers for BESTIA, as you would expect here with a 6-1 record, are very favorable. Round win percentage after getting the first kill is 88.9%. And then even more impressive is the round win percentage after receiving a first death at 42.3%. You might be like, oh, that's below 50%. But no, that is very, very good. Usually you're looking around the mid-20s, low 30s in that category. But being around 42.3% is fantastic. So this is BESTIA's map. We know it's their bread and butter. Detroit going to get the opener, but Luchov the immediate trade.
That's a lot of access gained on the site, but sides turned on to CT when the end goal was towards that A side. Bit surprised to see that approach, but still it just puts a path here forward for 2-game. See what they do with it. Timo hitching his way around the edge of the smoke, maybe looking for a timing to push this through off the back of the flash.
Nice
Everyone
flash.
blinded up, but recovered vision in time for Timo to track that kill. Still another frag coming through here as the chaos from Hardzal. Yet to activate through that smoke, he gets plucked out through it, and now a 1v1 for Zareba, but Timo recovers his aim in time. I don't know how half those kills came on through, but BESTIA end up walking out on top.
I mean, the thing is, a lot of these rounds are close, but like you just said, BESTIA on top repeatedly here, except for one where 2-game managed to convert it. And a timeout called by 2-game to talk things over because they're like, hey guys, we almost pulled that one off. It wasn't even that heavy of an investment. So they will have the heavy investment coming through now. I believe there is enough money for an op for Detroit. There is. He's got it in his hands. Should be a relatively strong buy-up gun-wise, but utility will be a little light in the 2-game side. Meanwhile, BESTIA is just flush with cash, so they'll have the exact buy-up they want. Kaysen activating early and often. 11 frags on his side, and Luchov and Timo not far behind with 7 apiece. On the other side, it's Detroit, who slowed down considerably based on his performance on map number 1 with only 6, and Hardzal was also very good on Dust with 7. 2 game. Really need this one if they want to make it a contest here on Mirage. Otherwise, we could very quickly be headed to Nuke. A little bit of aggression down the ramp. Lucas clearing out a lot of space, gaining information for his squad. They have to be careful not to be fooled, though, because there is a Palace lurk, and then the rotations are coming back towards A.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of resistance, but this is such a position of power here for Lucas. Not only in a surprising spot, but also one that he can hear a lot from. Call over extra help. It does get cleared somewhat. You find a multi-kill out of the snow. It's a very effective trade from Thomasin. But more recovery coming through from PKL, and the site is not weakened. Palace player reveals himself as Detroit does fall, and actually PKL a little bit out of position right now. Has to fight for his life, but the HE topples him over. And onto the site they go. Left in the confines of jungle right now. Kaysen stepping forward into the fray for another frag. And putting it into a 1v2 here for Zareba. How he ended off Dust 2. He needs to elevate here on Mirage. And it just is so difficult. Ticking in the molly down to 76 and never getting past that crosshair of Luchov.
Wow, I mean, they had the man advantage there for a moment on the 2-game side, but it's just Luchov with a couple of great ones. One with the rifle, then he tosses the nade right at the feet, I believe it was of PKL, and wow, Bestia just take control, take the reins afterwards, and find themselves in 8th, even though, again, it gets very close. The scoreline here is a bit deceptive, I have to say, because 2-game haven't necessarily been out of these rounds. Just Bestia are winning all the clutches. And we'll see if that gets to the heads of 2-game. Now they're going to be on a half buy with a couple of SMGs available to them, but nothing more than that.
Kind of revealing PKL here. Just a fight on a couple different fronts. The flash is just perfect. No way to hold off against the resistance and the entrance on in here. Timo and Noxy doing the heavy lifting on the opening exchange. And this kind of half by getting blown out of the water at this point.
Yeah, that was a beautiful set piece, though. You got to give Bestia a lot of credit, and I think you did. You know, as they were throwing all that util, the smokes were coming through. Perfectly tossed, no visibility at all for 2-game. The flashes afterwards, and just the storm by Bestia overloading every single body on that A site. Now they know Zareba's here because you're the smoke, and they're just waiting for him to pop his head out. Thomasine says hello and goodbye. Detroit, last one standing. I guess the Deagle's worth saving, but I think he wants to do some damage instead. Spotted out, though, and finished off. Perfect round for Bestia with all 5 surviving.
So comfortable right there for Bestia. Sometimes those sort of rounds can get a little bit dicey when the decision is made off spawn to head into a site, especially when that smoke is in the mix on ramp, but HE to blow open the smoke and flashbangs to follow suit. Lead to a very easy opening pick right there, and then from that point forward, you've already got your execute. You've got the momentum rolling. It's a big foundational round here. 9 on the board already. They fooled us with a 9-3 half one time. See if they can do a little bit better than that.
Feels like it might be. Look at the control they have of A. I mean, 2-game are already looking like they're on the retake. Although they do get a frag here before one comes in their direction. That's PKL through the smoke onto Timo. I think it was off the smoke pop. And then a second as well. Zareba finding Luchov. I don't know why Bestia aren't planting this bomb just yet. Finally, Kaysen does get a response here. And Zareba's low at 22, so it's not the strongest man advantage. And now they're going to have to come back into this bomb site with a significant utility advantage. In fact, there's 0 util available for Bestia, so they're just going to have to win this off positioning and crosshair placement.
They got this really late flank coming through, and that's just bought enough time. Kaysen turns the other direction, looking for fights on different fronts here as the CT rollout coming through, but look at Thomasin on all different fronts now as the flank eventually formulates. Hardzell will be able to claim the final 2 kills. The patience paying off there, that experience showing. And that'll lead to a second round for 2-game.
Hardzell's having a little too much fun. trying to lighten up the mood, I'm sure. Being down 2-9. All he has to say is, look, guys, it was 9-3 at the end of the first half of Dust 2, and we won that one in 6 overtimes. So let's do the same thing here.
Easy.
Yeah, no problem. Round number 12 coming through. Opener from Noxy, double op, and he connects onto Lucas. That's a great way to gain the space into mid. In fact, they can take mid if they want to, likely for free. I'd be surprised if they try to re-aggress here on 2-game side. You do see the nade thrown by PKL, but he just wants to wait here and connector.
And no matter what the case is right now, the smokes that they're lining up look to be pretty effective. Both players kind of outside of the confines of these smokes once they come down. But this is actually a jungle smoke instead, so PKL able to throw out in a difficult shot here, and Hardzao gets tucked in. Committed defense here. They're not giving up this site. Despite losing out in the 4v5, they're going to look to lock it down. Smokes are bloomed. Defense still holding steady. There's another deep jungle smoke now tossed out, but PKL knocked out of the server. Hardzao, will he get cleared? He's stuck in for so long towards triple. When will he finally get his chance to strike? He's hoping for his teammates to get involved. An open bomb plant. Can he make it 3? Spamming down range. Can't quite track the headshot onto Apex, but Thomason finally able to secure that trade frag here. Now a 1v2 here put into play. Heroics coming through for a chance at another 9-3, and that shot coming through from Detroit right around the edge. 2-game. Gonna give us 2 in a row there to close out the half.
Absolutely beautiful timing from Hardzao right there. It felt like things were slipping away, and he pops out of the corner just in time to get things back under control for 2-game with that 2K. So yeah, 9-3 scoreline again in favor of Bestia. Let's see. I mean, this time, of course, they're going on to their CT side versus T side, which was fairly strong for them on Dust 2. We'll see if it's the same story here for them on Mirage. This one might still be over quickly, but you never know. That's the beauty of Counter-Strike.
We've got hold a tail here once before. See if Bestia can convert now. I feel like that half did feel a little bit more dominant than what they brought us on the CT side of Dust 2, where there was a lot of close rounds. To be fair, there was some close rounds there, but
there were, yeah.
You know, I feel like the opening picks for Bestia were a lot more consistent. They had some really good executes in the mix as well. And now they're heading into their defense, which I can feel very comfortable with them, with how good this team is mechanically. To put that into practice now for a closing statement in this second half. Now, the USPs in all armor to back up this one. Maybe a display of confidence there. They're getting info towards apartments. This could lead to some quicker rotates, but there's a huge entrance. Hardzao impacting the round now. 3 rounds in a row.
Timo does get one back. 2-game. Can they even get this bomb planted? Noxy still alive. Finally finished off by Hardzao. He's trying to do all the work himself, it seems. Bomb gonna get planted. Zareba and Hardzao on to defend that plant. Timo moving in. Kaysen wants to find something. He doesn't, but Timo's instant for the trade. Hardzao gets the last 2. Oh my goodness. Hardzao does indeed do it all. A 4K on the round. 2-game. Find the pistol.
Oh boy. Don't let Hardzao heat up, man.
Yeah.
This is getting scary. Now, 3 rounds in a row. You remember that late flank that he got in a 2v2 post-plant retake that he was able to complete? Then closes it out the following round, and then that coming into this. So now 3 rounds in a row, Hardzao has just made statements of getting them back into this game. I don't believe it. We're seeing them piece things together slowly but surely. This is a deadly force buy, though. They've got some efficiency around the scouts in the mix. 5-7's close range. Smoke is perfect in the tag to start it all off, but it takes some time for Luchots to connect, so he'll fall. And Noxy is now smoked off and left outside looking in.
Look at that util damage that's sailing on forward. Hardzal collects another scalp. Tags coming through from Kaysen, but the problem is, look how low the HP bars are already for Bestia. And yeah, they've lost 2 more. This round's over. 2 game are going to get a 5th, and Teemo's just trying to fade away with the FAMAS, 39 HP. I doubt there's going to be too aggressive of a chase here by 2 games, so he'll probably walk away with it, but this is exactly what 2 game needed to start off their T side. And again, Cole, I mean, talking about throwing stats out the window here in the grand finals, if you look at T round win percentage on 2 game on Mirage, it is 27.5%. Abysmal, right?
Wow.
But they've already won their first 2, so I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to play more into the gun rounds that we'll see later down the line. But like you said,
see.
I mean, I just don't think when you're in a map like what we saw in map 1,
yeah,
those stats even matter when you're in a grand final. Like
it's just
this
emotion.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, again, it does show some serious trends right there that when these guns do come out for Bestia, they might be able to regain control. Some aggression towards Hardzal. He's on an island. Able to handle the pressure sent his way, but jumping up there, toppling him over. We'll be able to recover an 8K for their troubles, and on the left outside looking out on the smoke. A lot of heavy lifting already done right now for the bomb to be transferred on into the site. 2 game to close the distance.
This one should be fine. I mean, to be honest, Thomasine and Teemo still having the FAMAS and the AK as well, that's more than worth saving, given that this is just the eco round. Thomasine does get one from the grave there after tossing the nade. Lucas falls, but they won't save any other rifles. Look, they're still buying up in this round anyway, so I guess it's fine, but you always want to try and keep that CT economy as healthy as possible. So an opportunity missed in that regard for Bestia, as 2 game convert off the pistol to get 6. Now is when the real second half starts. The guns are out.
Everything at their disposal now. You have to really prove it and prove it with consistency, which, again, those numbers don't lie. That is a difficult thing for this team to do. But Lucas giving us the idea that this is possible. Kaysen still striking with that A to BP. Able to get some activity going. A little call and response early for both these squads right now. Hardzal, the one that's elevated here for 2 game, that's gotten them pretty much revived into this series, or rather into this map, I should say. Still in the picture, but they're looking to end it towards B. This is the right call. There's really no one here, just the op close by. Kaysen can influence this round, but it's going to be tricky with the op close range like this. He spots one out. It doesn't take his shot. It doesn't seem here. Waits for a full visual and just barely connects the head.
Yeah, that's threading the needle there for Kaysen. Kaysen, has to get away from the flames. He does. Thomason supporting, and he will get that headshot, but Kaysen's gone. Thomason, man advantage for now, but if he falls to 2v2 and reinforcements are pretty far away, there it is, 2v2. Now the reinforcements arrive. Noxie's there. He does collect a frag, but he's almost dead himself. Zareba will ensure he does fall, and now he knows the last player is. Fakes the plant, wants the frag, and finds it! Zareba! The clutch 2 game win, a critical 7th.
You gotta be kidding me right there, man. He's so clutch. Ice in his veins there. Stepping up a little bit here in map number 2. And being able to finish in these tricky 1v2s. Again, that was how they finished Dust 2, with Zareba closing it out. Now coming into Mirage and needing to do the same to keep them rolling in this comeback effort. And my god, he does it again.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look, another buy-up coming through here from Bestia. No op this time, and Lucas is waiting for the push. He's ready to punish. Luchov gone. Kaysen has to bail. He was ready to try and support, but now he doesn't have the help he needs to continue the path down forward. There's good panel spam coming through onto Lucas. Gets him down to 26, but it's still not the frag, so the man advantage remains for 2 game, and even better now with Zareba catching another one. Teemo deleted.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason they all rotated over on a bit of a gamble and a whim. Saying, hey, we've got a deep position towards this A side. We know where they are in apartments right now. We have a little bit of information gaining, but now this gamble looks a whole lot more silly when there's someone waiting for you to push right into the crosshair. So they are spread thin right now. With 3 rifles remaining, no utility to back this one up. The only thing they've got going is a little bit of damage on the Lucas, and at least still a 2-man lean on this B side of the map here.
2 game. Have to deal with Noxy. Noxy gets 1, but traded out immediately. Detroit on point with the AWP.
Spam.
Now only 1 player left on each side. Yeah, some spam coming through, which leads to damage, but Thomason's dead.
Wow.
Absolutely finished off by Hardzow's nade and AK. So Bestia going to have to pick up the pieces and try to recover in the follow-up round off of what might be a saved M4. Looking at the money situation for 2 game, I think they're going to cautiously chase this, but not get too aggressive, I'd imagine. Wow,
Yeah,
this
a
is
little big.
not a single round for Bestia yet.
Yeah, I mean they're getting back into it. I thought, you know, Mirage would tell a different tale given the comfort levels, but Bestia still may be in their mind as we highlighting. It's a different story in the grand finals. It's a different story when the pressure's amplified. Everything out the window when map 1 happens. You're running on raw emotion, instinct right now. Right now, who has the most killer instincts? Hardzao. Always takes a catalyst here to get these comebacks facilitated, and I think, you know, 3 rounds in a row of him just dominating that clutch on the pistol. That should have been Bestia's. The perfect flank from Thomason that was formulating. Got shut down, and now they can't find a way to win. They got to expend some timeouts. Get Noxy involved there. Start rolling things through.
Hardzao, despite not being the top frag, you know, on map number 1, he was very close. I mean, right behind Detroit's 53 with 47. And even though his rating, I think, was 3rd on the team, it still felt like he was so important in getting them to overtime and then keeping things going in terms of impact frags. So for me, and I was just actually talking about this with B-Dog, it feels like if they win, he absolutely feels like he should be the MVP. And in this map particularly, he is the reason why they get those last 2 rounds in the first half, and he's continued on to the second half. 20 frags. Yeah,
I mean, just sequencing these kills together, able to get them back on board when pretty much nothing was going in their way. Now just 1 round off of tying things up, and they've got a force buy to play up against here, or I should say a half buy. Be more accurate here, but either way, good opportunity to actually knot things up right now. See if they can make it happen here. Decisive move off of spawn. Trying to trigger in towards this A side. That flashbang's gonna go deep. Noxy, right now, the arm that he's throwing right now doesn't look like it's gonna be on the target, and they explode before they can even get their feet planted.
Oof. You know you're in trouble when PKL's getting 2 openers like that on you. 5v3. 4-2 game. It is just a half buy, but still. PKL finding his game is problematic for Bestia because everyone else has looked really good on multiple occasions. And it will be 9-9 after this bomb explodes, with Bestia just saving whatever they've got in this round for the next, even though you'd expect upgrades to come through regardless. I don't know. We'll see.
They're starting to, I mean, really build up a foundation for themselves, winning a couple of clean rounds in a row. Man, this is so impressive here. Sort of tenacity that 2 game have to pull together, not only in this series, but all the way throughout their run in playoffs right now. No easy matchups for this team, and even being here, now being able to complete the mission, potentially ahead of them. I When you think about what that would mean here, a lot more implications for the VRS in terms of rising in the rankings and being able to build themselves as a team. Proof of concept that this roster can work.
Yeah. And, this is reminding me of like 2023 Pain Gaming, right? When PKL and Hardzow were playing together there. Like they looked just as good as a duo at that moment. And they're channeling that energy 2 years later. And look at this, another couple of frags coming through for 2 game. They've got control of this A side. PKL can get blindsided from CT, though. Has to be careful. Hardzow finds another one. Kaysen and Thomason both coming from the same angle. And Detroit says, nah, Thomason, sit down. Kaysen says the same on back, but he's dead to rights. PKL the shot through the box, and 2 game have got double digits first.
My God, they've got them held at 9. They're stalling out. I just can't believe it. PKL now stepping up to the plate, like you said. This feels like old school Pain Gaming, back when the powerhouse, the duo that could do so much and was able to break through new ceilings. And they've got to go back and look towards the talent, the younger players here, and not letting them down right now. A missed shot from Kaysen as well. Huge opportunity to open up proceedings. And it just goes dry.
We didn't even have 2 game on our radar at all coming into the CCT, and I mean, they've continued to impress time after time. Timo gets the opener here, finally an opener for Bestia in the second half. But costs him a little bit of health. Kaysen hits the flick onto Hardzow. There we go, 5v3 for Bestia.
Maybe, again, just a wake-up call here. 2 game, taking the lead, and Bestia realize the meaning of that. Want to put an end to that ASAP. Now, B is just so open. Only Luke is new. Instead of taking strides in the right direction, gonna have to fight through even more resistance at this point. And then towards middle, that's where they're all kind of hovering. Actually, they're super focused on re-clearing B, so this might be a small window of opportunity to really capitalize and create some weaknesses.
And that smoke kind of sells a B take in a lot of ways. That's thrown deep in for connector, so PKL is going to do even more work to try and rotate them to the B site. Flashbang tossed by Noxy, who's still there at A. He's got support as well, but if all 3 players can bunch up together and go for this, 2 game has a chance. Problem is, 15 seconds left. They got to be perfect. There's the first onto Thomason. They move in. PKL spots Timo as the smoke fades towards Cat, and now a little bit of spam from Noxy, but he can't do anything either. 3 unanswered frags for 2 game. Kaysen and Luchov, last 2 standing. It looked like a perfect round for Bestia, but Zureba, another key one. Kaysen, the last one standing, he missed the shot, and he is likely done because 2 game have 3 bodies left, and the bomb on their side somehow survives that HE grenade. But it's only a matter of time until he walks into the crosshair of PKL and finds himself without a head. 2 game have got 11.
Oh, it's looking like destiny at this point, man. 5v3, comfortably pulled back without question into a 3v0, putting them in the dirt, setting desperation in. Bestia trusting in their individual efforts, their ability, their mechanics, but it's all failing them at this point right now. And 2 game are firing back that much stronger. And they're doing it as a team. They're manipulating the pieces here that they're up against right now perfectly, and you couldn't ask for a better time for that. 2 rounds off of closing for 2 game. Seems in reach.
Kind of crazy. Really crazy. Because 2 game, last time they played this map, they only got 4 T-side rounds. They had the lead going into the second half. I think it was 7-5. They got 4 immediately on T-side, made it 11, then lost the remainder of the half and lost the map. So now, instead, they won the first 4 on T-side, and then they just kept winning. 100% win rate right now on their T-side, which is certainly going to bolster their stats. And they want to find that first win on Mirage over the last 3 months. So many close engagements. We talked about it before. 23 rounds multiple times, 24, and overtime. All mixed in. that 6-game losing streak, and now they're trying to get their first win at the most critical juncture in a grand final of CCT-SA #1 in Season 3. Thomason gets the opener, though, trying to cool things off and Kaysen the next. That said, it was a 5v3 in the previous round, and 2 games still won it.
Losing out big time right there. The opening exchange is so much resistance towards middle. And they're all hovering close by, but they escape. They don't try and press their advantage. It's something Bestia desperately need to, bring into the lesson learned. Trying to trust in their unit. Flash goes into connector, both blinded. No, actually, Kaysen can see still. He's good. He completes the trade there, not allowing for Catastrophe to strike. Zareba finding some exit kills right now. 30 seconds on the clock and no real estate to work with here. He's got to fight for every ground he can gain. Tom is in a position where he can just end it outright.
He's got a chance here. I think he was just spotted, and yeah, maybe not anymore. 15 seconds left, surrounded.
Oh my
There's
God.
the shot. Oh, hold on a second. Luchov gone. Trying to get the jump on Thomasin, but Thomasin says, okay, guys, take it easy. We got this. Bestia do indeed find their first round of the second half. It was, again, 9-3. And then 2-game 1 went on a 8-0 run before Bestia get a round on the board. Is it happening again, Cole?
I don't know. But what a time for the first round to come through. But PKL, he has other ideas. He has been sharp in a couple of these important gun rounds to keep 2-game kicking here in high gear. There's a huge opening pick right there. Flashed up PKL. You think Luchov claims that kill every day of the week.
That was a massive whiff at the worst possible time. But hey, hope is not lost yet. Still 4 players left alive, and Bestia has gotten out of worse situations before. Two game. Using that full minute available to them to get themselves positioned and ready to go here and execute. They grab the bomb finally. Not sure if it's going to be an A or an a B finish, but feels like probably A because the pieces are rotating around in that direction. And it just, at this point, they don't have the cat control. Kaysen gets one back, but Hards out the immediate trade. Now they got to get a move on, Cole.
That looks keyed in as well right now. Temo's location under threat. The mollies rattle off here, forcing him into the fight. They hear the burns of the ticks, and Hardsau offers up another, but it's only Noxie with a scout instead. Thomasin traded as well, and now Noxie left to do it all. 100 HP on Zareba, and 1 bullet away from death for Noxie. He gets knocked out of the round, and Zareba secures 2-game. 2 chances here in regulation to put this series to bed.
Oh boy. What a phenomenal recovery from 2-game. This is an absurd run. Trying to go on a 10-1 run if they win this round to win the map and the series. Not to mention it's the championship, the title here in CCT Season 3 SA #1.
A statement start to the season here in South America. They're just 1 step away from being a dark horse that actually got to complete the mission. An unbelievable run through playoffs and an unbelievable grand final, but so close they can taste it now. The reality setting in, and will that warp their mindset? A team that's played with maximum confidence in a T side that we never knew they had in them.
No, most definitely not. Especially not against one of the best Mirage teams in South America. What a time to find that. It's not over yet, though. That ever-elusive 13th still must be found. 45 seconds left. Yep. They're moving in, Cole. 40 seconds now. PKL trying to spot a body. Gets a flashbang in. Timo and Kaysen get a couple. That's pretty important. Kaysen finds the second for himself, making it a two-man H. But Zareba's moved on to this site. They need to realize what Thomason is. They don't. He gets two. Here we go. Round number 24 on the way.
Here we are. It requires every last inch of effort. A desperate play running through the smoking connector to cut off the catwalk approach with a setup that looked like it was going so well. But at the final hurdle, they meet a brick wall. And it requires all of the rounds, 24 in picture. And I say, Luke is going to be left a little limited on firepower. Utility looking a little light. 2-game. You're going to desperately want to close it out here and now. Otherwise, we might run this whole circuit again.
We just might. Just doing some quick math here. On Mirage, 2-game average 23.5 rounds per map that have been played between both teams.
Wow.
Yeah, that's absurd. Basically, they're playing a full map every single time. And, well, it's happening again here. Zareba wants to end it in regulation, though. Opener from Palace throws the Molotov to put pressure on into Connector and forces out some util in his direction. Look where Hardzout's going. He catches off Timo. 5v3 now. 3 more frags stand in the way of 2-game in a championship here in CCT. Kaysen wants more, though. He wants to keep his team alive with the frag onto Hardzout. 4v3. 2-game still hold the advantage, but they're fully resetting now, rotating around towards ramp to try and get into this A site, Cole.
This is going to shake up and reposition all the CTs as well. All in motion right now. Really well placed smoke there coming through from Kaysen. Open to provide them a little bit of coverage as Luke is also lurking about. Trying to get his way into connector. Now jump spots from Kaysen coming through and Lucas gets caught off guard. Kaysen down low. 3v3 as tense as can be. They're establishing a foothold onto this site, trying to get the numbers punched in while Detroit plays Overwatch with this AWP, keeping coverage, trying to avoid the flashes, catches a second on it.
Here it is.
And a 1v3 all on the shoulders of Noxy. A step away from completing the mission here for 2-game. Just 1 kill to topple over. 60 rounds in the first map, but they'll do it in 2 for 2-game in the grand final. Finally, being able to close the marathon day. 2-game, our CCT South America Season 3 Series 1 champions.
I mean, just fantastic work from 2-game. You see the excitement from PKL pounding on his desk as he gets that clutch, or I shouldn't say the clutch, they get the round, they get the win. The championship belongs to them. Absolutely well-deserved here. As, look, was that only 2 rounds found for Bestia in that second half? Absolute complete shutdown by 2-game, Brandon.
Yeah, well earned and well deserved, right? The fact that they're able to come back on both maps, 9-3 deficits twice. Does that speak? Obviously, these 2-game throughout all of this tournament have just been comeback merchants. Like, they've been doing it every single time, showing a lot of resilience. I think PK and Hardzout leading this team is really good examples of that resilience, just for how their careers have gone, the longevity within the tier 2, tier 3 space. But Cole, I want to ask you this: how much of this is a letdown for Bestia? Because you could argue that it should be 2-0 home and dry, right? How much is this going to sting, especially after the recent events in other tournaments, or maybe not other tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I know that, you know, obviously the case there was super sad for Bestia, and you think, you know, well, it's not ever going to meet the expectations of actually being able to attend a major and, you know, compete for your nation and anything along those lines. You know, bouncing back like that would have shown how much resiliency Bestia had, and I still think, you know, what a hell of a run for this team, despite that fact, despite such a huge kick in the morale of this team to come back and make it to a finals here in a tier 2 kind of tournament that, you know, you might not have a lot of motivation. I mean, it's the player break right now, right? And these guys are still putting in that work in for this this roster. So I got to say, you know, credit to them for making it that deep. I'm sure they're going to be disappointed, but there's still a lot to be proud of for the amount of effort and the fact that they still put that much work into getting to this point despite the setbacks that they face this season.
Yeah, look, I definitely think it shows proof of concept as well of their roster, right? They made changes only 3 months ago in the middle of the season, and like Timo, for example, is a very good player that will learn and grow. Cassin is definitely one for the future. It's just a case of getting all your ducks in a row, I think, for Bestia. But for 2-game now, John, like, if we think about this, it is the VRS of winning this game. It's also the VRS of getting the prize money as well. What's the aspirations for next season for these guys?
I mean, these guys want to sit at the top of Tier 2 in South America, absolutely. And I mean, they've shown us that they can with their resilience here. We already talked about it, their ability to come back from those big deficits. Not only did they do it up to this point, but they did it even in the grand final. It's unbelievable, you know, and I think that comes down to, like you mentioned, Hardzao and PKL, they're the veterans. They've got that experience. And PKL being the leader, of course, saying, guys, don't worry, we've been here before. This is certainly recoverable. And each time it was. And you felt like even down, I was mentioning it was 9-2. The energy never was lost from Hardzao. He's doing the BM. He's spamming a full magazine of bullets down on his enemies on the bomb too, just trying to keep the energy flowing for his squad. And it absolutely works. He was that catalyst they needed to get going at the beginning of the first half and at the end of the, at the end of the first half and the beginning of the second half. And then the rest of the pieces started to activate it well as well. It was really quite a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, he was invaluable, right? Because if you don't get his ramp flank, and then that pistol round's insane. He's just like 90-degree flick the guy at ramp. So Death Taxes, Hardzao provided meaningful impact, and buying a Zeus is the statement and the sentiment here in the grand finals.
The winning formula.
He had to
That's
do it.
why.
He had to. I think genuinely he spent about $3,000 on Zeus's in that grand final. Like it's absurd, but hey, it works. 2-game are the champions here at South America Series #1. That's all we've got time for today because, of course, we just crowned the champion. We've got no more games. We're taking a little bit of a breather here. Obviously, it is player break, but we still have got more South America action for you because we've got #2 coming up. We've also got Thunder Pick as well in South America. These are really short events, but they also just keep your player break filled with CS content. But that's all for now, guys. Hope you have a good evening, take care, and until next time, we'll see you soon.